The way that they use the term Namek is very unsettling. I promise you, if you replace the word Namek with nigga or even the hard R Runsky, I can guarantee that the sentence will damn near feel equally offensive.
Hey, Krillin. I mean, if Kami made the Dragon Balls and he's a Namek, why couldn't other Nameks do the same thing?
Like, am I tweaking, my nigga? Am I tweaking? Does that sound crazy? The introduction to Cell was kind of odd at first, but it was still cool. Like, first impression, I'm like, damn, nigga, you sound like a lit cigarette. And he sucked up the whole city. Like, pause, my nigga. You can't get your energy any way else. Yo.
So, Dragon Ball Z is probably one of the most important pieces of media that's ever released to me. And it's damn near shaped my personality and my life in general, would you believe it? Without Dragon Ball Z and Yu-Gi-Oh! Kind of introducing me to anime, I genuinely don't know what type of person I'd be right now. So, you could rightfully assume when Toriyama died, my world damn near froze. Like, and I go back. Like, bro is one of my heroes, all jokes aside, like, no bullshit. Instead of being sad, though, I kind of wanted to do something to honor his legendary creation that has affected all of us so much. So I decided to give it a real nigga review treatment. And as you can see, this video long as hell. So if you want, you can put this on your TV while you study or sleep, or you can enjoy it as is, obviously. This took a lot, but it was worth honoring my GOAT and having the guys honor him too. So I only ask you to please leave a like and sub and share this with any other diehard DBZ fan you know. And rest in peace, Toriyama, man. Thank you.
I don't think people realize how important DBZ is. And I don't mean like to like the anime and gaming community. I mean like to the world. When Akira Toriyama passed, it seemed like the entire world just froze. And it sucks that it takes death for stuff like this to happen, but it's damn near shocking. It was damn near shocking to see how many people around the world love Dragon Ball, how many people were like showing love to Toriyama and mourning his death. I mean, everyone came together. Voice actors, other manga authors, soccer players, soccer clubs, YouTubers, TV stations, all these people in all these different sectors in life with one common ground, and it's their love for DBZ. Gang, I recently just got into soccer, and I've seen quite a few DBZ references in my short tenure as a fan. Seeing shit like the Aubameyang instant transmission celebration while holding the Dragon Ball, seeing Royce and Hakimi doing the beam clash after a goal, Harvey Elliott doing the Kamehameha, seeing all these like custom DBZ cleats worn by these different players all over the world shows just how widespread this shit really is. Not only do you see it in sports, it's referenced throughout all of pop culture too. I just seen Gumball go Super Saiyan. It's been referenced in rap numerous times. Everyone knows about this shit. Even the majority of niggas is not even in the anime like that. But that's how hard this shit hit the streets when it dropped. Shit even reached the hood. I mean, even hood niggas know about Dragon Ball Z. Don't get it confused. Growing up in Chicago, niggas definitely looked at you weird if you was an anime nigga. But I don't know. It was kind of like a truce when it came to Dragon Ball Z. I met some pretty ruthless niggas in my life. I mean, like Black Force reincarnated in the form of a street nigga type niggas. And they watched it and they knew about it. It was kind of crazy. And you know it's gonna be some mass prestige thug lord nigga out there talking about they ain't watch it like that's a good thing and brag about it. I think I said this once when folks was like, nah, I was out in them streets. We ain't had no time for DBZ nigga. I got shot 5 times and stabbed. Okay. But wait. Matter of fact, congratulations, pal. You really earned your stripes. What Jada can say? This is a smooth track. Since when was it cool to get shot and not shoot back? Reading shit like this, just maybe walk up to my OG randomly and just simply just tell her thank you for no reason. You should give it a try though, pal. You might like it. Just take a stab back. Alright, I'm done. Long story short, gang, this shit touched everybody. Pause. No diddy. Without DBZ and Yu-Gi-Oh!, I probably wouldn't be in anime like that. Actually, probably a lot of us wouldn't, because this show was so influential that a lot of these other anime that came after probably would have never existed in the first place. And that's been proven as fact by all the manga authors have literally like stated that Toriyama's their biggest inspiration. No DBZ, no Big 3, and no Big 3 means there's no a lot of shit, gang. Like a wise man once prophesied and said, motherfuck the Big 3, nigga is just Big Me. And I quote, nigga bum. Anime wouldn't be as popular in the West. The main games that I played as a kid wouldn't exist, and I really have no idea what kind of person I'd be without it. Only Lord knows like what kind of lame and unfunny nigga I would be. So, we showing love to the GOAT today. RIP to the guy, man. This is Toriyama gang, nigga. And without further ado, Let the show begin. Let's just do it in order. Let's start with the Saiyan Saga. So I haven't watched Dragon Ball at all, and yeah, I know I should, but I know coming from Dragon Ball and then watching Dragon Ball Z for the first time, it had to be crazy as hell. Cause they really went like all in at the beginning of this show. All of a sudden, this nigga Goku has a brother and a son. They force in the whole like Goku is an alien plot point and let niggas know from jump like, hey fo, it's more of these niggas out here. One of the first things that I was ever like capable of remembering is Raditz pulling up on Goku, kicking him from the Discord server and dragging his son into a different VC. I don't remember how I reacted to this when I was a kid, but it was probably on some innocent sweet shit like, oh no, that's messed up. I hope Gohan's okay and I hope Goku can get him back. Now that I'm an adult, slightly instigative, and fully consumed by my niggatry and negarity, I'm thinking like, damn, you let him pull up and lay in your shit and kidnap your son? At this point, you might as well let him crack Chi-Chi, because he already showed you that you was a bitch. Couldn't be me personally. I kind of wish that I watched Dragon Ball first so I could have understood like Goku and Piccolo's relationship a little bit better. Hell, Goku and everybody else's relationship, matter of fact. I knew that they had like history because when Goku like linked up with him, he had a real like, who's to say that I won't smoke your bitch ass type beat. Like, you still a tenth of an op ass nigga in my book type beat going on, which is a dynamic that I really love and I think Dragon Ball Z executes extremely well. One thing that I thought DBZ did really well as a kid was kind of impose how threatening the villain figures are. I hate hearing this word, but they really gave the villains a lot of aura. Still hate this word, golly. That was disgusting. Like, you can show a group of niggas a picture of a sloth with a do-rag on, and one of the niggas gonna be like, he has that aura. Like, boy, shut your goof ass up. Yeah, hell no, I'm not saying this shit ever again. That just threw up. But anyways, as a kid, these niggas actually scared me. Not in the case like, if I seen them, I hit feast out the room type shit because I'm scared to see them on the screen. I mean, like, damn, I'm genuinely concerned for the well-being of the cast of the show simply due to their aura. their aura. Yeah, I tried. Simply due to their presence. You really get a good example of this a little bit with Raditz and Nappa, but you mostly get it with the big bads of the series, like Vegeta, Frieza, Cell, Kid Buu, like niggas like that. And I think this show being aired week by week definitely like contributed to a lot of the build up with these villains too, like 1000%. As a kid, I couldn't wait until that next Saturday morning to see what's gonna happen next. As far as the Raditz sequence itself, I still think it's great. Thinking about it in hindsight, this sequence exposes us to a decent amount of ideals and shit that's happening in the Dragon Ball universe. The potential threats from across the universe, how unready they are for those threats, and it even showed us like a decent amount of Goku's tragic flaw as well. They even introduced us to the concept of like death and how Dragon Ball Z handles death, and you have a second chance at life through the Dragon Balls. A lot of people argue that this makes death insignificant and it kind of numbs any emotion towards death that will be regularly attached to it in this usual tragic concept, but I think I disagree. I'll let you know why with a couple examples a little later. I'm not the hugest fan of filler, but as a kid, the concept of filler didn't really exist. So watching everything in between the next fight was pretty much a fun experience this time around. Watching Gohan go through his training with Piccolo, and watching Goku make his way down Snake Way on the little roadblocks on the way to King Kai's planet and his training arc was actually a surprisingly enjoyable experience this time around. But then again, now that I'm like more of a seasoned anime watcher, I'm way more patient when it comes to watching shit now, so it makes sense. I believe this is also where they show like Vegeta and Nappa's extremely unfriendly visit to a planet. They funny as hell because I thought they would just go like leave and be cool, and folks just turned around and blew that bitch up. I was like, well, okay then. The whole standoff against Nappa and the Cybermen was great as well. This is the first time we seen the rest of the lineup fight, and once I found out that even Piccolo wasn't fucking with Nappa, even 6-year-old me knew we were cooked. It's funny because we was watching this shit week by week at Shorty's, and this nigga Nappa was smoking everyone. But I know I wasn't the only one that was thinking this. I was like, wait, if Nappa packing these niggas up with ease, no effort, then what that little slashing playmaker with his arms forward over here with the scatter is capable of? Like, obviously he's a bigger problem, folks. I'm even scared for them niggas even more. I swear, if DBZ is gonna do one thing right, it's gonna make shit feel absolutely hopeless until Goku pulls up. And although a lot of people don't like this approach, and I can understand why, but I don't really mind it. And I also feel like there's a false narrative out there that that's kind of what DBZ is, like all together, like that's what the whole show is. And that's bullshit. Just say you don't watch the show. Like, genuinely. But I do feel like when it's actually the case, this format just works for DBZ in my opinion. It's kind of like how Naofumi is written in Shield Hero. Like, it's kind of like that along those lines. They wrote any character outside of Naofumi's circle to be like absolutely irredeemable and unbearable bitch ass niggas. And indirectly, when you see how much you hate 99% of the niggas in the universe of Shield Hero, it makes you root for Naofumi and his homies even more. And I feel like DBZ kind of implements something very similar. But in this case, instead of just writing people to be hated, they write their situations to be as dire and as hopeless and as unwinnable as possible to make us cheer for Goku with all our hearts. Cause like 7 times out of 10, he is the last hope. 5. He wasn't the hero every single arc. And Goku ain't on like mobile plug, nigga. He just don't be on the pull up, instantly type shit. Nah, niggas be going through it for a while waiting for folks' ass. Nappa was giving out Otherworld permission slips left and right before folks' ass finally showed up. Niggas was getting sat and humbled. I was sitting there like, what's the air gonna do, gang? Use his extra eye to get another perspective of the meaty ass fist heading towards his forehead? All he gonna do is get another look at how fucked up this situation is. It don't make it no better that Chaozu blew himself up trying to take Nappa with him, and that bitch had the same effect as the pandemic did on Congress' decision-making ability. And then Yamcha, boy, Yamcha. Yamcha was so enamored with how the Cybermen came out the ground that he decided to get put in the ground by one himself. Nigga got kamikaze by a Bellsprout. Then Piccolo hopped in front of his 1/10 op son and ate some ki with a heavy side of blast. 6-year-old me was in shambles because after each pack, them niggas had the nerve to end the episode. Credits roll and I'm sitting here pleading for Goku to hurry up like I was fighting them niggas. But the Goku pull-up did not disappoint. It did not. This ass whoop was so bad that it's found its way into my Museum of Mika series, which you should go check out after this video. Of course, stay your ass right there. Niggas need that watch time, scud. Then we got the fight between Goku and Vegeta. This battle is nothing short of legendary and it deserves it. It deserves all the love and hype that it gets. There's a good reason that this is like the premier rivalry in anime. So many legendary things came from this one fight, man. Gang, even the fighting stances got me over here cheesing like a goddamn goofy goober. I love this shit, man. This is one of the first moments that made me think like, damn, I really love anime. We got so many good moments out of this fight, man. Kaioken was so cool, gang, and like looking back at how Goku ignored King Kai was so funny. Shorty said, now Goku, you should probably not go past Kaioken too, because it end up doing irreversible damage to your body and can't be repaired. Goku said, shut up, bitch. With Kaioken transform. Oh man, the beam clash is so cool in every aspect, man. Visually, it just looks super cool. Like the clash between the Kamehameha and the Gallic Gun just looks nice as far as the colors go. The moment within itself is so important and like symbolic to the story because it shows that this nigga Goku can truly hang with niggas and he's actually one of them. This moment is the reason that a lot of the left thumbsticks on my PS2 controllers look like they got their necks tickled, and I'm proud of that. And I'm glad to be able to mimic this epic ass moment throughout the video games that they made over the years too. This is a moment that's gonna be remembered forever in anime history, 1000%. The Grade 8 transformation was super fire too, cause what do you mean you made a moon, boy? Excuse me? Like, 6-year-old me was kerfuffled, nigga. Like, I actually enjoy the Grade 8 forms a lot too. It's a shame that niggas don't have tails anymore. I feel like the Grade 8 forms could add an interesting dynamic to a lot of this show's power systems, like rules and shit like that. I thoroughly enjoy what we got from the 2 examples that we seen in the Saiyan Saga. I love the Grade 8 forms. The finale was great too. It shows off Goku's tragic flaw a lot too, and I know a lot of people say that Goku's too nice, and this is definitely a good example right here. Now, in the moment, I'm letting Krillin smoke that nigga. But in looking in hindsight, looking like knowing what you know now and like how this show played out, you gotta think about how screwed these niggas would have been without Vegeta in the future. And even though like his character flaw makes Goku do some very seemingly stupid shit, at least it's consistent with his character and sometimes it actually works out. Overall, I think the Saiyan Saga is still good as it was when I was a kid. Usually when I go back and watch stuff I watched when I was younger, I'd be like, hey yo, what was to my little fathead ass? But this is an exception. I enjoy every aspect of it. The writing is good. The voice acting is pretty good. Obviously, I think the Kai dub is better, but Kai's a remaster. Of course, it's supposed to be better. The one thing that does make me prefer the OG sometimes is the music, which is really good in the Saiyan Saga. There's some unforgettable ass tracks on here. So the Saiyan Saga was really amazing. Looking at it in hindsight, like it's still like up there as far as like nostalgia is obviously going to play a part, but it's still up there as far as like how good it is and how impactful it is. Saiyan Saga is great.
Alright, so the Saiyan Saga, the first saga of the Dragon Ball Z, storyline. This saga is such a pivotal saga because it sets everything up for the rest of the show. The importance behind it in my eyes is we go from, a lot of people didn't watch OG Dragon Ball, but OG Dragon Ball, where they were fighting a lot of earthly fighters and martial artists from a bunch of different martial art practices. The only kind of otherworldly being that was really fought was King Piccolo. We didn't know where King Piccolo from. He was just, you know, a demon before information came out about the Namekians and stuff like that. So King Piccolo was like the big, you know, quote unquote alien type of thing that was introduced in OT Dragon Ball. And then going forward from that, we get the introduction of the Saiyan Saga. And this is, you know, the setup behind that is just shows Goku and the rest of the Z Fighters at that time, like there's much bigger threats than, you know, you all really think is out there. And that just kind of introduces us in a very, very good way, because the introduction of Raditz, Goku's brother, we don't know, you know, everything about Goku's heritage and where he came from, because we know that Goku's not a human. He has a tail. Humans don't have tails. So it was just a very good setup from, you know, beginning to end. That was just a beautifully written saga. We get to explore Goku's heritage and, you know, the history of the Saiyans and how Goku got on Earth, showing that he has a brother that is leagues above him in strength. Took him and Piccolo teaming up to actually defeat him, and Goku died in that fight. So that just, you know, is just a tip of the iceberg when it comes to the strength levels outside of the actual Earth, you know, planet that they're on at the time. So it was just a really good setup, because Goku, Piccolo, and the rest of the Z Fighters, they just had absolutely no clue the levels and the sheer amount of power that took place outside of Earth. And this is a good way to put into it, because the Saiyans are, you know, a warrior race. They are known for taking over planets and, you know, conquering entire civilizations single-handedly sometimes, just with the sheer amount of strength. And that's just obvious. You know, you can see it with Raditz. Raditz could have, you know, beat the entire planet by himself if he wanted to. The two strongest fighters had to like team up just to kill him. So, you know, these Saiyans are a formidable opponent. And then going on to Vegeta and Nappa, just seeing Nappa just absolutely dismantle all of the Z Fighters, it was just like, wow, this is kind of crazy. And then just Vegeta to say, oh yeah, if y'all think Nappa is really like that, by the way, I'm like 3 times stronger than him at least. Probably like 5 times stronger than him, for real, for real. So Nappa really ain't nothing compared to me. So yeah, I just can't emphasize enough how well written the Saiyan Saga was. We got so much information that set up literally the rest of the entire show. So it's, you know, going from Raditz, like I said, Raditz, and then training the entire year, all of them, just to not be enough for Nappa, and couldn't even beat him by himself. It took Goku, which was a, you know, a big character development moment for Goku as well, because he died and he went off to King Kai's planet, and he had to learn all of these, you know, new martial art techniques were from a, you know, a Kai, a form of deity from this universe. Learn martial arts and fighting moves to actually come back to Earth and actually hold his own against these Saiyans that have just become formidable foes that came, you know, literally out of nowhere. They were chilling on Earth. There was peace. A little bit tension between Goku and Piccolo, but other than that, it was just, you know, it just kind of came out of nowhere. So it was just a good character development for everybody. Goku learned about, you know, Vegeta, introduction to Vegeta, because Vegeta is a pivotal character for the entirety of the rest of the show. He stays in, you know, show for the rest of the show. So it's just a really, really, really good setup arc for the entire show. Just the sheer number of, when people were fighting Nappa, we got Tien dying, we got Chaozu dying, we got Piccolo dying, we got Yamcha dying. Like, the sheer amount of people that got smoked in this arc, it really showed the Z Fighters, like, yeah, it's shit really ain't sweet out here, for real. Like, it really get treacherous out here. Y'all not safe. It's not sweet. Y'all not safe from dying. Anybody could die in this motherfucker. Goku literally, MC just died, just came back. Piccolo, you know, Krillin already died in OG Dragon Ball. So like at this moment, Gohan the only motherfucker that's like, you know, cool. So he the only person that ain't died. So at this point of the show, so that's a very good character development moment for the rest of the Z Fighters and the story too, because it lets them know shit finna get serious, and it can get serious at any point in time.
What's up? This is Matt. So regarding the Saiyan Saga, I say some of my favorite parts just overall is just being able to see kind of the hype of the Saiyans and getting to find out like kind of where Goku came from, because we always knew, watching Dragon Ball, we always knew Goku was special and he had a tail and shit. Like normal humans didn't have that, but just being able to like learn about just his race of people and just see how raw them niggas actually were. Being able to see like Nappa and Vegeta pull up later, like that shit was good. And being able to like even see Gohan as a half Saiyan, like being able to see his potential and being able to see like how their race pretty much is like a warrior race and how strong them niggas are. Now I will say I watched Saiyan Saga as a kid. I didn't watch it very recently, so it's been a while since I seen some shit. I did see Dragon Ball Z Abridged though. That's just funny as fuck, so that's kind of like my refresher to the saga and everything. But I'm just kind of go through like fight by fight, talk about like what I like and stuff. So first fight, Goku and Piccolo versus Raditz. I really like seeing Piccolo like actually become a good guy and shit. So because Piccolo was like a really big villain in Dragon Ball. Like we had Tien and a bunch of other people were like, yeah, they wouldn't like big time like trying to destroy the world and shit. But seeing Piccolo go from that to like fighting side by side with Goku, that shit was raw. Being able to learn about Goku's past was good. Being able to see even Gohan pop off and get a hit on Raditz, that was good. Going into like Nappa versus like the Z Fighters later on, and even like the Z Fighters versus the Cybermen, I was just a fucking absolute bloodbath. I fucking loved it. Especially Nappa and the Z Fighters, like it really showed you how nasty them fucking Saiyans were. It took multiple people jumping that nigga and it ended with all of those people fucking dying except for like Gohan and Krillin and shit. So it just really like kind of put respect on the Saiyan race, and you knew that Vegeta was just in the back chilling and Vegeta was stronger than Nappa. So like, yeah, that was really good. Going into Nappa versus Goku, and I'll say this is with multiple fights, but they did really good with like power scaling. They used to like the scouters to kind of see people's power levels. I think Dragon Ball did that like, or Dragon Ball Z did that like really well. So it kind of gave us consistency. And Dragon Ball, they let people's feats hype up other feats. Cause like leading up to the Saiyans pulling up to Earth, you saw like Vegeta and Nappa at like that bug planet, and Vegeta fucking destroyed that planet with one ki blast. Like you see shit like that, you see those feats, and it's just like, damn, them niggas are strong as fuck. But it means so much more when those characters fight our MCs and we're standing toe to toe with them like that. That's what I mean. Like the power scaling and the feats of the characters were done really well. To like, you see Nappa going on around the fucking planet, and when he pulled up to Earth, he's going around destroying cities by just lifting his fingers. Like, and then you see Goku pull up to Nappa and like embarrass that nigga like that. Stuff like that, just the power scaling was done really well in this arc. But yeah, Goku versus Nappa, I had to say my favorite moment of this entire saga was Goku standing on Nappa's head and just being an absolute fucking menace like that. That level of just disrespect and savagery, that shit was amazing. And it really hit too, because Goku just pulled up to the battlefield and like most of his friends are laying on the ground dead. Like that's just like, that made that nigga pop off and shit. So that was done really well. And then final fight, Goku versus Vegeta. This shit was just a masterpiece. I ain't gonna lie. Like Goku versus Vegeta, they had a little bit of everything, all the way from Goku utilizing Kaioken to like Vegeta using Ozaru form and using the fake moon to turn into Ozaru, and then having control of that. Like, it's just a bunch of shit that we'd never seen before. And just seeing these two niggas, seeing this Prince of All Saiyans versus his underdog, like that was just a really good fight. Yeah, they did the Great Ape, Ozaru. They did that like really well. Spirit Bomb was also another one. Like, I love the Spirit Bomb. It's just like a very like raw ass move. It's an iconic ass move too. Like, you ever seen kids like charge up like a Kamehameha or put their fucking fingers to their forehead and do an instant transmission? Like, that's the kind of shit like oh, you remember that shit. Like, or if you watch Naruto, like you put your fingers up and try and make a shadow clone like that. That's just the shit that like the show is known for, and the Spirit Bomb is like in that category of like iconic ass shit that it just kind of defines Dragon Ball. And even if you're not like the biggest fan of Dragon Ball, you know what a damn Spirit Bomb is. You know what happens when you put your hands in the air to gather energy. Like, you don't even got to be a real hardcore fan to understand that shit. But yeah, overall, Saiyan Saga was done really well. It was a real great transition from like the end of Dragon Ball, where we had Piccolo as a villain, just and then that transitioned into the Namek saga where we gotta now bring back our dead homies that fucking Nappa smoked. So overall, I really fuck with this arc.
Side note, why did that baby Final Flash somehow just cut out the cloth that was covering folks' ass? Like, what kind of freaky ass key blast you to fire at this nigga? That shit was so ass, and that Gohan ain't want to pop out the vehicle so folks can see him with that shit on. You ever heard use the phrase dress to the nines? This is more like dress to the 2.5s. Okay, now let's talk about the Namek saga. To this day, I think the Namek saga is easily the best Dragon Ball Z arc, and it's not even that close in my opinion. There's so much content in this saga, gang, and although it's a pretty long arc, like as a kid, it never really felt like it was going on like longer than it should have been type shit. Even when watching this as an adult, I still feel the same way. Like, yeah, it's a bit on the slow side compared to like the pacing of like modern anime and shit, but I feel like that comes with the territory of older shows, so I can't really use that against it. And I don't really mind it at this point in my anime watching tenure. I don't really mind it at all. I also still felt a decent amount of that same tension and suspense that this arc made me feel as a kid. And that's literally one of the main things I remember as a shorty watching this. There's a lot of fear in this arc for a few reasons. First things first, the obvious. These niggas are on a distant planet that they've never been to. 2, Vegeta's here. 3, there are niggas that's even stronger than Vegeta, a lot stronger, and y'all barely just beat that nigga not too long ago. 4, Goku is late to the function again. And 5, all the people y'all trying to steer clear of are all looking for the Dragon Balls that you're looking for, meaning that you're gonna run into these niggas eventually. And 6, just fear of not knowing what's gonna happen next between all these niggas is just terrifying at that for our MCs. At the beginning of the Namek saga, we're pretty much in the dark when it comes to the broad conflict, but this arc goes on and it does an amazing job at peeling back the layers to the story as the arc progresses, in my opinion. Also, it's kind of crazy how real this series gets. I'm strictly thinking about the Namekians when I say this, by the way. Niggas literally pulled up to their home planet and slaughtered them and stuffed around that bitch like it was theirs the whole time. Sounds really familiar if you ask me. Or if you could spin it a different way, they were just chilling at the crib and these intergalactic colonizers just pulled up and basically enslaved and slaughtered them. Sounds really familiar as well. But anyways, let's run through the saga, gang, because there's a lot to talk about here. First things first, side note. The way that they use the term Namek is very unsettling. I promise you, if you replace the word Namek with nigga or even the hard R Runsky, I can guarantee that the sentence will damn near feel equally offensive.
Hey, Krillin. I mean, if Kami made the Dragon Balls and he's a Namek, why couldn't other Nameks do the same thing?
Like, am I tweaking, my nigga? Am I tweaking? Does that sound crazy?
But survive. I don't get it. If these Namekians really had a set of Dragon Balls like you guys say...
See, Yajirobe gets it. Namekian sounds way better.
Hey, you call that good news? You're talking about 100 Piccolos here.
Maybe not. That 100 Piccolos sounds racist as hell, too. That's like, bro, it's like 100 Jaquavius is kind of tight beat. Like, I don't know about that line, Scud. I don't know. Anyways, before I started gathering my thoughts about this saga as a whole, I had to stop and tell myself, like, hey, maybe you should go rewatch some of this shit, gang. You got a good memory, but there's no way you remember everything in this motherfucker. And it turns out that was the right move, because my slow ass low-key forgot why they were even here to begin with. Shouts out to Vegeta again, by the way, for clutching up and telling them that Namek had Dragon Balls. Shouts out to Vegeta. Another reason why I'm glad he's alive. They gave us a lot of information about the Dragon Balls themselves before they even touched down on the planet to make sure that us and the main cast were well informed about them. Hey, Bulma looking kinda, you know what I mean? Oh no, we gotta talk about Yazabeth Heights. We gotta talk about Yazabeth Heights. Josh ass knew I wasn't gonna forget about this. Gee, I know I'm not the most locked in nigga when it comes to like when I watched this as a kid. I know I wasn't the most locked in nigga at all. But genuine question there. How many of you niggas actually remember what Yazabeth Heights was? Cause this nigga Josh had that just in the holster when the question came up about the shit. It was baffling. My nigga heard that question and said Yazabeth Heights with his hands folded immediately. Nigga answered that shit like it was a simple arithmetic equation. Folks answered that shit. We were in that bitch like, is that French or Portuguese? Maybe I'm not a real friend, man. Maybe I'm just a fried DBZ fan for real. But maybe that's just common knowledge for real. Hey, low-key, seeing Gohan saying that he wanted to go was a fire-ass scene. Seeing him like stand up for himself was super cool. And I like how he like respectful little folks kept it. Cause he could have been like, he could have played like a little Timothy and ripped the fuck you mom. But he kept it cool. I like how Goku was just sitting there smiling, not saying shit like a proud dad. And I also love how understanding Chi-Chi is throughout this shit too. I remember like when I was a kid, I used to thought Chi-Chi was just like a whole nag throughout this whole show. But it's not really like that, at least all the time. Chi-Chi just wants some sense of like normality in her family. And I get it 1000%. I guess you want some normality, but you probably should have thought about that before you married a nigga that you used to joyride around on a cloud with. I'm just saying. That bad father narrative easily gets dissected when you watch the show, nigga. My fault about all this talk before they get on the ship. I don't know I'm yapping, but we gotta talk about this weak-ass fit Chi-Chi had Gohan in. That fit was so ass that nigga Gohan ain't want to pop out the vehicle supposed to see him with that shit on. You ever heard niggas use the phrase dress to the nines? This is more like dress to the 2.5s. The Jiminy Cricket were not Jiminy Cricketing enough for me personally. I'm not gonna... Alright, I'm through. Hey, Bulma kinda... Oh, man. Finding out that Vegeta was on Namek was the beginning of the treacherous time on Namek. I'm not gonna lie. It was bad. I know me personally, if I would have seen that sand ship, I would have had a hint of Dookie going down the pants leg of my gi. Me personally, that's just me. And then seeing the other one, it made me like, soiled the other pants leg too. We got to see a lot of shit happen when they first touch out on Namek low key. We got to see our first intro to Frieza, Zarbon, Dodoria. We got to see Kui get absolutely Moema warped. After trying that weak-ass shit against Vegeta. Dirty Fireworks is such a raw-ass move, by the way. Side note, sorry. The Vegeta versus Dodoria standoff was low-key pretty fire, too, because we got to see Vegeta, like, really get into his shit-talking bag, and that's, like, the favorite iteration of Vegeta that I have is when he talking shit and he, like, really confident. Low-key, Dodoria was trying to, like, love bro folks' ass. Like, him trying to take his Scouter was like a starter taking a bench warmer chin strap for the niggas that play football out there. It's, like, the same exact effect. And it's crazy how Dodoria just dropped the A-gang. Frieza blew up your home planet and slaughtered damn near your entire race because he felt threatened. And then Vegeta hit him with the woo-wop and some zested bam as the garnish on top and sent Dodoria straight to hell after he tried to run away. After a Dead by Daylight game against Vegeta and Goku fixing the spaceship, damn, I miss when this nigga Goku used to beat all the stupid allegations. And, a casual, unnecessary slaughter of a Namekian village, we get Vegeta versus Zarbon, which is another fire-ass moment. I think the part of this fight that I enjoyed the most was the whole spaceship section where he outsmarted Frieza and everybody on that ship pretty much. Otherwise, the vibe. This shit was slight work the second time around. He beat his ass right in front of Bulma and Krillin. I know that was a terrifying sight to see. I'm not gonna lie. Speaking of terrifying, gang, when Vegeta found out that Gohan finessed him and took one of the Dragon Balls he hit, I was like, oh no, he really about to smoke our shit. Cause that nigga Vegeta was pissed. This is the part of the fear that I was talking about earlier. Like, on the good guy side, we currently feel like ants in this whole ass like jungle ecosystem at this point. Seemingly we're insignificant, and now one of our predators know that we've deceived them and now they're hunting us actively. The tension started building up a lot around this time. We literally just got off like a whole ass close call and now we're on the run. And what's even worse is that Frieza, aka the most dangerous nigga in the picture, just called up even realer niggas to go look for the Dragon Balls. This situation was horrible. Speaking of those realer niggas, it's time to talk about the Ginyu Force section. And it really seemed like the struggle was really like never ending here at this point, because the niggas that we were rooting for are literally at the bottom of the totem pole. And they just showing us more and more that we can't hang while we wait for Goku's appearance. Even when we got this like temporary alliance with Vegeta, that shit still didn't look good. And Vegeta's pretty strong at this point. And Dragon Ball Z made sure they didn't drag their feet when it came to making us feel this way. Look at when it was first face to face with the Ginyu Force. Like, this is probably like a really minuscule scene that don't mean much to a lot of people, but look at like how desperate Vegeta was in his attempts to get rid of the last two Dragon Balls just so they couldn't use it and bring it to Frieza. Just the fact that he tried some desperate shit means that like these niggas strong, and like he's a very fearsome ally to have at this point that we literally just ganked due to this circumstance. And he still can't do shit. We still can't do shit. They hyped up Berta like hell. Like when he threw that Dragon Ball and he like caught up like before everybody realized it, that was like raw. That was a cold ass scene. Definitely a rare W for my nigga. They did the same thing for Gordo too. Gave him a cool little scene where he took the Dragon Ball. And I actually like the approach to the Ginyu Force's writing overall and they overall nature too. Up until now, we just been dealing with like straight up super evil niggas. So it's nice to see a change up here. They gave the Ginyu Force that same that same menace and presence that the other villains had in their introductions, but they gave them more of a comedic tone than anything, which was pretty refreshing considering the dire circumstances that our heroes found themselves in. I mean, these niggas playing rock, paper, scissors to see who gonna beat who ass. Gordo's hideous and weird, and Raccoon just like talk funny. Like, it's just some real like lighthearted fun type shit. But I mean, you about to die, but like, fun. You feel me? Side note, any of the little sequences where Jason's talking too much is always gonna be funny as hell. Especially him apologizing to Ginyu after folks told that nigga to shut up. It's just so funny, folks. It's classic comedy. The whole fight sequence was hard. This is a joy to watch when I was a kid because this was like weeks and weeks of anticipation and cliffhangers, bro. The initial fight against Gordo was actually way better than I remember. And that's because strictly, I think adding the time aspect of DBZ fights can make for some really cool shit. I mean, look how cool Hit was in Dragon Ball Super. That plus him having psychic powers, which is something that we don't like really see that much in DBZ. It's a pretty interesting switch up from like the raw speed and power that we used to seeing. And like Vegeta cutting folks' head off was a crazy surprise too. I'm not gonna lie, I didn't expect that to happen. The fight against Raccoon was pretty fire because we got to see like Vegeta actually like try his hardest for the first time, like actually try 100%. And after he got his initial power up too, and for a minute it really looked like the nigga was winning. Gee, when that smoke cleared and that nigga Raccoon was standing there zestfully while laughing, that shit was so damn funny, boy. Like now that I'm watching this. Side note, why did that baby Final Flash somehow just cut out the cloth that was covering folks' ass? Like, what kind of freaky ass key blast did Vegeta fire at this nigga? But we all know what happens next. Vegeta got his ass waxed pretty badly, and it was brutal. Same thing for Krillin and Gohan too. I'm pretty sure he broke Gohan's neck with that kick. I definitely remember watching this as a kid, and I thought that like Gohan was dead for sure. But now it's that time. And you know what time it is, folks. Goku pulled up on some disrespectful shit. Raccoon over here talking about, hey, shorty, who is you? Move around. You ain't got shit to do with this. Goku ignored folks and started handing out per 30s to his niggas. I think it was even funny that they was having that walk with me son ass talk. Like Raccoon wasn't standing right there. And it's making it even funnier that the fact that Vegeta was still hating while all this shit was happening. This nigga Vegeta was real on his, he was on his real Meet the Grams of Euphoria type beat. Like, gang, he's saving you. What the fuck are you hating him for? And hold on, this nigga Goku could read minds, boy. What the fuck? When did you learn this, pal? I think it's low-key funny because Goku only healed Vegeta because he knew he would beat his ass if he stepped in the wrong direction, folks. Folks just not this nice goofy y'all all try to make him out to be, folks. It's some of this shit is calculated. And I already talked about this fight in my Museum of Making video, but there's a major detail that I forgot about. This is what niggas first heard about Super Saiyans. They planted this little nugget of information here. Like, planting this little nugget of information here is actually really smart. I think this, like, inner dialogue with Vegeta seemingly having, like, admiration for his op is damn near the turning point of Vegeta's character from this point on. This had to be strategically planted because this works out a bit too well. In hindsight, these are two major things for later on in the story that, like, this is a perfect place for them to be introduced at. I think Frieza and Nail was a really important fight because this is where they finally took them fucking cereal box toys off their face. Got rid of them bum ass scouters. I think they said Frieza was like at 500,000 or some shit at base, and Toriyama was like, yeah, I'm sick of counting this shit. And just we never heard a number again. I love it there, bro. Besides the 1 million, but like, this is like kind of where they started to be like, yeah, you know, we don't care about these numbers no more. I think one of the most underrated sequences in this arc is the Ginyu fight, the Captain Ginyu fight. It's always refreshing to see like some unconventional techniques in DBZ, and it doesn't get more unconventional than Ginyu's body change. Seeing him switch bodies with Goku created a really like uncomfortable scenario for Gohan and Krillin too. I would be super conflicted too if my homie was in another nigga body and I had to beat folks' ass in his body to get my homie back where he belonged. Like, it's just confusing and that's weird. Pause a little bit if that is a pause. Even Vegeta ass was confused in the midst of him like sending Jace to hell and changing that nigga into a frog was not how I expected that fight to end, all things considered. I'm not gonna lie. I love this sequence after the fight too, because Vegeta was like being a dickhead, like on some funny shit, but he was genuinely trying to help this nigga Goku. And I don't know why that Mondo cool line is funny as hell to me, but it just is. This whole sequence was pretty good in my opinion. It's nice to see Vegeta get in his bag and get the absolute shit talking mode, because we all know what happens after this, because it didn't last that long. The Frieza sequence is one of the best fights in anime history, obviously. Starting off, it was pretty nice to get Piccolo back in the picture. Now, when Guru died and Krillin looked up and they seen Frieza on the little pillar, they finally like set the stage for the fight. And I just had a strong feeling that this shit was about to be really bad, and boy, was I right. It was cool to see Piccolo fuse with Nail too. I think it was pretty cool to just have a moment where Piccolo is probably like arguably stronger than Vegeta at least once. And this is also like a monumental moment in the story too, because this is what the funniest part about DBZ comes to fruition. This is what Piccolo just started yelling for absolutely no reason from this day right here. And just seeing him hyper himself up is just pure comedy still to this day, bro. At first glance, at least in base, it really looked like Vegeta was like on equal footing with Frieza's ass. But once he reached that second floor, it started to look less and less realistic that they was actually gonna beat that nigga. Oh my God, folks. Gohan summed it up so perfectly, cause That nigga said, it was nice knowing you, Krillin, bro. All that courage just evaporated. Like, Gohan dapped up Krillin and just said, long live us, nigga, on bro.
That's it, Buckaroo. Ride 'em, cowboy.
Whoa, Frieza, no Diddy.
You
No
freaky
Diddy.
ass nigga.
All right, my fault. Low-key, shout out to Gohan here. Folks actually landed some like clean hits on folks that even Vegeta ass was like, okay, little nigga, you doing your thing there, for Nemu. Gohan definitely boosted the team morale at this point because he was definitely like the realest nigga here for a little while. The Piccolo pull-up was clean, game. I'm not gonna lie. It was clean. Vegeta was talking crazy to folks that like he wasn't sitting there scared as hell. Piccolo was actually hanging there for a minute too, you know, and then Frieza transformed again in his third form, and you know, shit happened. Funny fact, Frieza's third form used to terrify me as a kid, gang. And you know how I said like not like niggas menacing presence and used to scare me? Like this actually, I mean, like I used to play the Budokai games. Anytime this nigga went into this form, I used to damn near run out the room type shit. Like this was horrifying in my opinion. The funny thing is Piccolo was getting deep fried and Frieza ain't even had to do this, but he was like, man, I'm gonna transform again. Hats off to Vegeta for trying to get a quick Zenkai boost before he finished transforming, but this was all in vain. We know what happened. Then Frieza smoked the Senzu beam, plugged himself Dende, and this is where the legendary ass whooping begins. Vegeta versus Frieza is another fight that made its way into the museum Minkage with flying colors, and gang, I honestly think this is the worst beating that Vegeta ever received. Kid Buu is handing out a cartoonish ass whooping, but it's just the brutality mixed in with how confident Vegeta was in this fight and how fast that shit got silenced. It's just a combination of those that just really made me think like, damn, this is really bad. Gang, Frieza made an example of folks as Gohan, Piccolo, and Krillin couldn't do anything but watch Frieza use his back as a Wii Sports boxing drill. And you just hear Vegeta just screaming in pain and agony, and they couldn't do anything about it. Frieza could have been smoked, folks, but he had to make it clear that you niggas ain't shit. As a kid, this was a disturbing watch, and I didn't know I was looking for help harder than the internet was looking for Drake's daughter after Meet the Grams drop. Personally, I think a lot of people forgot like how long the Goku versus Frieza fight actually is. Even going back now, I genuinely do not remember this fight lasted for like 20 plus episodes. It's wild. I think it's because we often go straight to the most important moment, which is Super Saiyan, but there's so much more that happened before that. Like, there's so many small moments here that I think are really cool now that I'm rewatching this. After Frieza's like Ki Blast Flurry and showing him and Goku standing back to back on top of that one pillar of land is a cold ass shot, and they like floated down together. And what makes it even colder is that Goku didn't say anything at all while Frieza was thinking to himself, like actually acknowledging like Goku as a worthy opponent. And don't get me started with the music here, my God. I will play some here, but if this get copyrighted, I damn near crash out. This nigga Frieza threw his own planetary devastation at this nigga, G. If I'm not mistaken, I believe this is like one of the last times we actually got to see like Kaioken until like all the way in the Universe 6 tournament. It might have been like PyCon. It might have been some PyCon thing on the way, but like canonically, all the way to the Universe 6 tournament, that's the one time we see Kaioken again. The Spirit Bomb shit was pretty funny too. Like, cause Frieza wasn't on some like traditional anime villain type shit. He said, nah, nigga, what the hell you think you doing? He socked that nigga mid-energy harvest. Well, that shit was hilarious. And they baited us into thinking like this new iteration of the Spirit Bomb finished the fight, and then the rest was history. Krillin now was super unexpected in my opinion, because I'm not gonna lie, all that shit happened so fast. Usually like Dragon Ball Z like will like draw out a moment. It'd be like, you know, a 5-minute moment with something that could happen real fast, but Krillin died like fast. Like Frieza popped up and that nigga was dead 2 minutes later. But that was the catalyst that Goku needed. We all know what happens next, boy. We all know. Oh man, the Super Saiyan transformation. The Super Saiyan transformation is anime. This is the moment that all kids around the world dreamed of recreating. And shout out to Sean Schemmel, man. This voice acting was delivered so perfectly, and this is why he's in the Voice Actor Hall of Fame. Literally hearing like the pain and struggle from like kind of like trying to restrain himself or control his anger type shit. This shit made the world stop. Like, I actually seen a clip of these guys in the gym rewatching this, and everybody in there just stopped and like stopped working out. They were like looking at the screen when this moment happened. Like, this scene makes you lock in. Like, anytime this shit on the screen, you probably gonna look at this shit. And without this moment, like setting a precedent and the standard for like transformations, I doubt moments like this that try to replicate this will have the same feeling. And like, it probably wouldn't be as good. This is the model way to do any transformation in any show from like this point on. And to see this moment replicated in the video games hits every single time. It don't matter how many games I see it in. And from that point on, It was all about revenge. My boy Goku get his. Goku didn't care about the planet dying right before his very eyes, which looked very amazing, by the way. Shout out to all the artists and animators that worked on that. He just wanted to disrespect Frieza. You knew that's what it actually was when Goku just started slapping that nigga repeatedly on some disrespectful shit. Like, why is he slapping the shit out of him like this? They also gave us more Goku's tragic flaw here at the end of the fight. I'm not gonna lie, this is actually insane how merciful this nigga is. Cause Frieza literally just killed his best friend. And it still burns him after the fact. Cause Frieza still ends up trying to kill him with his back turned, even after his act of kindness. It's funny, after all this, like, cause all these niggas are kind of like spectating, kind of sort of, or like getting King Kai's like playback of the play-by-play like commentary on it, and Vegeta still on Earth acting like a dickhead, like he's still on bullshit. But I think he's still like messing with Gohan, even though he beat the shit out of him. Like I mean, they did just go through like hell and back together, so that's super understandable. So he's kind of like an abusive uncle, if that makes sense. And I really enjoyed him like sorting out the whole situation for the Namekians too, because them niggas was just chilling and they just ended up getting slaughtered. So it was cool to see them get reparations for that. I wish black people got the similar treatment, but you know, America. Overall, I still genuinely think that the Namek Saga is not only the best arc in the Dragon Ball series, but I think it's one of the best arcs in anime ever. That feeling of tension that you get like throughout this whole arc is still present, even though I know what's gonna happen next, which is crazy. Goku's beef with Frieza had as much tension as Kendrick versus Drake beef had now, and that's impressive because this shit getting real over there. It's not crazy to say this is the most important arc in anime history, and this still holds up. The Namek Saga is great.
All right, man, we back again with another review on my boy Mondo right here. It's your boy Durag Demon. You know, follow me on all social media per usual. Twitter, Instagram, Snapchat, Twitch, all that Durag Demon _. Pretty sure most of them should be something close to that. But yeah, we back here on my boy Vaughn channel talking about some more Dragon Ball Z, my favorite anime of all time, easily, uncontested, always will be, period. But we talking about the Namek Saga this time. So the Namek Saga is a pretty long saga and a pretty good one in terms of the story for Dragon Ball Z. Start off with, you know, post Saiyan Saga, Goku's in the hospital, stuff like that, and then a lot of the Z fighters are dead. Tien dead, Yamcha dead, Piccolo dead, Chaozu dead. They all died from the Saiyan battle, so you know, a lot of them, especially Chaozu, has already been revived by the Dragon Balls, so they can't really use the Earth Dragon Balls because you can only bring somebody back one time. So they need another resolution, and then that's when I find out, oh yeah, it's another set of Dragon Balls on Planet Namek that y'all might be able to use. So cool. They go travel. They end up finding Kami's ship. I'm only mentioning this point because I know Vaughn finna harp on this in his actual video, because they go to find Kami's ship in a place called Yanzabit Heights, and Vaughn been trolling me for the longest that I actually know the name of this place called Yanzabit Heights.
You damn straight.
In Dragon Ball Z, seeing as to how this is like one of the only times in Dragon Ball Z that they actually mentioned the name Yanzabit Heights, so he be, you know, trolling me over that point. But you know, that being said, you know, they found a ship, cool. Get to Namek, took about a month. And yeah, it's just another adventure for the Dragon Ball Z fighters. Krillin and Gohan. Chi-Chi dressed him up like a motherfucking Boy Scout, lame as hell. Like, just, he looks terrible. But yeah, them two moments they go all the way to Namek, cool. Instantly, as soon as they get to that motherfucker, and I mean instantly, it's just instant problems. Vegeta landed instantly right after. Vegeta got his ass whooped on Earth by all the Z fighters. You know, he, you know, on the brink of death type shit. So he got healed up, healing pod, cool, came back, right? So cool. From that point on, it's instant trouble. As soon as they land on that motherfucker, Vegeta instantly fighting Qui. That's like the first fight that we get from this whole saga. He absolutely destroys Qui, because before they both had 18,000 power levels. It was about, you know, pretty even before Vegeta went to Planet Namek. Well, this is where we get, not the introduction, but this is where this saga puts a lot of emphasis on Zenkai boosts. So Vegeta, obviously he got his ass whooped on Earth, so he gets a Zenkai boost, and it's only applicable to Saiyans. If you get, you know, on close to death, then you get a power increase. So he got a power increase since fighting on Earth, and he absolutely slaughters Kui. Not even close. Then fast forward a little bit, Vegeta, you know, terrorizing Frieza's group now. Now he fights Dodoria, slaughters Dodoria too. Like he just shitting on these niggas. It's a good introduction to the Frieza group. Frieza himself, just, you know, the pretty much ruler of the universe as far as we're concerned at this point. It's really interesting just to see how far in advance they are compared to everybody else. I remember when Krillin and Gohan first got there and Frieza and his gang actually flew by, they were just like completely shook. Like, bro, at this power level that I just felt was just like, it just made some shit run down my ass and I need to go clean it up real quick type shit. Like, it was like, I ain't never been that scared in my life type shit. So it was, you know, it was one of the moments. But nonetheless, yeah, Vegeta slaughtering everybody. That's pretty much the beginning of this arc. On the actual Planet Namek, Vegeta is just literally slaughtering Frieza's men. Kills Kui, kills Dodoria, he fights Zarbon. He's beating Zarbon ass at first, but Zarbon, we also have an introduction to Zarbon being, you know, one of the few people in this universe that can transform. So we're introduced to transformation. Not introduced, because obviously the Saiyans had their Ozaru transformation back in, you know, OG Dragon Ball with Goku and Vegeta and Gohan and stuff like that, and Dragon Ball Z. This is, I guess, one of the other transformations that we've seen. We get kind of reintroduced to it because it's been a while since we've really seen it. I guess, nah, because Vegeta just did it in the same arc. I'm talking. He actually transforms. It's not really much of a transformation either. He, you know, just buffs up a little bit and just start beating Vegeta ass. Cool. A lot has happened in this arc. It's just a very long arc. A lot of fights. A lot of things happening. Vegeta gets whooped. Cool. Takes him to the healing pod. This was dumb as fuck. Zarbon whooped his ass, took him back to Frieza's ship to heal him, and he left like some Frieza's like regular soldiers just watching Vegeta. Like, I don't understand the thought process behind it, because obviously when Vegeta heals, he's just gonna whoop their ass, break out that bitch, cause more havoc. Why isn't Zarbon or Frieza the two people on the planet that can actually whoop Vegeta's ass right now? In Frieza's group, at least. Why don't one of you niggas watch him? Obviously Zarbon, because Frieza's not gonna do that. That's, you know, peasant work to him type shit. So why didn't Zarbon just watch his ass? Like, you feel me? Like, that was kind of stupid on their part to have just a pull to fucking watch him. Then Vegeta, you know, causing more havoc because they at this time are gathering Dragon Balls, because Frieza overheard the whole Dragon Ball thing by Nappa Scouter and when they were on Earth. So he was like, oh yeah, I'm going to Namek. Let's do this shit. So he, you know, is getting the Dragon Balls before everybody else, because Vegeta wants the Dragon Balls, obviously, because he wants immortality at this time. The Z Fighters want the Dragon Balls right now to bring back Chaozu and the rest of the people at the same time as well. So there's a lot of niggas that want the Dragon Balls. So Frieza and them have already got some of them, because they went around to the villages. They slaughter in the villages and take their Dragon Balls to straight, you know, straight imperialism type shit. Taking that shit to say fuck y'all. So Vegeta took them motherfuckers, staying them bitches cool. Let's see. Then we get an introduction to Guru, big fat ass nigga, basically the OG, the godfather of the Namekians. He, you know, do some cool shit, like he gives potential increases or releases to Krillin and Gohan. Both of them. Krillin's wasn't that much, but Gohan's obviously was a lot. They said that Gohan went from where he was at to around Vegeta's level on Earth when he first arrived. So that's a pretty big increase, because Gohan was nowhere near that. But we all know that Gohan has a lot of latent potential. So a lot of kind of just plot points that get played out later in Dragon Ball Z really kind of, you know, manifesting the foundations and stuff are setting in this arc right here. So, you know, we see the Gohan, you know, having latent potential. We see that for the rest of Dragon Ball still, in Super, and, you know, in the Dragon Ball Heroes movie, we still see that shit. So it's a very big plot point for Dragon Ball and Gohan's character development specifically. But yeah, after that, Vegeta kills, kills him. We get introduced to Nail, another strong fighter, the strongest Namekian by far at this point. And then turns out Frieza just gonna call the motherfucking Ginyu Force. So Ginyu Force, his big bad special elite force, which originated under, you know, his father King Cole, and it's now his special elite force, come to Namek. So obviously fucking shit up. Like fucking shit up. They almost had immortality, but that's what Vegeta obviously was hoping for, so he can actually beat these niggas. They end up fighting them niggas too, fighting the whole fucking Ginyu Force, getting absolutely whooped. Well, first Gohan and Krillin fought them first, fought Guldo specifically, and they was finna get they shit worked. Like, they was doing something a little bit at first, but then Guldo did his paralysis shit and was about to like smoke them niggas with them tree things. But Vegeta obviously saved him. At this point, we can say that he had some type of connection to him at this point because he needed them alive specifically. But then they gotta fight Recoome. Good lord, Recoome slaughtered Vegeta. Like, he beat his fucking ass up and down that motherfucker. And then beat Gohan's ass, beat Krillin ass, and then finally Goku, the king of showing up late, finally comes to this motherfucker rescue. The king, he always show up late as hell. He just did in the same arc coming back alive. Like, granted, he did just come back from the fucking dead, so I guess he has to travel that whole time. But still, good lord, showing up late per usual. But he saves him, of course. Whoops Recoome's ass. Whoops Jason Burter's ass. Like, Jace kind of escapes, but he like absolutely decimates Recoome and Burter for sure. Ginyu had already left at this point. He back at the ship. He took the Dragon Balls back to Frieza like the little right-hand bitch boy henchman he is. And then after that, Ginyu ends up coming back to the fight scene. And then we end up getting Goku versus Ginyu. A very good fight in this. We get to see Goku's more upper limits of his power since he was training the entire time that he was flying to Namek. He's doing the gravity chain that we're getting introduced to for the first time. It's gonna be a good element. Like I said, a lot of elements are playing the foundation right now that are gonna be, you know, for the duration of Dragon Ball. So gravity training is something that we see for the rest of Dragon Ball. They're still utilizing gravity chambers. The Buu Saga, you know, after that, et cetera, they're still using this as an effective training method. And we see Goku go up to, I believe, 100 times Earth gravity while he was training for, it was 6 days that he took to travel from Earth to Namek in the new Saiyan pod that he got upgraded and shit. You know, made Goku go from where he was at in the Saiyan Saga to, you know, whooping Ginyu ass. Like, we saw the upper limits of Kaioken. Not really the upper limits, but he really pushed Kaioken. He didn't really give a number to it, but he just did Kaioken. He, you know, did like 180,000, I think it went up to. And Ginyu was only 120,000 at that point. So he was like, good lord, this is terrible. Switch bodies, a very good power that we see from Captain Ginyu. Unique. I don't think we've seen anything like that so far in Dragon Ball. So the power to switch bodies, because this body that he currently had that's just not even his body. He took that from somebody else. But shitty as hell. He took Goku body, thought shit was gonna be sweet. Ain't he know how to use that shit. So ended up getting his ass whooped by Vegeta because Vegeta got a sensu beam from Goku when he got back. Got his ass absolutely whooped. Vegeta has a lot of highs and lows in this arc right here, so it's he really whoops Ginyu's ass, and he's probably has a lot of resentment towards Ginyu because Ginyu has been the elite special force of the Frieza forces for a long time, and you know, Vegeta spent most of his life ruling or under the rule of Frieza, so he knew that, you know, he's always been below the Ginyus in terms of power and in terms of rank. So I know he, you know, that did something for him, whooping their ass. He also did kind of whoop Burter's ass and Recoome's ass after Goku already did like kill them type shit. But yeah. After that, let's see, he whooped their ass, switched back, Goku got his body back. Cool, fast forward. Now they finna use the Dragon Balls. Frieza comes back and they just like, oh my fucking god. Now this shit getting fucking real. Gohan, Krillin, and Vegeta versus Frieza. Now Frieza's a very interesting character to me because Frieza don't be doing shit. Like, when I tell you he don't do shit, he sit on his ass. He let all his henchmen do everything. He don't fight no more. He, like, you know, he just be chilling. So the fact that he can maintain such a level of power and dominance while he doesn't actively train or nothing, like what we see from, you know, the beginning of Dragon Ball Super, like he clearly states like, oh yeah, I gotta start training for the first time in my life that I really had to. So these feats that he pulls off in his arc are just very impressive because he did this without ever having to try. And that just shows the level that his species is on. It's just a completely different level from everybody entirely. Like nobody naturally ever has been at that level, just at birth, from a natural species at least. Like we get, you know, the Ginyu Force are all mutants from their respective species, and they're not even like regular. They're mutants from their species, so their regular species not that strong. Saiyans have never been as strong as Frieza ever, just naturally. But yeah, he has, you know, the first transformation, he is ended up fighting Vegeta. So very not really a fight, but like they just had like a test of power. Like they, you know, were just pushing against each other, and you know, essentially their power levels were pretty much even at that point. For his first transformation, transformed into his second form. I think his first form was around 500,000. 530,000, yeah. 530,000 was Frieza's power level in his first form. Cool. Transforms. Now this nigga's at 1 million. 1 fucking million. We're just like, what the fuck? This nigga big as hell, full as hell, whooping everybody's ass, loving everybody's fucking ass. Krillin goes down. We find out, you know, then they can actually heal niggas. Heals Krillin, you know, shit like that. Cool. They stalling, just bullshitting that shit. Then finally we see the return of Piccolo, because they used the Dragon Balls before Frieza actually got there to do 2 wishes. 1, to wish Piccolo back to life, and 2, to wish him to the planet Namek so that he gets transported there instantaneously. So we see Piccolo, we see him fuse with Nail, the other strongest Namekian on the planet. They fuse, Piccolo pulls up to the scene. Cool. He's on par with first form Frieza. On par, and this is pissing Vegeta the fuck off. He's like, what the fuck? And Vegeta's gonna have a lot of these moments just in Dragon Ball in general where somebody is stronger than him, and he's just like, what the fuck? Why is this nigga stronger than me? Type shit. He's had moments like this with Piccolo literally in the future. So it's very cool to see Piccolo actually getting some credit and screen time, because in whatchamacallit, in the Saiyan Saga, he got whooped by Nappa. Didn't really do much. He fought the Cybermen and stuff like that, and you know, kind of took one of them out. But outside of that, you know, Piccolo hasn't really had much relevance since he fought Raditz with Goku, you know. So this is a very big moment for Piccolo, power-wise. So since his power level was 1 million Frieza's, that means that Piccolo's is also somewhere around there. That's transformation number 2. Then we find out this nigga Frieza can transform again. We like, you have another transformation? Like, oh, you wasn't done? You just thought that, oh yeah, I'm just gonna keep going? Okay, whatever. Third form. This nigga about ugly as hell, but still strong as hell. Whooping their ass, whoop Piccolo ass. Just absolutely shitting on everybody. Then for some reason, Frieza just gets bored and decides to go to his 4th form. His final form, quote unquote. But transforms to his final form. This is when Krillin is blasting Vegeta, because Vegeta is using his Zenkai boost hack, since he has an automatic healing thing right here, being Dende. Told Krillin, yeah, blast me so I can get stronger and defeat this nigga. Cool. Krillin blast him. Dende want to heal him at first, but nonetheless he ends up healing him. And we get a massive Zenkai boost from fucking Vegeta here. He ends up fighting final form Frieza. He's doing pretty well at first, but we find out that Frieza's not trying. He's using like 1% of his fucking power or some shit like that. I think he used 1% to block Vegeta's Gallic gun when he fired it at him, something like that. 1%, like he's just absolutely not trying. So he whooping his ass, absolutely bullying him. The ass whooping that Frieza gave to Vegeta during this, my good lord, it is one of the worst ones that we have seen for sure. It's a number of ass whoopings that Vegeta has gotten that are just very bad. Kid Buu being one of them. Kid Buu and I think Frieza are like the top 2, like how bad he got his ass whooped. 18 is up there. 18 whooped his ass too, but Kid Buu and Frieza were just different. Like he was whooping his ass. He fucking parted the sea like Moses and went down to the bottom and just started whooping his fucking ass. Like ate a crab on some random ass shit, but just kept like fucking piecing his shit the fuck up. And I was just like, yeah, Vegeta got it pretty bad. Like that nigga, I would hate to be him. But again, Goku makes another entrance to the battlefield, of course, late per usual. but can't be mad. He was healing up in Frieza's ship. Goku pulls up, cool. Now, the longest fight in Dragon Ball is finally starting. We see Vegeta crying because all of his life has been dedicated to ruling Frieza, and Frieza is the only reason that Vegeta is the way that he is. He's evil and all this stuff. Because Frieza ruled over his entire race and then killed his race and then continued to rule over Vegeta. He's cried, just venting basically on his frustrations on how his life turned out because of Frieza's rule and how everything is because of him. All the suffering him and his people have been through is because of him. Very big character development moment for Vegeta in the show. I think that Vegeta overall has some of the best character development in the show overall, because he just, he grows so much from being just a fucking dickhead to actually having a lot of depth as a character, actually growing and actually, changing and showing some emotion. Like, never thought that you'd see this type of emotion from Vegeta when you first met him, or a lot of people that knew Vegeta. Not one to cry and stuff like that. So for him to actually open up to Goku and admit all of this on the brink of death was very, very big for his character development. So I really like that. And then they finally fight, of course. But Goku's a lot stronger. Frieza's a lot stronger than Goku at this point. I want to say Goku's power level was probably like 3 million, somewhere around there. When his base form, when he first got healed, then they're fighting. Frieza's using still just a portion of his power. Like, Goku goes all the way to Kaioken times 20 Kamehameha, and he's, I believe, blocked it with like 5% of his power, something like that. So like, Frieza still is just absolutely not trying. After that, from that point on, they were fighting for quite a bit, and then we finally get to see the best, arguably the best transformation in anime history. The Super Saiyan transformation. Very memorable scene, very epic scene, very good music. A lot of people, have ties with the Bruce Faulconer soundtrack that is used during this transformation. Is overall a very nostalgic, very huge, one of the biggest moments in anime ever. And it led a lot of people to, copying this trope and, using this trope in real life situations, trying to turn Super Saiyan in real life. And this just had such a profound impact on the anime community overall. Like, everybody, you see other animes, pull it just because they know that it is such an epic thing. Like we said, Daily Life of the Immortal King, somebody, went Super Saiyan in that show. Like, it's just, everybody recognizes how impactful that transformation was and how legendary it is overall. So just respects to this transformation and the impact of it on the anime community. But yeah, this overall fight, Frieza versus Goku, was a very long fight. We see Frieza finally going 100% all out when he's fighting Goku in his form. So this nigga gets swole as hell in his final form versus full power Super Saiyan. They end up fighting for a while. Frieza ended up getting mad as hell, trying to blow up the damn planet. And he's still losing. Like, he just throwing a little bitch fit because he's actually getting his shit work right now. So Super Saiyan ends up being stronger than Frieza's final form, and we get a pretty good ending to the Namek saga with Goku beating Frieza, not really killing him because he comes back and stuff, but he ends up defeating him. He has to rush to get off the planet. Somehow he made it off the planet. He used one of the Ginyu Force pods that he found, went to Yardrat, actually beat the time, because Frieza said that when he blew up the planet, he was like, oh yeah, planet's gonna be done in like 5 minutes, okay? But little do we know, 5 minutes in anime is like, maybe 2 hours. So Goku had like 5 minutes, or quote unquote 2 hours, to actually, get off the planet, continue to beat Frieza and get off the planet. So yeah, he ends up actually getting off. Frieza is caught in the explosion of the planet. And this is also where we learned that people in this world, in this anime world, the Dragon Ball Z world, are strong enough to withstand a planet being blown up. The thing that kills most people is obviously the vacuum of space and being able to survive in space. But the actual planet being blown up doesn't kill him, because Frieza, He ended up getting blasted by Goku first off, and then the planet blew up after that, and this nigga was still alive because his species can actually survive in the vacuum of space. That was a pretty good ending, obviously, to the Frieza saga, and it's not over with Frieza, of course, because he's still alive. But a couple things that I wanted to mention about my, I guess, criticism of this saga. The first thing being, the first one isn't really criticism, but we see the power level system, the numeric power level system kind of get thrown away after this saga right here, because it's just too much. It's getting way out of hand. I believe the ending power levels for Super Saiyan was around 180 million. So something along those lines. Like they started off with, in the hundreds and in the, single digits for power levels. Like humans are like power level 5. Like I remember during OG Dragon Ball, they're like, in maybe the hundreds. And by the end of, at the beginning of Dragon Ball Z, they're around like 300-400, Goku and Piccolo. So you go from that to fucking 180 million. It's just like, okay, well, how much stronger can these niggas actually get? Like, good lord, these niggas are strong. The power scaling numeric system of Dragon Ball Z kind of gets thrown to the side. So it's not really a criticism. It's just like one of the things about this arc. Like, this is the last arc that we really see the power scaling system being utilized and like the actual numeric scale being put on these people's power levels. Because after this, it's just no point of, you're in the millions. It's just going to be hard to keep up with all these big numbers, especially for some of the younger fans. Strength just gets completely out of the realm. And yeah, that's one thing we see going to an end. Other thing about this arc, I guess this one is more of a criticism, but we kind of get rid of the whole Zenkai boost system as well. Not really a system, but like that trope of Zenkai boosting to get a power increase, because this saga right here was Zenkai boost galore. Oh my god, everybody got a Zenkai boost. Vegeta got a Zenkai boost after leaving Earth, after he got his ass whooped. Vegeta got another Zenkai boost after Raccoon whooped his ass and he finally got healed up. He then got a Zenkai boost after Krillin blasted that hole in his chest. And then Goku also got a Zenkai boost after his fight with Ginyu Force and stuff like that and being injured and all that. So we see like those 5 Zenkai boosts just really be a reason that Goku and Vegeta are even on that level. We even get Zenkai boosts from, from Gohan too. Like Gohan gets his Zenkai boost when he's fighting Frieza, because he gets his ass whooped at first. He gets his Zenkai boost and he's actually doing a lot more. Like he's pushing back third form Frieza, like during a fight, he's like pushing the Ki Blast against him type of thing. So he, gets that. It's just a very prominent trope towards the beginning of Dragon Ball Z that kind of just dies out, I think, because we don't see Zenkai boosts utilized really much at all after this, just because it's just like kind of seen probably as more of a cheap way to get power. We see that, Vegeta uses it in a hacks way to kind of get an increase in power, and it could have got out of hand just how ease of access it was to get a power increase. So they kind of set that aside because they realized how easy it was, and then, so that, I guess, that criticism that I have of it is just because of how they kind of dropped it. But I think it's kind of their own fault, because they kind of, was using it a lot in the Namek Saga overall. But that's my overall consensus of the Namek Saga. I think that it is a very good arc. It's very long. Obviously, I've been talking for a while. And yeah, that's my overall consensus of the Namek arc.
So I think it's a pretty reasonable argument for the Android/Cell saga to be the second best or even the best saga in DBZ, hovering around the Namek saga. This saga gave us so much content, character development, and it introduced us to even more interesting villain figures and concepts within the DBZ verse. There are 2 main things that I remember when watching this as a kid, and it was like they introduced Trunks and how good of a villain Cell was. It's been a while since I did this last video, but I think I said something along the lines that DBZ does a good job at making these villains seem like very menacing, and that still remains true with Cell and the Androids as well. This is gonna be a pretty long ass video, so I won't hold you too long in the intro, so let's get this shit started, gang.
What's good, y'all? This is Matt. I'm here to talk about the Android saga and Cell saga. Dragon Ball Z. One of my favorite shows, and probably one of my favorite arcs of that show. Probably top 2 if I'm being honest. This arc had a lot of good stuff. Let's get into it. I'm gonna start from the beginning. So there's a lot going on before this with the Namek saga. You know, Goku and Frieza fighting on Namek, and then Goku's in outer space, but he's not dead. But we don't know where he is. And then Frieza's not dead either. Frieza gets picked up by his dad. They turn him into Mecha Frieza, so he's even stronger than before. And now he's headed to Earth. But we still don't know where Goku is. So it's a pretty dire situation, you know. Everybody's preparing for the pull-up, but nobody's really strong enough to deal with Frieza. And when he lands on Earth, it's looking pretty dire. And then we just see this kid come out of nowhere and just start smoking shit. And I'm just like, bro, who is this nigga? Like, he's easing that whole fucking army up. Like, them niggas could not stop him. And we sit there like, yeah, Frieza's probably about to dismantle this nigga. Like, it's about to be ugly. And all of a sudden, we just see him turn Super Saiyan. And it's just like, bro, what the fuck is going on? Like, beginning of this arc, it was literally just like, what the fuck is going on? Who is this? How is he this strong? Like, why is he a Super Saiyan? And how is he a Saiyan in general? Like, we don't know who the fuck Trunks is at this point of time. We didn't even know like time travel was a thing and like the history of the androids and shit. So it's just like really crazy starts to this arc. Really good fight to start it off too. And we get to learn a little bit more about Trunks, learn about, you know, the heart virus that Goku's gonna suffer in the next couple of years, and then how he gives the medicine to Goku. Shout out to History of Trunks OVA, by the way. I really fuck with that extended episode, and you know, and I think they talk about it at the end of this arc too, about how like Goku kind of attracts enemies towards him and how it would be better for him to stay in the other world, you know. But we get to see like a world without Goku and letting the androids just kind of run rampant. It's some scary shit over there. But really fuck with the History Trunks stuff. Trunks turning Super Saiyan, you know, just kind of seeing what would happen if Goku actually wasn't here to save us. And kind of showing like, yeah, Dragon Ball Z is a lot about like fighting and, you know, just powering up and fighting stronger opponents. But that's the first time where it's just like, what if the opponents actually win and just start smoking shit on Earth? So, but anyway, back to the actual Android saga. You know, Trunks gives us all this information. You know, we got 3 years to train and shit. Shout out to Toriyama for that filler episode of Goku and Piccolo driving them cars, because that show's funny as fuck.
Yo, what's good? It's your boy Durag Damon, man. Back with another video from my boy Vaughn. Shouts out, go give him a follow, like, subscribe, all that shit. You know how we rock. As well as me on all social media, Durag Demon. You can find me there. Alright, so today we gonna be going through the Cell/Android saga. Now, I ain't gonna hold y'all. This motherfucker kinda long. It's a long ass saga. So I'ma try my best to not make my motherfucking part super long. Alright, we gonna see how it go, but I'm gonna try to do my boy Vaughn a favor and just, you know, not make this bitch long. Alright, so cool. Starting off, let's see. At the end of this Frieza saga, you know, Namek gets blown the fuck up. Frieza survives. Cool. This nigga turns into a fucking cyborg type nigga. Comes back to the Earth, or not back, he never been there before, but comes to the Earth and it's like, oh yeah, I'm finna blow this bitch the fuck up. For real. Like, Goku did. All y'all niggas finna fucking die too. Fucking me. Cool, he show up with his pops. Both them niggas like, oh yeah, we on damn time. Cool, you know. We finna fuck this motherfucker up. Maybe enslave the whole planet or just blow that bitch up. We gonna see when we get that type shit. Alright, you know. They pull up like, damn, this bitch a motherfucking dump truck. What the fuck? So they come in this motherfucker like, oh yeah, this shit finna be sweet. Goku gone, ain't no more Super Saiyans. Cool. Cool. This nigga Trunks pull up instantly. Future Trunks comes and wipes out everybody. All the Frieza soldiers. He smokes Frieza, cuts that nigga up into some motherfucking sushi. King Cole let that nigga see his sword and beat his ass while he was holding his sword. Like, the sword wasn't finna make no difference, nigga. Like, I'm still finna piece your shit up, stupid ass nigga. So yeah, smokes all they ass, goes Super Saiyan. Cool. Everybody, all the Z fighters, they sitting there like, oh my god, what the fuck going on? Like, this nigga a Super Saiyan? I thought Goku was the Super Saiyan. Who the fuck is this nigga? So, you know, after he finished killing them niggas, he like, oh yeah, come on over. Goku finna be landing in about 3 hours type shit. Cool. Over this way, I got fridge, drinks, all type of shit. We finna, you know, kick it. Whatever, cool. You know Vegeta mad like a motherfucker too. He like, bro, fuck this motherfucker, Super Saiyan motherfucker. I ain't even turn Super Saiyan. Like, who is this nigga? You know, so cool. They come over, they wait for Goku, whatever, cool. They have a real nice epic ass like face off type thing between Trunks and Goku going Super Saiyan. Goku blocks all his motherfucker blows with his finger. Easy as hell. Sweet ass shit. That was a real dope ass scene. Fast forward a little bit. Trunks tells them about the androids that's coming up. That's his whole purpose for coming back from the future. He's like, oh, your android's finna be here 3 years, cool. Make sure y'all ready, cause in my timeline, all y'all goofy ass niggas get smoked. And I ain't trying to have that happen again. So yeah, go ahead, train up, get real strong, cool. We ain't even have to worry about them androids. A few niggas know beforehand they finna come up. Alright, cool.
Nah, honestly, G, what a start to this arc, G. Learning that Frieza was still alive was kind of exciting. I'm not gonna lie. I was kind of already thinking about how the arc would actually be set up now that like he's like on the way back to Earth. And I was like, oh, now they have to fight him without Goku. That might be pretty cool. We might see a stronger Vegeta potentially finally get his revenge for the Saiyan race. And Gohan has gotten stronger from this point. And wait, who was this purple bowl cut nigga with the mischief boost and the crop top bomber with the sword on his back? The coolest and fleest nigga that 8-year-old me has ever seen. That's who it is, my nigga. Trunks is so raw. Well, since Pharaoh from Yu-Gi-Oh. But nah, nigga, when I was a kid, I loved Trunks. I still do to this day, but I thought he was the coolest nigga ever when I was a kid. I mean, look at him. He got that shit on. Trunks design-wise is very cool. He's a very cool looking character. And the first thing we've seen folks do is turn that Frieza Force Platoon into a Ratatouille dish. So they really let us know off rip that folks was a problem indirectly and directly. Cause then, like, really take a step back and just think about how the fact that he's just standing in front of Frieza unfazed. Like, bro, this slightly educated man was just terrorizing our homies in the last arc. Like it wasn't shit. And he obviously had to drop on folks' ass and he had his low. So that means he was strong enough to really like deal with folks' little ass, folks, and his dad with minimal issue. Which he proceeded to do, by the way, cause holy schmoly, this nigga turned the Frieza race into Frieza fried race. First off, nigga just casually turned Super Saiyan. Like that's some shit he could do if he tried on a Wednesday morning. Like what? Like what? Frieza took a page out of Vegeta's book and tried to hit folks with the same energy key blast volley. They gonna give a pool and spark a zero. And that shit was just as effective as therapy would be on me. And then this nigga said, yeah, this guy means too much business. Stop playing around. Look, I know the moment where him cutting Frieza up into a million pieces was like legendary. I know that moment is like raw as hell. I don't think we talk about the scene before that enough. Oh, he smiled as he watched Frieza charge up that Indeplanetinator and then caught that bitch and carried that hoe up like me with the chairs in church when I'm trying to impress all the aunties. This nigga was flexing. This scene is so cold. One thing I love in DBZ is when niggas are seemingly super overconfident and they back it up. It rarely happens, but it's super satisfying when it does. I swear, oh my God, this is such a good ass scene. Absolutely ditto smork if I do say so myself. L plus ratio plus your dad plus I entered your bloodline plus I smoked your dad too. Plus I'm gonna write family reunion on my next blunt and smoke it. But nah, this is godlike. This is a really good start to this arc, and I really don't think they could have started this arc any better. I like the little downtime when the main cast actually met Trunks too, and they were interacting with him while they were like waiting on Goku. That shit was kind of funny. This nigga Vegeta is a D1 hater, folks. Folks was not trying to believe he was a Super Saiyan, even though he seen that nigga and felt the energy. That's the type of delusion I aspire to have, G. Hey, I don't know why this shit was so funny, but Tia had me cackling here.
Oh, mystery man.
Is his shoe size a secret too?
Like, bro, what? Why did he say that? Is his shoe size a secret too? Fuck, this nigga Vegeta was not vibing with Sansa one bit, bro.
What are you looking at?
Oh, nothing. It's just that I like your shirt.
You would.
Oh, like, a couple things about this clip, right? This clip funny as hell. First off, this nigga Trunks turned and looked at Vegeta for 1 millisecond. And Vegeta was on that instantly, like, damn, nigga, I could ask you the same thing. You literally already had to be looking at me to even notice that quick, nigga. You had to be staring at me already. You don't know what the shirt on, bad man. Then shut your bitch ass up.
When Dende and the other Nameks left to resettle on that new planet, you could have gone with them. I was wondering why you chose to stay here with us.
Gee, this shit sounds so wrong. Like, Mr. Piccolo, why'd you go back to where you came from, where the niggas are? That's where you belong.
Sometimes connections between people run deeper than where they're from or what color skin they have.
Talk, nigga. Racism. What they talk about, G? I have a dream that my 4 little children will one day live in a nation where they will not be judged by the color of their skin, but the content of their The interactions between Trunks and Goku was funny too, because this whole sequence was really just like to let us know, like, hey, hold on, folks, pipe down. Goku's still that nigga. Don't tweak with him. Like, it's so funny. Him stopping that sword with his finger is like a blatant case of Lil Bro and that nigga. That shit was funny as hell, even though I was a Trunks fan. But what's even funnier is everybody reacting to this. Everybody was over there like reacting, and they was like, damn, these two guys are amazing. And here comes Vegeta. Instant contrast, G. All that positive reinforcement, and then you got Vegeta over here like, man, Goku, man. Just instant hating. It's quite beautiful, honestly, folks. I need to be this way. When Trunks revealed who he was, that shit was super surprising because Vegeta hates this nigga. And they also introduced the concept of time travel, which is a concept that plays a pretty major role in the future. Trunks' story is pretty tragic too when you think about it. I'm not gonna lie. You watch everybody that he loved get double-arm DDT through a flaming table with thumbtacks on it. And he wasn't strong enough to do shit about it. And now he's traveled back from that painful future to meet his father that hates him. And seeing his master that got his ass cooked in child form, he gotta be a pretty famous spirit, knowing that he just watched him get jumped by the Nexus a few years ago. And I really had no idea at this point, but when I was a kid, I didn't watch any of the movies. But now that I'm rewatching this shit and I watched the film a couple times by now, you really like understand why Trunks got so angry and hysterical when he was explaining that shit, the more he revealed about himself. Like, nigga, put yourself in those mischief boots. I can only imagine, like, watching my people die, and the only option I had was to run away. Like, I'm unreasonably hard on myself already, and I highly doubt that I could live with myself if I was in that scenario. The beginning sequence of this arc is way better than I remember it being. It does a whole lot of setup for the villain, like informing us of who they are and building them up to be like these scary figures. And the crazy thing is, we still haven't seen these niggas yet. Lil Me was so hyped for this for sure. Let's go on a little side path for a second because I don't really know like where else to put this, but let's talk about Chi-Chi real quick, since she seems to be a very controversial topic on Twitter. I don't know if I talked about Chi-Chi a lot in this series so far, but I do want to show some love to her for a couple of scenes in this sequence too. The first one is with the tutor, what's his name, Mr. Shu, I think his name was. I'm so glad that she eated that nigga out that window game. Oh my god, because that nigga was disrespecting the fuck out of Gohan and Goku right to her face. She was a little slow after folks hit him with the whip. I would have turned into the Tasmanian devil and beat the dog shit out that nigga, but she did it nonetheless. It took a little time, but she did it. I will admit that I shared the same Chi-Chi as annoying opinion, and she's irrational with all that shit. I shared that opinion before, but I think I had that opinion when I was younger, and I wasn't watching no like DBZ for no family-oriented shit. I wanted to see niggas get their ass beat. Now that I'm more into the story of DBZ, I've learned to appreciate every aspect of it more, and that includes Chi-Chi. I'm not a mother or a woman, but I can definitely vibe with her wanting a normal family. I mean, that's what my OG wanted. She ain't get that shit because, you know, nigga, I'm here, but you can't really blame her for it. Now, I'm not gonna lie. Expecting normality from a nigga that came here in the space pod and had a tail is wild, but it's still fair in my opinion. Hell, even letting Goku train after what happened on Namek is super understanding, and that she could have like not did that and I would have completely understood her. Knowing that someone more dangerous than Frieza's out there on his way too, yeah bro, Chi-Chi's really understanding. I don't know, this is kind of off topic, but I just been seeing a lot of nonsensical tweets about Chi-Chi and I just wanted to give my 2 cents. Matter of fact, if I seen how Goku was doing Gohan, I probably wouldn't let him train either. What? Bro, Gohan rushed this nigga while him and Piccolo were fighting, and this nigga Goku started laughing, and he was laughing at this nigga while he was evading him. He told his ass, hey son, you slow as hell. Gut checked him and then gave this nigga a headset dent.
That's my boy.
That's your boy, nigga. That's straight up child abuse. What the fuck is wrong with you? That driving episode funny as hell, by the way. I'm not gonna overanalyze it because this video gonna be long as hell already, but I just want to let niggas know that I watched it and it was funny as hell.
After that, then these niggas start training. They train for quite literally 3 fucking years. And this is my problem with this whole fucking 3-year training, right? So there is like minute differences in strength between when Goku comes back from Namek and when he fights Android 19. Because 3 years of training, this nigga should have been like Super Saiyan 2 already. Like, what the fuck? Later in the whole saga, these niggas go into the hyperbolic time chamber. Gohan and Goku go in that bitch for not even a year because they came out fucking early and they had a larger power gap from when they trained from 3 fucking years. This nigga Goku was damn near Super Saiyan 2. And the 3-year training with the androids, that shit just didn't make no motherfucking difference. They was like, oh yeah, it just wasn't really nothing special. Like, I feel like they really didn't do nothing with that 3-year training. That's kind of like a big problem I got with that little moment in that whole saga. So besides that, like, it was cool. They just showed Gohan Piccolo and Goku actually training together, which they never actually did. So that was pretty cool. Fast forward to that, now we got the androids. Cool. We think it's gonna be Android 17 and 18. It's this big fat doughboy ass nigga. Like, where the fuck he come from? And then Dr. Gero just turned his ass to Android too. So it's like, it's real fucked up compared to what the fuck Trunks told them. But them niggas was sweet, whooping they fucking ass. Well, Goku started off whooping his ass, I'll say that shit. And then that nigga just had a fucking heart attack and it just got smoked after that. Like, I don't know what the fuck. I don't know how the timeline changed that much from Goku's heart virus or whatever contracting, you know, maybe a year or so later. Like, what the hell changed that much from Goku just him being knowledgeable like that, you know, subsided the effects of the heart virus or whatever the fuck. I don't know how the hell he had that bitch in the middle of the battle, because he's already dead by the time the androids actually came in Trunks' timeline. But now he, you know, is back alive and he actually was able to fight them niggas. But yeah, he was watching them before he had a little heart attack. Cool. Android 19 starts fucking beating his ass, taking all his energy and shit like that, has to get saved by Vegeta. You know that fucking stroked his ego, boy. He like, oh yeah, get your big fat ass off this nigga, man. It's my kill, nigga. You can't put your hands on that nigga. So cool. They take Goku back to go get healed, give him the medicine. Cool. He's down for the count for a nice little minute. Cool. Now it's Vegeta time. Vegeta whooped they ass. Whoops 19 ass. He don't really fight 20 Gero because he actually runs like a little bitch, but then kills 19, no problem. Like, flex on that nigga, rips his hands off, big bang attack, like, sit your goofy ass down. After that, Gero was like, oh no, I'm cool. He hit the motherfucking jets. He hit the skates. But before that, Piccolo fights him for a little bit. Piccolo actually is very strong as well. Piccolo is a very noticeable difference between training from the 3 years and Vegeta as well, because he obviously turned Super Saiyan. But Piccolo and Vegeta definitely got a big boost in strength because Piccolo was whooping Dr. Gero ass like he was shit. He was like, yeah, your ass a little bitch. Come on now. Like, I literally trained with Goku for 3 years.
Yeah, we fast forward 3 years and we wait for the androids to arrive. Shout out to Yamcha, by the way, for being an absolute shitter. So Yamcha got TYB by Vegeta. He took your bitch, folk. He took Bulma straight from your fucking hands, got her pregnant, had Trunks. Then this nigga Yamcha pulls up to help fight the androids, and what's one of the first things that happens? This nigga got fucking smoked. They put that hand through that nigga chest. Man, that shit was so fucking weak, boy. That nigga, I don't understand how he's still a fighter. Like, yeah, shout out to Yamcha for absolute shit can. You know, we fighting 19 and 20 right now. Goku turned Super Saiyan to fight them, and then Goku suffering from his heart virus and shit goes down. And again, shit's looking pretty dire, because who the fuck is gonna come and save us now? Goku's gonna be in the hospital for a bit. And here comes Vegeta like a fucking G, like just absolute fucking, I don't know. Nigga just walks up, is just like, yeah, you think you raw because you beat Goku and that nigga was sick. Like, let me show you what a real Super Saiyan is. And that nigga just turned Super Saiyan. Everybody just like, bro, what the fuck? How is this nigga Super Saiyan? We haven't even seen him in like years type shit. That nigga was off planet training. I really fuck with Vegeta's Super Saiyan transformation, like, in general, because one of the things that Goku was talking about, like the power comes in response to a need, not a desire. Like, you have to need to be strong and not just want to be strong type shit. And his actually came from like a moment of rage too when Krillin got smoked. But Vegeta was actually different because, I mean, that nigga had a very strong desire to be stronger than Goku. So I like that, like, his transformation stayed very true to his character and how selfish of a person that Vegeta is. Like, I'm glad that they didn't change that about him when he transformed into a Super Saiyan. So seeing that, it was pretty raw. Vegeta absolutely smoked Android 19, which was good. Dr. Gero, I'm not gonna lie, I didn't like that whole like chase scene couple episodes. I feel like, yeah, he's an android and you can't sense him because of like the key sensing ability where you can't actually track androids. I get that. I think it's just like it's like a plot convenience type thing for him to get out of that situation, because let's be real, he should not have made it back to that lab to wake up 17 and 18 with, he had like what, 5 or 6 Z fighters trailing him, like one of them which was like leagues stronger than him. Like, come on. And as he gets caught, then you got Bulma pulling up with baby Trunks and Yajirobe, like, just for this nigga to get away again. Like, bro, are you serious? Like, I get they can't sense androids, but that was a little too convenient right there.
The android touching down was pretty funny at first. Seeing them all link back up after 3 years was pretty cool. It was funny to see Yasha play a nice game of I Got My Bitch Took Simulator. And then when they finally touched down, that's when shit started getting real. So first they had to look, where's Waldo again to find them niggas, which is wild. Cause I don't see how you don't spot these two niggas in these Garfunkel pumpernickel ass fits, for I don't see how you don't spot these niggas. But maybe it was an off day for the Z-Fighters eyes or some shit, for I don't know, for that's just me. And as if this nigga Yamcha wasn't already having a horrible day. This nigga get found by the androids and absolutely shit on with little to no resistance. Look, I know Yamcha's an easy kill at this point. This made the android look way less like Goofies to me as a kid. Even as a shorty, I'm over there like, gang, what the f*** it ain't weird. But this shit definitely shut my little goof ass up. And when they got Yamcha up out of there, Lil Me was locked, folks. Because after they finally link up with them, they go away from the city. And now we got the Android 19 to 20 fight. I like this fight simply because Vegeta got a dub, bitch, nigga. We got to celebrate this on game. Vegeta fans, stand the f*** up. All right. That nigga Dr. Jerome might be a generational hater. I'm jealous. I'm not going to lie. I need to step my game up. To plow this nigga since he was a kid, it's crazy. It's been decades. It's really wild. Once I heard that them niggas wasn't like tracking them on Namek, I was like, nigga, please, he about to beat your ass. But at the time, I forgot that nigga Goku heart was D-Lo shuffling as they spoke. It was looking good to start off though. Goku was smoking shit at first. But then that nigga got the hold in his chest and I'm like, there it go. There go his heart in there. Big sexy sliding with no consent, folks. Now they got his ass on a silver plate with an apple in his mouth, beating the hell out of my dog. 19 got this nigga in a eternal choke slam. Until my nigga Vegeta came through on that bitch on that bullshit. What you talking about? Man, I already talked about this fight in my Museum of Makers video, but man, as a Vegeta fan, this is one of the very few dubs he's gotten. So I enjoy every bit of this. From the shit talker to the what the line Siri actually saying, does an android feel fear? Like Vegeta's smug shit talking attitude shine through something crazy here. I love when Vegeta's in his bag like this. Then he beats a surplus of bolts and batteries out that nigga 19, bro. Like, good lord. Then they play the game of hide and go old nigga with 20. And then this nigga Trunks gonna pull up, talking about these ain't the androids from my timeline. Nigga, what? You mean tell me you from 20 years in the future, and you ain't think about snapping a quick flick of the bionic Bonnie and Clyde butt in your timeline? You watched all your friends die, but you couldn't let your camera watch them niggas kill your friends for half a second? I ought to muff your flea ass Trunks, you dumb cool bitch. What's wrong with you?
Dr. Jerome makes it back to the lab, wakes up Android 17 and 18 to come help. They smoke him. Then they wake up Android 16, my fucking boy. That nigga's a fucking G. Man, a few words, but definitely about that action, you know. 17 and 18 are awake, and we know that Vegeta is stronger than Android 19 and 20. But now we get to see him, like, why did Dr. Gero pull these niggas out? Like, we get to see some shit, and we get to see the niggas from the History of Trunks episode too. So Vegeta, it is right here where you suffer one of the worst ass whoopings I have ever seen. Like, brother Christ. Vegeta suffers a lot of ass whoopings, but this is like a top 5. Like, him versus 18 is just, it's so one-sided. Like, I think Vegeta versus Frieza, Vegeta versus Kid Buu, like, maybe the only two that are like on par with this ass beating. Like, this shit had this nigga playing the fucking Marvin's Room 1 hour version. Just, that nigga was literally looking at the sky and it's just raining. You just see this nigga losing it, bro. After that fight, like, that nigga got his arm broke by a woman. He's sitting there like in disbelief. He can't believe what the fuck is going on because he just turned Super Saiyan. He's thinking he the shit. He just beat 19. He's definitely stronger than 20. He just got the absolute shit beat out of him by 18. And 18 is a woman, by the way. So they're just like, he's just like in utter disbelief and just fucking depression. So that's a pretty funny fight right there. Everybody gets their ass whipped by 17 too. So at this point, I'm pretty sure it's where Piccolo goes up to the lookout and he looks at Kami. He's just like, yeah, old ass nigga, give me that power because this ain't finna work. He merges with Kami. That's a pretty pretty raw moment right there. Android 16, 17, and 18 taking that pink van and just driving around, bro. Like, when I tell you, niggas had to be bored out of their fucking mind to be doing some shit like that. Like, they just beat the entire fucking Z Fighter squad outside of, like, Goku and Gohan, I'm pretty sure. And Yamcha. I think Yamcha took Goku back too. But they just beat the rest of the Z Fighters. They're just like, yeah, this shit finna be a wash. Like, let's just go fuck around and do some shit. Them niggas stole that van. They got pulled over by the police and got out the car and got handcuffed, bro. Like, these are the strongest niggas on the planet just sitting there getting handcuffed for fun. Like, bro, these niggas had to be bored. Pretty funny shit going on. They, pretty sure they pulled up to Goku's house too after Chi-Chi and Gohan and them left. And 18 was just trying on Chi-Chi's clothes and shit. And they're just like literally just killing time. Looking for Goku, but just like also giving the Z Fighters time to train, you know, just for plot.
Dr. Gero escapes. Cool, goes back to his lab. Activates 17 and 18, the problematic duos. And then a new motherfucker, 16, who they had absolutely no clue about. Cool, 17, 18, cool. Trunks has a little, you know, emotional moment, blows up the whole lab real quick. Before that, 17, 18 killed Dr. Gero. You know, real insignificant ass nigga, whatever. Smoke that nigga. Cool. Trunks blows that bitch up to sky high. And then they like, oh yeah, cool, whatever. That was shit. Anyways, nigga. Activate 16, cool. And they go fly out to find Goku because them niggas in front of them was irrelevant. This pissed Vegeta the fuck off. Because Vegeta, yeah. He chased after them niggas. Met up with them on, you know, some random ass freeway. And he was like, yeah, I need my fade because y'all niggas are the androids that I've been here to fight. That Pillsbury Doughboy I was fighting before wasn't no actual challenge. So yeah, I need y'all to, you know, come catch this fade real quick. 18 like, oh yeah, cool, what's up, nigga? Beats the absolute dog shit out there, nigga. Like, when I tell you beats the dog shit out there, nigga. Like, beats the dog shit out there, nigga. Like, Goku, or not Goku, Vegeta, that is probably one of the top 3 worst ass beats that Vegeta has gotten in the entire show. Kid Buu, Frieza, and 18. Like, 18 wasn't as brutal as the other two, but I feel like that had the worst effect on his mental capacity because after that nigga just went into a state of depression. He went to the top of some random ass cliff and just stared into the rain, yelled and shit like that, turned Super Saiyan, was just having a very emotional time. Very fucking emotional. So that really fucked him over. After that, cool. Goku's healed. He's like, okay, you know, them niggas kind of strong, ain't they? Hell yeah. So let's go train. Let's go to this motherfucking hyperbolic time chamber I ain't never told you about. Cool, yeah, we finna go train. We can do a year's worth of training in one day. Was either like, what the nigga, why the fuck you ain't tell me this shit before? Like, you know, cool.
But I ain't gonna lie, meeting the actual androids is pretty cool too. I ain't gonna lie, when I first seen them on the rewatch, I laughed a lot. Cause as soon as them little pod doors opened up, I was like, damn. I seen 2 professional headbutters pop out them bitches. Them foreheads was fat as hell. Good lord. And then they went to go fight them niggas, and we all know what happens here, man. Vegeta fans, sit down.
As you wish.
That punch right there should have told me how this fight was gonna go. And I'm not gonna relive this because I already talked about this in my Museum Mickens video. There's gonna be somewhere on the screen right now. I'm gonna let Josh talk about this painful experience as a fellow Vegeta fan. After the androids absolutely have their way with the Z-Fighters and proceeded to have their way with the local area, they reveal that there's a second time machine, which is a pretty cool twist also. And it also reveals that there's another threat out there, which is actually a pretty great thing to do too. It added hella tension because Goku's heart was still percolating and Vegeta was about to sacrifice himself prematurely. So DBZ did the regular DBZ thing and had us thinking like niggas wasn't gonna make it. Like DBZ does a real good job at making shit feel absolutely hopeless. The introduction to Cell was kind of odd at first, but it was still cool. Like first impression, I'm like, damn nigga, you sound like a lit cigarette. And he sucked up the whole city. Like, pause, my nigga, you can't get your energy any way else. Yo, I kind of like how they did. Like the scene where everybody like felt Cell energy and it felt like everybody else's energy. I like how they did that scene, folks. Because they had the rest of the cats tweaking when he started powering up in front of Piccolo. They was like, Frieza, King Cold, Vegeta, Goku, Didi, Lavelle Crawford, Doug, Dimmadome. Like, they ain't know who the fuck was out there. And then they scuffle between Piccolo and Cell is pretty cool too. I think they did this to low-key gauge when Piccolo and Cell were power-wise because he just fused with Nail, and I think like in hindsight having them face off against the biggest threat in the arc was definitely a good way to do so that was actually super smart on them. Low-key, this part don't get talked about enough. The whole Cell pursuit or Cell Smoking Cities was like pretty cool too. I think this really adds to how scary Cell was. We've seen people terrorize the city before. In DBZ and the Saiyan Saga, Nappa blew up a city. Hell, 19 and 20 just beat the shit out of civilians like 20-30 episodes ago. But I feel like the Cell shit was a little bit more personal because we literally watched him like terrify and terrorize and absorb niggas one by one. Dying like that gotta be top 5 worst ways to die, folks. It gotta be. Also, during this time, they do a lot of heavy lifting pertaining to the time travel aspect and how Cell got here. Also, Trunks realized like how he completely f***ed up the timeline when he was monologuing too. That was pretty funny. Like I said, I didn't pay too much attention to this when I was a kid, obviously, but like I really like the scene where like Goku wakes up and how happy that made Chi-Chi. Nowadays, I be watching slice of life shows nowadays, and I really like seeing like down times like this where you see like Goku being a family man and seeing his genuine care for his son and his wife. Aw, that's cute. She left the atmosphere for a couple seconds. The introduction of the hyperbolic time chamber was pretty cool too. I didn't really watch this part in super detail when I was a kid. Like I was kind of like veering off because I had the attention span of an acorn. But like as an adult, I kind of like the detail they added pertaining to how different the hyperbolic time chamber felt compared to Earth. I always thought that like why don't everybody just keep going in that motherfucker? And now that I know the training in there is nowhere near as easy, I'm glad that I have the context now to make it like make that room itself feel more fair, I guess is the word I'm looking for.
They go do that, and at the same time, Cell is coming. So Cell is happening simultaneously with the androids. In the future, he kills Trunks, takes his time chamber, comes back into the past. Cool. He's in his larval state, so he needs 4 years before he's actually able to be in his adult form again because he regressed. After that, he comes up, imperfect Cell, starts smoking niggas, absorbing just random ass people in the whole town disappearing. It's like, what the fuck, new shit. And then Piccolo just so happens to run into this nigga. Wait, was it Piccolo? It might not have been Piccolo, but somebody runs into this nigga. I remember Piccolo goes off to Kami's lookout. He's like, you know what? We finna go get this nigga coming because I need some more power. These motherfucking androids strong as hell. Yeah, right. It was after the 18 fight, because after Vegeta got his ass whooped by 18, then the other Z fighters, they also got whooped by 18. She like whooped all their ass, but it was mostly Vegeta. After that, Piccolo flies off and he goes to Kami's lookout to absorb that nigga. Cool, I need some more power. After that, he comes into the town, meets up with Cell. Alright, cool, Cell. Like, you a new motherfucker. I don't even know who the fuck you is. Your name ain't even Cell yet, because I don't even know who the fuck you is. Just some random strong ass fucking bug that's in my face. He absorbs Kami, gets a big ass power boost, obviously. And he is just strong as fuck. He is whooping Cell ass. Like, peace, man, nigga, the fuck up. Cell, like, bro, you niggas is not supposed to be this strong at all. Why are you this strong? Piccolo, you ain't never been no main character ever. He steals Tien's move just like everybody else does, you know, blinds all them niggas and then gets the fuck off, escapes like a little pussy ass nigga. Androids this whole time, they just, you know, doing whatever the fuck they want to do, having a joyride, stealing cars, having joyrides, just looking for Goku at the same time, but not really in no rush. They pull up to Goku crib, but they already moved Goku by this time. He's, you know, at Kami's house. And they like, yeah, we just finna have fun with it. Fuck it, blowing up forests and shit like that. Just robbing storefronts and shit just for new outfits. Pulls up to Goku's crib. 18 pulls up in Chi-Chi's closet, just starts stealing all her fucking clothes. Like, yeah, actually, this shit kind of weak. We can put this shit back down. They finally come up to Kami's house. Finally. But by this time, this nigga Goku ain't at Kami's house no more because he already recovered and he's fully out there. He's cool. He already at the hyperbolic time chamber. These niggas late as fuck because they had joyrides and shit. Piccolo's there. He's like, yeah, 17, I'll run your fade, nigga. Let's do it. They go out to some island and have probably one of the best fights in this entire like arc. 17 versus Piccolo was very well choreographed. Piccolo shows off some new moves. and we just truly see what the androids can really do, and them niggas really throwing the bitches. I really fuck with that fight real heavy. After that fight gets interrupted, Imperfect Cell, he went off absorbing some more cities. Cool, you know, I'm much stronger. Like, Piccolo, you a little bitch now, I'll beat your ass. And he proceeds to beat his ass. Beats his ass, beats 17's ass. It wasn't shit they could do about it. But this nigga, mute ass nigga 16 finally come up like, okay, it's my time to shine. And starts dog walking this nigga Cell. Ain't nobody know this nigga was this strong. Just start dog walking this nigga. Beating his ass, throwing it in the fucking ground. Key blasting his ass. Like, he was literally whooping his ass. The only nigga who could stand a chance. So Cell like, oh yeah, let me go back to my bitch tendencies real quick. Stays on the ground, pops up behind 17, absorbs that nigga faster than anybody can actually do anything. So now we gotta deal with Semi-Perfect Cell, and this nigga is much stronger. 18 whooped, 17 whooped. So 17 got absorbed, 18 whooped, Piccolo whooped. It's just, yeah, it's not going too well. Krillin's there. Don't know why the fuck he's there. He's not doing anything.
At this point, I'm pretty sure Piccolo gets his power up, and then we learn about Cell, this fucking demon, this monstrosity. It just came out of nowhere. But yeah, Cell fights Piccolo. Piccolo's a pretty good match for him, but Cell gets away in that fight. That's Imperfect Cell. It's a pretty good fight. But then now, the next time that we see Cell, well, first I should say Piccolo goes to fight Android 17 when they pull up to Kame House. Now, this fight is pretty good in and of itself. Imperfect Cell pulls up to interrupt that fight. He's a lot stronger than when Piccolo fought him before, so Piccolo and 17 are both looking like, yeah, I don't think I could take this nigga. Like, this nigga's pretty strong, and out comes 16 just out of fucking nowhere. He's just like, yeah, I'ma smoke that nigga, and he just starts beating the shit out of Cell. I'm just sitting there like, bro, this big ass nigga just sitting in the back quiet this whole time, letting 17 and 18 do whatever the fuck they want, and this nigga just pulls up and starts rocking shit, and I'm just like, bro, it's that nigga right there. And 16 is a different kind of android from 17 and 18, because I'm pretty sure 17 and 18 were made from actual humans and 16 wasn't. So you see him doing different shit, like detaching his arm as he fights and shit, and this nigga has like laser cannons in his body when he's fighting Cell. It's a whole different beast right here. But unfortunately, he can't stop Imperfect Cell, because Cell is trying to absorb 17 and 18. He gets 17 in that fight.
Oh, nigga. Piccolo versus 17. Oh, one of my favorite fights in this entire arc. And to keep it a bean, this is probably the first good, even one-on-one fight we've seen in a fat ass minute. This shit was so fire. Yay. The fight choreography, the music, this shit was top tier. At first, this nigga Piccolo was whooping his ass. But as the fight went on, this shit started to look a little bit more even. And way more even and even more cool. We got to see Android 17 and Piccolo kind of develop this mutual respect for each other while the fight was going along, which was pretty cool. We got to see a couple of new techniques with Piccolo's Hellzone Grenade, or guided scatter shot he calls it, which is really rough. I like how they turn the panic key blast shit that niggas do out of desperation when they about to get their ass beat into an actual cool attack. Toriyama's super creative. Bro, when 17 and Piccolo got to that second island, the fight damn near just got 10 times better, because they were just exchanging hits from this point, and it was just straight hands. And they did that thing what Vegeta and Frieza did during the Namek Saga. They were pushing each other, and the terrain was breaking around them. But I think it was cooler this time around because they made an inactive volcano and turned that bitch back active again. It was just super exaggerated. And they gave this fight hella screen time, bro. They were supposed to. They gave this fight hella screen time. The little underwater segment, where they had the little clash between that little water/air bubble and Piccolo's key blast. And then they got on that other island and exchanged the hardest gut punches I've ever seen, G. Oh my God, this fight is so amazing. I love this fight. This fight was so good that I damn near wish Cell didn't interrupt it so we could see more of it. But he did. And what follows, though, is pretty cool, too. I can't complain about what happened after. Gee, is that the dead souls of all the niggas that he absorbed, gang? That's fucked up, but that's kind of raw at the same time. Seeing Piccolo and 17 team up and trying to fight Cell together is really cool in hindsight, I'm not gonna lie. Because in the future, these two always seem I think in Super, these two always seem to have a really good mutual respect for each other, and they pretty cool. It's kind of a different kind of respect though. It's like a nigga you walk past often, but you don't know his name, but y'all exchange like head nods and y'all hoop together and shit. Kind of like that. Bro, seeing Piccolo's light grenade was pretty cool too. Like, I play all the DBZ games, most of them, like, I'd say like 90% of them. Most of the handheld ones I ain't play. So seeing like techniques from the game to the show is always satisfying as hell to me, seeing like the source material for them. 16 vs. Cell was actually a pretty fun watch too. I was excited for this when I was a kid because that nigga 16 does not talk. He don't talk a lot at all, and there was a lot of mystery behind him. Bro, hold on, wait a minute. If you take a step back even further, just take a step back. You see how immersed we are during this time in the arc? Toriyama's really that nigga, because the majority of this sequence is nothing but side characters. And this is probably one of the best sequences in the entire show. Doing this without having Goku or Vegeta on the screen is an impressive storytelling feat, so I'm not gonna lie. That's sidetrack, my fault. But during the 16 fight, I noticed something like really funny. Dragon Ball FighterZ really nailed his moveset, G. Like, 16's fighting style is really distinct. He's fast, but his movements are really heavy. He grapples a lot, so the only time he issues from afar is when he does that rocket punch. His fighting style is like really fire. It's really distinct. I really love what they did with his fighting style and how they display his moves. Hell's Flash will always be a cool move to me. Always. Every single time, Hell's Flash is always just gonna look cool when he take his arms off and shit.
And then honestly, one of my favorite moments happens. Tien with that tri-beam shit versus Cell. I ain't gonna lie. Tien out of nowhere, I ain't think he was gonna do that. I ain't think he could actually, I wouldn't say damage Cell, but affect him. I'll just say he affected Cell. He pushed him into that crater. Side note, I don't know how tri-beam makes a fucking square in the ground, but you know, I'm not a geometry expert, you know, but pretty raw that Tien was actually able to hold him back and give 18 time to get away from that nigga. Then Cell goes to chase down 18, and here is where Vegeta and Trunks get out of the hyperbolic time chamber after they was training and shit. You know, after Vegeta got out of his fucking 1 hour Marvin's Room loop. And then this nigga Vegeta pulls up to Cell, and my god, this was one of the most hype moments like I've ever had, because seeing this nigga just tee up and go Super Saiyan grade 2, like that was some pretty raw shit right there. He just starts beating the absolute fuck out of Cell. This is semi-perfect Cell, by the way. He went into the time chamber weaker than imperfect Cell. Came out of that bitch stronger than semi-perfect Cell and just beating the fuck out of him. And it wasn't even close. I don't think Cell could get a single hit in on him. And he sits there and looks at Trunks and he's just like, yeah, this nigga's just as strong as me, if not stronger. Like, these niggas done leveled up type shit. But unfortunately, it is here where both Vegeta and Krillin sell the bag. So Vegeta's like, you know what? You're not much of a challenge for me right now. I know you trying to absorb 18. I'm gonna go let you do that, so that you can, you know, level up and become perfect Cell, and I could actually fight you at your full potential. That's some real Goku type shit, but you know, and nigga Vegeta just absolutely sold the bag. And then he gon' attack Trunks when Trunks tries to go after Cell and stop Cell. This nigga attacks Trunks, bro. Like, this nigga Vegeta's so fucking selfish, man. Oh my god. And then this nigga Krillin sold the fucking bag because he had feelings for Android 18. Oh my god, this nigga put the entire fucking earth at stake for some fucking robo cooch. Like, oh my god, this nigga Krillin sold the fucking bag. But I guess he got it back eventually because, you know, he actually married 18 and had a kid with her. So, but at the time, you know, all I'm thinking is Krillin sold the bag. We get to see Trunks versus Cell. That's pretty raw because you see Trunks go grade 3 Super Saiyan, which I guess I'll just talk about the grades. You know, grade 2 is Vegeta when he pulled up after the time chamber and he went grade 2. That was pretty raw, but Trunks took it even a step further into grade 3 Super Saiyan. While that was raw, Cell kind of pointed out like the flaw of it. It's like, yeah, you're so big and bulky that you can't actually hit anything, even if he did get stronger. And he points out that Vegeta could have reached that point too, but Vegeta actually didn't want to because of how much of a disadvantage it was. So it was kind of cool to see that come into play. And I even think Goku in the time chamber was like showing Gohan that grade 3 isn't really like optimal for fighting. But then we see them go into grade 4 Super Saiyan when they come out of the hyperbolic time chamber, because you know, Gohan goes Super Saiyan in the time chamber and they train, and Goku goes into saying, you know, it'll be cool if we could actually stay as a Super Saiyan like during our day-to-day time, so that we don't need to waste that energy transforming when we want to actually power up to fight. So we get introduced to grade 4, and this was pretty raw. Like when Goku and Gohan came out of that time chamber and Vegeta and them was just looking at them like, bro, these niggas are Super Saiyans just chilling, eating a bowl of fucking ramen right in front of me, and just acting so like casual and normal about it type shit. That just kind of threw everybody off. But then like directly after that, when they left, and then Goku asked Korin to like check his power level between him and Cell to see who was stronger, and that nigga Goku powered up, and that nigga Vegeta damn near shit his fucking pants, like sensing how strong Goku had gotten compared to himself. Like that nigga was terrified. That shit was pretty fucking funny, but pretty good moment right there. But
we get a rare dub from this nigga Tien, man. He pulls up in this motherfucker like, you know what? I'm just gonna throw my life all the way away just so you niggas can escape. And he starts tri-beaming this nigga Cell into the fucking floor, boy. He put that nigga in the fucking flow. I know this nigga Cell was like, boy, what the fuck? Why is this nigga Tien this strong? And my thing is, with Tien being able to do this shit to semi-perfect Cell, imagine the damage this nigga Tien could have did to, say, imperfect Cell, or 17, or 18, or anybody else that's much weaker than semi-perfect Cell. This nigga he's able to, like, temporarily immobilize and stop semi-perfect Cell's movement. He doesn't really do much damage, but he's able to stop that nigga, and that says a lot that he can't just fly through his ki blast or block it or anything like that. He's actually like able to keep that nigga pinned down. So that speaks volumes. Tien could have did a lot more with fighting even the fucking Android 19 and 20. He could have probably dog walked them niggas too. Tien could have did a lot more before this fight if he was able to hold back semi-perfect Cell like that. Granted, Tri-Beam is kind of stronger than the actual caster usually, but still, even Tien, when he was fighting Nappa back in the Saiyan Saga, he was not able to actually, really damage Nappa. Like, he hurt his armor a little bit, like damaged him slightly, but it wasn't nothing super significant. Okay, after this, now we finally have everybody separated from semi-perfect Cell. He's just like mad as fuck too. So this thing goes up, blowing up all the fucking islands. Like, yeah, Ace, you gon' catch this fade. Like, I'm finna absorb you, shorty. Bomb Up creates a remote to turn off the androids so they could destroy him. Krillin, of course, the wrong nigga in the show to get this motherfucking remote. Gets the remote. That nigga don't do shit with it. Destroys because he's in love with this android that he don't even fucking know. Like, just like, oh yeah, please don't kill nobody. Destroys her remote. Literally the fate of the entire planet. He says, fuck y'all. I like this girl. I like how she look. Cool. Stupid ass shit. After that, now we get some more Vegeta time. Vegeta time, him and Trunks is in the hyperbolic time same before, yeah. They come out strong as shit. Vegeta is whooping this nigga semi-perfect Cell's ass. Not even close, cause like it's just not even close. They get I think it's grade 3. They get to grade 3 of Super Saiyan 1. That's just so much stronger than anything we've seen in the show so far. Swole as hell, big brute ass niggas beating they fucking ass. But of course Vegeta's pride has to get in his way. So this nigga's like, oh yeah, go ahead, absorb 18. I need more of a challenge. Your ass weak as fuck. This nigga, Trunks, the only reasonable motherfucker in this situation right now, is just like, no, you're not finna do that shit. And this nigga strong as fuck too, so he's like, no, I'm gonna beat your ass up. You're not gonna get you're not gonna get to do this. Vegeta's like, oh no, let this nigga do that. Smack, like beating his little ass into the ground. Like, go ahead, say, I cleared the way for this nigga. He ain't finna do shit for real to me. He a little bitch. He not finna actually try to hurt me. Trunks like, oh yeah. Blast this nigga the fuck away. Strong ass keep blast. Vegeta like, oh shit. I was wrong. My son got a little balls. Let me shut my motherfucking mouth and go back over there, beat his ass. By this time, it's a little bit too late. Cell comes back, blinds all them niggas again, and absorbs 18. Nothing they can do about it. Perfect Cell. Boom. Dog walks Vegeta, of course, because his pride got in the way. Doesn't make him see reason in the situation whatsoever. Trunks comes up. He's actually surprisingly stronger than Vegeta. But Trunks is stronger than Vegeta to the point where he just overly muscles up and that nigga can't even move. He can't even hit the nigga because he's just slow as hell. Just swollen slow. Like, I kind of know a little bit how that shit go because I got a little bit of muscle, and after that I couldn't run nearly as fast. So I understand Trunks, you just want to get stronger. Cool, I guess the whole strength thing, but You can't even put the pause on this nigga Cell. Yeah, you worthless, my boy. You might as well just chalk it up. Cell tells his ass, like, look, you're never gonna be able to touch me. But Vegeta saw that you can't just keep pumping up your muscles, so why the fuck didn't you? You're a fucking child. Go back in the time chamber and try to fuck again. Matter of fact, we finna make this shit a fucking game. I'm gonna call this shit the Cell fucking games. And he's just trolling all these niggas like, oh yeah, 10 days, cool. I'm finna make a tournament, finna make a ring. And y'all niggas gonna have to fight for the survival of the entire Earth. Super unserious ass nigga. This nigga was definitely finna blow this bitch up, but he was like, oh yeah, fuck it. Let me just have some fun with this shit, man. Fuck it. So cool. Goku by that time is out the hyperbolic time chamber.
After 17 flex and he got absorbed like a Goofy, we get to see Cell's second transformation, which also threw me off at first, because the first form Cell sounded like a lit cigarette. The second form sounded like Debo's lit cigarette. His design is pretty cool though. It's literally like a mix of his final form and his first form. I didn't know Cell tried to like manipulate 18 by using 17's voice. That was a cool little moment too, low key. Another underrated moment happened here too. Another side character dub. Niggas stand up. Shouts out TN, man. Shouts out TN. Now, did he kill Cell? Hell no. But he bought ample time for 18 to escape. But unfortunately, 18 didn't decide to run into the 27 trap beam. And even then, TN ass was like, yo, girl, get your dumb ass on while your stupid ass still here. This is why Dr. Jerome made your ass a Galaxy S2 and made Cell an S20. One thing I feel DBZ missed out on is showing Vegeta and Trunks more in the hyperbolic time chamber. I feel like it would have been really nice to see how bad this shit was between those two niggas. Because that nigga Vegeta was on bullshit with Trunks' ass. The scene where Vegeta and Trunks hopped out the time chamber was pretty fire too. Because Vegeta was like in his full smug shit talking bag. And that's arguably his peak as a character. And we get to see him like suit up in the sand arm, which is pretty cool too. Because all them niggas was flea as hell. All them niggas had that shit on. I'm not gonna lie. Oh yeah, you know what's coming next. Another Vegeta though. Fuck nigga. Vegeta fans, stand up! Vegeta versus Cell is another entry in my Museum of Makers video, so I won't talk about it. I won't talk about the fight itself too much. I'll let Josh do that, but I will talk about how much shit he was talking.
No, you're confused, so let me make it easier on you. My back's turned. How's that?
Like, bro, I love this little stupid cocky ass nigga, bro. This nigga Vegeta heard Cell's reputation. He was like, yeah, bro. Bro ass a Goofy. I'd beat his ass in one arm tied behind my back. Like, I love Vegeta's character in this arc sometimes, bro. Sometimes.
You have to keep that in mind. You're being too hard on yourself. Let it all go.
Right. I'll try, Dad.
Goku's a bad father, by the way. Shut y'all big stupid ass up. I really love scenes like this because it's a really good example of like what an ideal father should want for his kid. This shit made me wish I had a dad on, bro. I'm not gonna lie. Watching them train was actually really cool. I think Gohan's character shines through here. Nigga, I don't think you understand how proud I was to see Gohan tell Goku like, hey nigga, I'm dead ass, gang. You really need to take off all that restraint. And then the inner monologue he had turning him into a Super Saiyan was fire, my nigga.
Break. Then what do you say I give you a haircut? If it gets any longer, I'm gonna lose you under there.
Goku's a bad father, by the way. As much as I love Vegeta, man, letting Cell as absorb 18 is probably the dumbest shit he's ever done. But he wasn't the main person that followed this situation. Krillin fans, stand up! This goofy ass nigga earned his rightful place in my anime's biggest bag fumble video. But I love her has to be the line that haunts you niggas' dreams for eternity. You know what's even worse about what he did? He was still thinking about her after the fact, and not the fact that Cell was perfect. Like, actually, this nigga had the nerve to rush Perfect Cell like he was an MC. Krillin, bro. This nigga Cell is funny as hell, boy. Krillin was actively fighting him, and that nigga was doing everything but acknowledging the nigga, bro. Trunks even hopped in, he still ain't give a fuck. Like, nigga was warming up, checking his Apple Watch, having the inner monologue. That nigga did not care. Cell versus Vegeta, the second interaction, you know what happened. I'm not calling this a fight. Of course, right off of one of like Vegeta's greatest moments, after 2 heart-crushing losses back-to-back before that, they had to let us know like, folks need to pipe down. I was like, good shit. Good shit. Bro, they even introduced like the Final Flash which is one of my favorite like key-based attacks in the show. That shit was so raw too. They showed that bitch giving Earth the buzz cut. Like, that's how you know, like they showed Vegeta actually got quite strong. And he even did quite a bit of damage to him. But he was like, damn, nigga, that shit hurt. Regenerate. And then proceeded to beat the Saiyan pride of Vegeta, man. Nigga got hit twice and got D Super Saiyan, bro. That shit is so embarrassing. Like, good lord. Trunks really fooled me, gang. Like, Trunks really fooled me again. I genuinely thought he was on some shit when he powered up, and then I seen his first attack was like a Ki Blast energy volley. I was like, damn, he's not gonna win. It's like, I was like, damn, he's not gonna win, man. I like how they explain why Trunks was losing though, because they didn't do it in a simple way. So they had a little parallel with Goku experimenting with the same like form in the time chamber as they were fighting, and I like the contrast of mindsets between him and Goku while the Cell fight is happening. Actually, the contrast between him, Cell, Goku, and Vegeta. Shit, everyone else capable of doing that book up shit, matter of fact. And it makes a lot of sense. Because Goku and Vegeta are seasoned fighters. And yeah, they're emotional, but not to the point where them niggas get naive, if that makes sense. Trunks was acting out of pure emotion, which makes sense as well because you know this nigga's timeline is absolutely hell. So he was trying to do anything to prevent that from happening. And he was strictly going for brute strength and neglecting literally everything else. It sounds like something someone would do if they were desperate, just trying to push forward without like thinking straight and using strategy, if that makes sense. Toriyama did really well with just finding creative ways to reveal shit like this. Because he could have just had Cell say, hey, nigga, you make too much muscle, too big muscle make you slow. And that could have just been that. But adding in the Goku experimenting with that exact same form at the same time, while having Gohan have the same exact like childlike read that Trunks had, does a lot more for the point, which is raw. Like, it's really cool. And also having Cell actually do the transformation right before his eyes, which makes sense because he has all these nigga cells, and letting them know that, hey, nigga, this don't do nothing for you. If I'm fast, like, simply. I forgot who said it, but somebody said that Vegeta realized the same thing, and that's why he stopped trying to get stronger during their training. You made this moment way more detailed and conveyed way more shit and gave us way more content while doing that. Showing that there's like levels to this fighting shit, where the characters' experience and mindsets line up. Like, they did a lot of good shit for this scene. It's really cool. Him announcing the Cell game was a pretty big surprise when I was watching this as a kid. But it's very consistent with how Cell has been talking about wanting to test his true power while he was fighting Trunks. Part of me was confused, but really what was most important in this moment was this shit was about to be lit, nigga. What? A full arc of the strongest niggas fighting Cell in his perfect form sounded exquisite. Chef's kiss, nigga. The aftermath of the Android saga was pretty good too. I never really paid much attention to Cell actually building a ring, but it's funny to see like how into like this tournament that he is. That's gotta be because he's composed from a bunch of niggas that just love fighting. So cause Cell was like really giddy about this shit, kind of like a child. It was pretty funny. Watching the TV in doggy style position is wild work, man. I can merch ain't no broadcast that is that interactive, gang. I'm not gonna. That's a little wild, Master Roshi. Back to Cell real quick. Him announcing the tournament was funny as hell. Cell was flexing his ass off, nigga. Nigga was floating through every channel they turned into, and they had Vegeta mad as hell.
Ah, good. Yeah, that feels right. Gohan, you're okay. You had a fever, but it broke.
Goku's a bad father, by the way. Shout out to the scene where Goku and Gohan walked out the time chamber. There's some gems in here, folks. First off, Gohan in the Piccolo fit. Legendary, raw as hell, flea as hell. You got that shit on. Choose bogus as hell, though. Goku going to meet Cell was raw, too. It was hella tension in this little exchange. Goku a funny ass nigga. He gonna say, yeah, I ain't gonna cap to y'all. Cell gonna beat my ass. And another thing, we're not going back into that time chamber. And as a very reasonable response, the rest of them niggas was like, what the f you mean, fo? Goku was fried, fo. And bro, Goku cooked Vegeta ass in this scene, bro. This shit was pure comedy.
But I know how important it is to you that you keep up with my strength level. So you'll be needing all the time you can get.
Yeah, bitch ass nigga, pipe down. I mean, Vegeta is one of my favorite characters, but regardless, bitch ass nigga. Goku flexing his energy was pretty funny too, because Vegeta was up in the lookout like, I'm sorry, Kakarot. You're right, I'm a bitch nigga. Goku's a bad father, brother. Nigga, this fit's so raw. Oh my god, this fit. He got that shit. Oh, my fault. Let's not waste any more time. Let's get into the Cell game.
Now we get into the Cell games and some best fights the show has ever seen. So, best fight, Mr. Satan versus Cell. I can't believe that nigga actually pulled up. Mr. Satan's he's a fucking character. I'll say that, especially in the Buu arc. But one of the funniest moments in the Buu arc. We'll talk about that next video. But Mr. Satan fights Cell, gets one tap. Goku fights Cell. This is a pretty damn good fight. So not only just like them flexing their power, but like they was fucking around. They was doing techniques. Like I'm pretty sure they did like the multiform technique, if that's what it's called, like the shadow clone shit. They were just fighting a little 4v4, just for shits and giggles pretty much. But, you know, they even said, you know, fuck it, we don't need the ring. Let's just fight normally. You know, Goku hit that Kamehameha pointing straight at the ground, and everybody's just like, oh God, he's about to fucking smoke all of us. Like, niggas was terrified because they thought Goku lost his fucking mind. And all of a sudden, you just see this nigga instant transmission right in front of Cell and do that fucking Kamehameha. That is one of the rawest moments the show has ever made. For me, that's just so fucking nasty the way he did that shit. Like, who the fuck would think to do an instant transmission while you're doing the Kamehameha? Like, that shit's just so fucking raw. But unfortunately, Goku and Cell were pretty much like neck and neck, but none of them could get like the advantage over each other. Then Goku is eventually like, you know what? I'm not the nigga you should be fighting. Go ahead, fight my son. Bro, what? Excuse me? The 11-year-old on that cliff over there? That's who you want to be? You want Cell to fight? And everybody's just sitting there like, Goku, have you lost your fucking mind? But that nigga's like, yeah, nah, Gohan got that hidden potential. And this is where we see Gohan indeed had that potential. And it's been kind of hinted at throughout the show. Like, he's popped off against enemies, but not been able to, like, actually hold his own, like, one-on-one. He popped off against Frieza. Pretty sure he popped off against, like, Nappa and Vegeta when they pulled up.
And we get the Cell games. Cool. First fight, the most important fight, if we're being honest. Cell versus Mr. Satan. Man, that was such a good fight, bro. Like, when I tell you, like, that 5-second fight was so fucking good. Man, the way that Mr. Satan smacked that fucking mountain boy. Oh my God. Nah, for real though. After that, Goku versus Cell. This is definitely top 3. Number 2 spot. I would say top 3 fights in this entire arc. Definitely number 1 is Gohan versus Cell. Number 1, of course. 2, Goku versus Cell. 3, 17 versus Piccolo. So we get the number 2 fight here, in my opinion. Very good choreograph. Very good, you know, music. I really liked, of course, the Bruce Falcon song, soundtrack behind this. But throwing them bitches, like, they both really look like they was like trying their absolute hardest to whoop each other's ass. We see one of the best Kamehamehas in anime history until, you know, Dragon Ball Super and Goku decides to, you know, one up that bitch. But instant transmission Kamehameha, we ain't never seen nothing like that ever before. Ever. So that shit was raw as hell. Everybody's like, oh, Goku lost his fucking mind, finna blow this whole fucking planet up, boy. What the fuck? He like, oh yeah, psych ass nigga, point blank, instant transmission, key blast. Like, yeah, shit was raw as fuck. Had the whole planet shook the fuck up. Doesn't kill this nigga though. He regenerates, of course, because nobody ever finishes off their opponents. But now they gonna know now, because he gonna regenerate. Just let him do that. At that time, Goku's ki is severely diminished. Severely. So he don't even have really much to, you know, fight with at this point. And he's like, you know what? You healed yourself. I'm gonna quit. Gohan, come fight this nigga. Gohan like, nigga, what the fuck? I ain't even do that shit, bro. Like, what you mean? You finna whoop my fucking ass? Goku like, son. You can do this. That's it. Puts his hand on his shoulders like, bro, you got this, my boy. And says nothing else. But he does tell him like, oh yeah, you've been able to keep up with the fight this whole time. And Gohan's like, oh yeah, because you weren't trying your hardest this whole time. And Goku's like, nigga, I was trying my ass off. You just concede because your ass strong. What the fuck? Go fight this nigga. Gohan powers up. Everybody shook like, what the fuck? This nigga is kind of strong. But then he's still like this pacifist ass mindset, and he doesn't really do nothing in the initial fight. He's just like literally dodging that nigga, trying to avoid him. Doesn't really take the initiative to attack him, the offensive to attack him, and niggas are getting smoked. So Gohan does realize that the reason that Goku did put him in this place to beat Cell is because when his rage comes, he unlocks a hidden potential in himself, and he becomes very dangerous. And that's the power that they need to beat Cell. Gohan don't know how to pull this bitch out. He like, I don't know what the fuck, you know, I don't know what to do. I'm a kid. I'm like 12 at this point. From this point on, Cell's like, you know what? You're not fighting back. This is not fun anymore. You told me a little sob story about, you know, how you always power up and whatever, and you don't know how to bring it out. So I'm gonna help you here, my boy. I'm gonna help you bring that power out. You know how I'm gonna do that? I'm finna beat the absolute fuck out your friends. Spawns like 6 cells, 6 mini cells and they just start whooping the Z Fighters ass. This nigga Gohan on the floor crying like, oh my god, tell him to stop, please. Like, no, oh my god. His pops getting whooped, Vegeta getting whooped, Trunks getting whooped, Piccolo, Tien, Yamcha, Krillin, all getting fucking whooped. Nigga Gohan actually does power up a little bit once he's actually seeing that. Powers up a little bit, doesn't fully go Super Saiyan 2 yet, but does power up a little bit. Then Mr. Satan comes in the clutch, throws that nigga 16's head like a fucking football, and lands right in front of Gohan. And 16's like, just let it go, bro. Just, you know, power up. It's okay. You may be a little pacifist pussy ass nigga, but you can do this. You can actually be aggressive when it comes to defending your people, defending Earth. Cell stomps this nigga out like, yeah, fuck this sentimental ass shit, nigga. Like, get the fuck out of here. I ain't tell you to come over here, goofy bitch. After this, we finally get the moment. We finally see Super Saiyan 2 for the first time. And this was so good. This was one of my favorite moments in all of Dragon Ball Z. Is Super Saiyan 2 Gohan versus Cell. The transformation, very satisfying. The music behind it, very satisfying. The pure, like, how badass, like, just how raw this little nigga was just cool as hell. Everybody who watches Dragon Ball Z loves that scene, loves that fight. And of course, he is whooping Cell's ass for a nice little minute too. Like, Cell really couldn't do shit about it. And he gets to the point like, oh yeah, I could have powered up some more, you know, powers up some more. Still getting his ass cooked. This nigga Gohan kicks this nigga Cell so hard that this nigga regurgitates Android 18. And this nigga Krillin's like, oh yes, I got the love of my life back. Yes, 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 yes. She may be covered in this white nut looking ass substance, but I got my fucking wife back, man. Let's fucking go. This nigga's excited as hell. Cell regresses, threatens to blow himself up. We got Goku's sacrifice where he teleports him and Cell to King Kai's planet, of course without King Kai's permission, and kills everybody on that planet, including himself. But Cell survives that motherfucker, and this nigga learns instant transmission. Like, Goku, bro, your ass sold the fucking bag, boy. You could have won instant transmission out of that motherfucker after you actually teleported him to the planet. Could have grabbed King Kai, Bubbles, Gregory, everybody got the fuck up out of that. But nah, you just like, yeah, I brought him here. Cool, we're gonna die. And just sat there. Like, you know, Goku, you definitely could have did some different shit. But, you know, writing for the plot, they wasn't gonna let that shit happen. Could have teleported him to, you know, some random place in space. Like, you feel me? Like, anywhere. But, you know, he decided to do that. Cool. So Cell has his transmissions back to Earth. Vegeta gets mad as fuck because when Cell comes back, kills Trunks. Vegeta gets emotional as hell. Like, just starts blasting this nigga. Pause. Starts key blasting this nigga like a motherfucker. Cell eats all that shit like, yeah, you're done, my boy. Smacks his ass. About to kill him. Go on. Stupid ass. Jumps in the way. Gets hit. And it's just, yeah. Now he's out of commission because he ain't got no fucking arm. Somehow, Goku from the dead gives this nigga a pep talk. They have a epic ass beam class struggle, the best beam class struggle in the entire series. And of course the other Z fighters come in to help. Tien, Krillin, even Vegeta, Piccolo, everybody is, you know, key blasting Cell, while Gohan is also trying to do the strong ass Kamehameha. And that shit worked, surprisingly. So really it's Vegeta fault at the end when he like made that nigga Cell like, you know, stumble, turn around, pay attention to him. That's when Gohan took advantage of the moment. Boom, blast that nigga. Finally, Cell is fucking gone after all that hard work, all the bodies, all them people that's dead, them civilians, Goku, everybody, 16, they're all dead. But finally, it was all worth it because Cell is fucking done. Now, this is probably one of the most, not probably, I think this is the most popular arc out of all of Dragon Ball. Everybody's favorite arc in Dragon Ball. For me, personally, I think that it's very good. Definitely top 2. Me personally, I like the Buu saga a little bit better than this saga. It has some moments that I really fuck with, but I understandably know that this arc is everybody's like peak when it comes to Dragon Ball story writing. Everybody's like, yeah, peak's here. action moments, all that stuff, cool. Yeah, they think that it peaks here. And I have no problem with everybody holding that sentiment. Love it. Of course, Dragon Ball Z is my favorite anime of all time. I just, spit all this shit off the dome. No prep, no writing, nothing like that. It's just how much I've watched this fucking show. And I know all the details and shit. It's been a while, so I gotta sometimes think about it, recall shit. But this arc overall was very, very beautiful. And I still to this day look back and go on YouTube and watch these high moments from this season and other parts of Dragon Ball Z. So that's it for me, man. It's boy Durag Demon. We out.
Now we get to see Gohan versus Cell, and indeed Gohan was just as strong as his dad in Super Saiyan 1, and that was the beginning of the fight wasn't all that, but Cell was like, you know what, I need to push you further. I'm about to go smoke your friends, made the Cell Juniors. So that was a pretty good part right there. Made Gohan kind of crash out, especially when he smokes Android 16 and then stomp on his head right in front of him. That nigga Gohan had the ultimate fucking crash out, turn Super Saiyan 2, one of the rawest moments in the fucking show. Even better than the transformation, I would say, is when that nigga was just damn near silent and just was on demon time with them fucking Cell Juniors. They was just launching attack after attack after attack, and he's just sitting there straight faced bro, are you done? Are you finished? Because I'm about to fucking mop y'all up. And he indeed mopped them niggas up. So that's one of my favorite moments right there. Fortunately, Gohan also sold the bag because this nigga got cocky that he was stronger than Cell, and he's sitting there playing with his food type shit, and he eventually kicked Cell in the stomach, made him cough up 18, and then made that nigga go back to semi-perfect Cell. So now Cell's fucking freaking out and shit, because he's just there's no way. Even if I get away from Gohan, Goku, Vegeta, and Trunks are all stronger than him at this point. So he has no way of escaping. So he's just you know what? I'm about to blow myself up. And does exactly that. So Goku has to now save Gohan, sacrifice himself, take Cell away type shit. Granted, Goku didn't have to die. He did spend a good amount of time talking to Gohan instead of, he could have just instant transmission, put that nigga in outer space type shit, and then instant transmission back, instead of just monologuing to Gohan. But I get why he died, and how the story took that into the future type shit. But that happens. Cell's not actually dead though because of plot, and then he ends up coming back even stronger and full perfect Cell now. So he comes back, smoke Trunks, and then Vegeta has his rage moment. And I like that Vegeta's a very selfish character. It's not that he doesn't care about people. He cares about Trunks, obviously that's his son, and he doesn't outwardly show that he cares, but you can see that he cares, especially in this rage moment where he saw his son just get smoked and he just fucking lost it. That was a true crash out right there. That nigga did not care. He didn't give one fuck about anything. He didn't give a fuck about himself. He was just yeah, I'm just about to go up and fucking just launch attack after attack after attack, and hopefully this nigga goes down. Sadly, he didn't. And then, Gohan had to step in and save him, sacrifice his arm. And now we get into the final Kamehameha. Again, another raw-ass moment. Goku's sitting from Otherworld, just kind of coaching him through, telling him, stop holding back. The Earth is going to be fine type shit. And yeah, that's pretty much the gist of this arc. Gohan actually overcomes Cell with the help of the other Z fighters that were up, and they bring Trunks back, and then Trunks actually goes back to his timeline and kills the androids in his timeline, which is pretty raw. You get to actually see how his power has grown from the beginning of the arc where he was literally running away to get help in the past type shit, and now he comes back to his own future and he just fucking smokes them. So it's pretty cool to see that. Pretty cool to see Gohan kind of take control, or take center stage pretty much, because he's now the strongest Z fighter out there. And Goku's I'm probably the reason that a lot of these enemies come to Earth, and maybe it's better if I just stay in Otherworld type shit so that niggas don't really come after us. And that's a pretty fair point, but Goku decides to stay dead with that, and Gohan kind of comes comes forward and as like the main character that he was supposed to be. This is also where I start to not like Gohan as a character. Because let me just say this. The amount of times that he has sold the bag, like in Dragon Ball in general, but especially like this, it started in this arc where he sold the bag against Cell. He had numerous times to kill him. And he was just fucking around type shit and just letting him do whatever. And then it gets to the point where Cell actually gets the upper hand on him by threatening to blow up the Earth. And that's what makes Goku have to sacrifice his life to save everybody. And that's all Gohan's fault. I can't blame anybody but Gohan for that moment. And we'll get into it in the Buu Saga, but it got even worse in the Buu Saga with how many times he could have stopped the main enemy, but just got cocky and didn't try as hard as he could have in that fight. Like Goku and Vegeta, as much as they like fighting, they don't ever hold back their strength. Do some stupid shit like Gohan was doing. They know that business got to be handled, and they always step up to the plate and never choke like he has. So yeah, we'll get into it in the Buu Saga. You know, Gohan, master of fucking fumbling the bag. You know, yeah, pretty much summarize this arc. You know, I will say it's a lot of convenience and plot kind of shit going on. So like, you know, there's a lot of chances that they could have stopped the androids before they kind of got their momentum going and became like so powerful type shit. So to start things off, Bulma had a good idea of using the Dragon Balls 3 years prior to them showing up. So pretty much right after they beat Mecha Frieza and King Cold, Bulma was like, yeah, let's use the Dragon Balls to fire in their lab so that we can destroy them before they become a threat. Nobody liked that idea. I'm like, bro, okay, that's bag number one, fumble. They let Dr. Gero get away in that mountainside. Bag number 2, fumbled. Vegeta sold the bag. That's bag number 3. Krillin sold. That's number 4 with a semi-perfect Cell. Goku sold against Perfect Cell by giving that nigga the Senzu Bean. Why did you do that? Like, why did you give Perfect Cell a Senzu Bean after fighting you? And you just sitting in the back giving Gohan a thumbs up like, you got this, son. Like, bro, I'll whoop your fucking ass. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you, Goku? Yeah, Goku definitely sold the bag. That's number 5. And then number 6 is Gohan selling, you know, just talking about how many times he could have stopped Perfect Cell and didn't. So that's 6 times in this arc that somebody could have, like, stopped the androids before they got so powerful. And it just didn't happen, you know, but whatever. The arc is still one of my favorites nonetheless. You know, it's a long arc, but a lot of action, a lot of fucking raw ass moments, a lot of character development going on. You get to see like the androids actually become good people. Like android 17 and 18 actually become allies at this point. 18 eventually falls in love with Krillin and has a child with him. Vegeta has some character development in this arc. Gohan definitely has some character development. Went from that timid ass kid to now one of the strongest. He went to being the strongest on the planet. A lot of other characters got development too. I can comment on the art. The art in this arc specifically was fucking phenomenal. Like, when you look at the shots from Namek Saga, it's even like the good shots from Namek Saga, like where Goku wasn't Super Saiyan fighting Frieza, like those shots were good, but this just kind of like elevated it to the next level. And you get to see like a lot more like the aura with Super Saiyans, and like the color palettes kind of changed, and the way that they handled the character designs, it kind of gave it a little bit more detail and stepped up the art. So that was pretty good to see. Soundtrack, I think this is just like pretty self-explanatory, but that Bruce Falconer soundtrack, bruh, that shit is so fucking goated. Like, I don't think, since the moment I heard the Bruce Falconer soundtrack, I don't think I could go back to the original Dragon Ball Z soundtrack, because it's just night and day. Like, that soundtrack is so fucking raw. I even have some of the songs like especially from the movies. I think it's like the Broly Legendary Super Saiyan movie, the first one, and then the very first Cooler movie too. Like, some of the soundtracks from those 2 movies are in my personal playlist to this day, and that's been like decades since. Yeah, soundtrack is pretty much unmatched. And yeah, story kind of shifts from, it started as like Goku focus and then kind of shifted to more Gohan focus, which was pretty good to see. But then obviously that didn't last long, because we know in the Buu Saga Goku comes back and, you know, Gohan kind of sells the bag a couple more times. So yeah, with all being said, this is probably my favorite arc of all of Dragon Ball, including the original Dragon Ball Z, and Dragon Ball Super. And yeah.
Let's get straight into the Goku versus Cell fight. I love the choreography in this fight. And I really like how much you can see these two are like enjoying this. I don't really know how the Super Saiyan forms work, but I know that Goku went to a higher form of Super Saiyan, a higher grade. I know there's like grades and shit. But regardless, I like the little powering up sequence. That shit was really cool. And I like how they utilized all of Cell's abilities in this fight, which is really raw. And it didn't feel forced either. He used like Tien's little duplication move. That shit was pretty cool. Seeing him use a special beam cannon from Piccolo cells and regenerating with Piccolo cells, raw cell. Frieza's little disc that he cut himself in half with. The Kamehameha. Like, shit is a real nice utilization of his concept. The hand-to-hand sequences are fire. There's a bunch of like after images. It's literally like when you counter niggas in the Tenkaichi games. This is probably where they got it from, low-key. Like, this shit is so raw. Goku doing that instant transmission Kamehameha was pretty funny, because everybody was like, Goku not gonna do that shit, bro. And then right around the second Mei and Kamehameha, niggas was like, hold on. Niggas started to feel a little shit run down their legs. And that's completely understandable, because, man, Goku has been tweaking up to this point. So I wouldn't be surprised if he just nuked this bitch. I wouldn't be surprised at all. Now that I'm rewatching it, this might be one of the best hand-to-hand fights, like, in damn near all of Dragon Ball. They didn't really did justice for the fight choreography of this fight. The battle music was good as hell, as usual, and the impact and display of power of impact around them, just by them fighting, really sells how intense this fight actually was and how close these two niggas were in strength. When Goku conceded, I was so lost. Like, yo, what? Like, that's one hell of a twist. It really cemented the tweak status that folks are in this arc, because that wasn't the end of it. Because he walked over to Gohan and was like, you got this, son. And everybody was like, pardon, nigga, what the fuck? Goku then decided to become a first round pick to the Chicago Jewels. And this nigga lost the Sizzle Beans of this nigga Cell. like what? Oh my god, folks. Game them earned a rifle spot on my anime back fumble video for rifle spot. Goku was tweaking this arc. I know you got faith in your son, boo. Jesus Christ, man. Gohan versus Cell is obviously legendary, and it's fun watching this fight again, man. Bro, when Cell got to punching this nigga Gohan in the face repeatedly, and then they cut to that nigga Goku smiling with his arms floating. That shit was so funny, fuck. Cause bro, what is there to be happy about? You just put Wally into a fight with a Decepticon. You just put Beetlejuice in the ring with Tank Davis. Even when I was a kid, I was watching like, yo, this nigga Goku's sick. So what this nigga on? I didn't really notice this during the first time I watched this, but I like the little sequence where Gohan was evading all of Cell's ki blasts. Especially the shot where he was like spamming them bitches and Gohan was like rolling out of the way. This shit was fire. I like the little contrast here because they already shown a bunch of like really good hand-to-hand fight choreography with the last fight, and they switched it up. They showed that they could spice it up with ki blast attacks, which was pretty cool.
Well, maybe you'll hear this. Your son's dead, Goku. He's dead.
I don't know why this shit's so funny, G. Honestly, I think this nigga Piccolo just wanted a reason to yell. He didn't even care about Gohan for real. I feel like you gotta say pause, man. This shit looks so odd. Nah, in all seriousness, this nigga Cell is hilarious, nigga. G. Nigga was really like, since you niggas obviously don't have anything to do on the sideline, you niggas must be getting bored. And then proceeded to shit out 2 J-Ski walk 'em downs, 2 G-Money wet 'em ups, and 2 man-mans out to fight the spectators. Like, yo, nigga, what you want? Nigga, I'm the carcaster. Why you shooting at me? Oh my god, fuck. Well, the Cell Jr. sequence is pretty cool too. We got to see niggas get beat up. Nigga, Krillin was over there getting bullied. And I mean, like, they all were to a point, but it genuinely looked like that Cell Jr. was just like picking on that nigga. Look how he was covering up while he was kicking him on the ground. Like, that shit was so funny, fuck. He was gonna take his lunch money. We got to see Final Flash again, but this time, Cell Jr. swatted that shit away and proceeded to, beat the shit out of Vegeta, unfortunately. Oh, gang. Super Saiyan 2 was such a cool-ass transformation, bro. And I don't remember it happening this fast, bro. That little monologue, first off, shouts out to Android 16 for making it all possible, because holy shit, this shit still is today. That little monologue and transformation happened so fast, and that moment was so quick, but when niggas seen this, it had this in shockwaves through the world, bro. Like, it had to. Like, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan is still one of the coldest niggas in the show to this day. Because his first order of business, man, was snatching them Sizzle Beans, snatching them bitches away from Cell, and absolutely shitting on all 7 of the Cell Juniors, bro. All 7. This shit was so cool, folks. They gave this nigga Gohan an entire episode to flex how raw he was at this point. Not only did he flex and shit on them Cell Juniors, that nigga did the same thing with Cell. Bro, them couldn't even touch Gohan, gang. I don't think you could find that much weave in the hair salon, my nigga. This nigga Gohan was evading the hell out of him, and nigga was just staring at that nigga, just disrespectful, bro, the whole time. And why did they ruin this nigga, man? I knew it was real when Cell he powered up and he was like making the earth shaking shit. And then Gohan just gut checked that nigga like it was a Tuesday morning stroll. I was like, oh yeah, this nigga legit. This nigga for real. I think they get a really good job at fleshing out Gohan's tragic flaw here too, because that nigga, man, that nigga was overconfident in a bitch here, bro. Good God. That's like, that's that half saying in him though. Once Goku told folks to finish the fight and he was like, nah, I'm gonna do my own thing, kid, me was like, uh-oh. Ooh. Well, nah. This nigga's tweaking, Mr. Krabs. And I'm glad this actually like stays pretty consistent as the show went on, because if this didn't, and this just came out of nowhere, it would have pissed me off so much. It's not like this is where this started development either, because first off, Gohan's a child, obviously. And second off, if you've seen this, like, you kind of seen this really start in the hyperbolic time chamber and possibly even earlier. So they did a really good job with this scene overall, showing like how Gohan has been super overconfident for a while. Cell's kamikaze sequence was pretty good too. Before he blew up, shit kind of snapped Gohan right back into reality, because it always takes something like this to get this nigga to wake up. Goku's sacrifice is still a goated ass scene, man. Because Goku had every right to be angry at that nigga and could have scolded him for putting him in that situation. But he stayed super calm and just reassured him and told him to look out for Chi-Chi. Goku's a bad father, by the way, and a bad husband. Honestly, even if he did do that and it went the other way, I would have been fine with it, because Gohan definitely tweaked like shit. But he's a child though, so kids make mistakes. Everybody makes mistakes. The aftermath back at the arena was sad too, but that shit ain't last long. Cause Cell popping back up made the situation exponentially shittier. Cause now it's like Goku, now this nigga Cell stronger, and it seemed like Goku just did that for fucking no reason. Well, he did save the world, but Cell's stronger now. So did he save the world if Gohan loses? He just popped Trunks with a hollow tip right through his chest. So good shit, Gohan. Good shit. It's funny, cause some episodes of DBZ will seem like they're gonna be extremely slow, and then they'll have like a 7-minute span towards the end where like the craziest shit you can think of will happen. And then boom, cliffhanger. Like, hold on, man. It's not very demure of y'all. Like, what you niggas on, dog? I like how they made Cell specifically go for Trunks too, because it really opened Vegeta's eyes, because Vegeta was still a dickhead at this point. It's wild how he still found a way to blame Goku though. Like, but I like how Vegeta finally like showed he actually cared about something besides himself. It's a really good character development moment that led to, you know, another Vegeta ass whooping and Gohan losing the arm. So good shit, Vegeta. Good shit, Gohan.
Vegeta, what have you done? You hothead, you flying off the handle like that is no way to help Trunks.
Hey, Krillin, shut your bitch ass up. You ain't been doing shit but coddling your Master 9000. Nigga been sitting over there holding 18 like, I got a feeling that tonight's gonna be a good night. Boy, get your fat head ass. I didn't know it was 18 with a curve his ass, bro. This nigga was being too weird. Then we have the final stand up between Cell and Gohan, and man, I damn near had to stand up to rewatch this shit, because this shit was just so amazing to watch. Seeing all them niggas backing Gohan in pure desperation was cool, even though most of it was ineffective and ain't do shit. It was so cool though. They knew exactly what they were doing, making this final struggle between Gohan and Cell a beam clash. Genius idea for the father-son moment to even happen right here. Having him end it with his father's attack alongside him, and then with the battle music going on, like, oh my God, man. This is one of them, this is why I love anime moments. And if you ask me, this is really like the peak of the show. There's some moments after this that give me a similar feeling, but man, this is like shit, man. Holy, this is amazing. One thing, let me take a step back. The music, bro. The music, I gotta tell y'all the story, folks. So when Akira Toriyama died, the first thing I did after I was, shocked and empty for first 20 minutes, I turned on Super Saiyan 2 Gohan's theme, bro. I listened to that for like maybe 4 or 5 hours straight. I know I'm laughing at this shit, but I'm dead ass. Like, I actually did this. It was like that song, and I alternated between that and Dragon Soul. So I was ugly crying, you were fighting for love, very glory. Nigga, I was sad as hell. Bro, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan's music is probably some of my favorite music in all of anime. It's like not the most complex thing ever, but it just fits the moment so well. Like, Super Saiyan 2 Gohan's music is so amazing, and this song makes me think of Toriyama. And it makes me a little sad, whatever I think of Toriyama, because he's gone now. But shout out to the niggas that made and composed this music, bro. Because y'all did y'all shit. This is legendary. Matter of fact, if I ever walk out to get no reward, I might have to play this. Where Our Blue is up there too, but I have to play this as well. Like, this shit is so good. This shit, like, changed my perspective on anime music, essentially. Like, non like verbal anime music, like no lyric anime. This shit is so good. I mean, yeah, man, that's the Android of Cell Saga, man. I genuinely cannot say this enough, man. Rest in peace to Akira Toriyama, man. Oh my God, to make something of this scale of stature and greatness while being a pioneer for the genre is so wild. It's honestly disgusting how well this holds up even today, to today's standards. The Cell Saga and the Android Saga are so easy to pick up and watch and have a good time with. It's just quality anime, man. I don't know what else to say. I don't know how else to say that. The storytelling through the character dialogue is pretty phenomenal, but I think this time around, I was way more impressed with the story beats that were like implied and how much they guided you to that inference through these small details. I genuinely think that the Cell arc is the arc that utilized like DBZ's characters the best. Cause think about it, bro. Everybody got some love, bro. Piccolo had a top 10, possibly arguably top 5 fight in the show. Vegeta got a dub and a great amount of character development. Trunks started this shit off with a bang and added an interesting dynamic and introduced the whole concept of time travel and like was a really good addition to the Z Fighters. Really good new character they introduced. Tien even had a moment on the island and some funny ass dialogue. I'm just still ass. Throwing a freaky ass nigga in the 69 guy. Then Gohan and Goku were the stars. But even the stars weren't just perfect. Like, it wasn't a straightforward thing. And I think Akira Toriyama does a really good job at making sure shit is not straightforward. Because if you told me before the Cell Saga and the Android Saga started, if you told me that Gohan was going to be the main hero in this shit, I would have been like, you crazy. No way he's surpassing Goku. And if you told me that Goku would have acted the way that he did throughout this whole arc, I would have called you literally insane. Everybody got a decent amount of love in this shit, man. Android and Cell Saga, the androids and Cell were just really good villains and gauges in the power dynamic too. Like, they really showed us every transformation had a nigga to match it, essentially, to show us like how powerful niggas truly is. And I love this arc, man. I had hella fun with it. This is such a fun rewatch to do. I ain't gonna lie, editing this video gonna be a bitch because I know it's gonna be like 2 hours. But this is such a fun rewatch to do, and I'm glad to just rewatch like really good anime, classic shit like this. Thank you, as always, for watching. If you got this far, man, thank you so much because this video long as shit. Thank you, man. And as always, man, I hope y'all have a great day, man. Love y'all, man. Love you forever. Whew. Damn, gang, we finally here, bro. Finally, the last saga of DBZ, and I ain't gonna lie, nigga, thank God, because these videos are a bitch to edit, I'm not gonna lie. But this for Toriyama, so it's cool. It's all good. In the past, I've kind of had like a love and hate relationship with the Buu Saga, and that still stands today. I think my argument will always be that there's like a lot of transformations and like cool things in this arc that just don't do shit. There's a generational frustrating bag fumble in this bitch that may or may not still make me dislike a certain character, you know, may or may not. But my homie Josh would always tell me to think about like the moments in the arc that you wouldn't have got if it was written differently. And he's right, that's a lot of shit. Like, I got my gripes with the story of the saga itself, but the moments themselves just kind of like make up for it for me, I guess. But I'm not about to over yap in the intro. This video probably gonna be like 2 hours already, so let's just get started. Let's start off with the World Tournament arc. But Vaughn, what about the Great Sandman arc and the Gohan High School arc? Don't disrespect me like that, nigga. Don't you ever disrespect me like that again, nigga. I never realized how like lighthearted this shit was to start off, bro. Like, Goku linking back up with them at the World Tournament really must have hit different for like all the Dragon Ball watchers. I still haven't watched Dragon Ball yet. Yeah, just call me a fraud. I don't give a fuck. I don't care. I was more fixated on his interaction with Chi-Chi and Goten though. This shit is just a heartwarming scene, gang. Seeing Goten to hide behind Chi-Chi and shit because he's nervous to meet his dad and shit, and Goku saying like, "Hey Chi-Chi, there's a little me hiding behind your leg," is the perfect line for this nigga, G. And then when Goten just said fuck it and jumped at him for a hug, bro, that shit is beautiful, bro. Like, how do you watch this scene and still say Folks is a bad father, man? I wish I had a dad, man. Fuck!
fuck?
If you can't tell, this is gonna be a love letter to the saga. I'm just gonna throw that out there. So I'm gonna talk about minuscule funny shit, whatever I can. I'm sorry. That scene when Shoto was interviewing Goku was funny as shit. She looked at Goku at Halo and she was like, "Hey, fo, you got that shit on, fo. Where you get that from?" And then Goku was like, bitch, I'm dead. Just, you know, heaven, the afterlife. And then the fucking Aura Farmer champion Piccolo broke their camera to break that shit up because, you know, Goku wasn't gonna shut his ass up, bro. That shit was funny as hell. The punching machine scene was funny as hell, too. This nigga Piccolo is a D1 hater, bro. I really fuck with it, bro. Everybody, for the most part, was trying to, like, keep this shit cool. For 18 tweaked out a little bit at first, but then she died it back a little bit. Krillin did something slight. Goku did something slight. And right when he told one of the tournament workers to go get a new machine because they said this bitch was broken, this nigga Vegeta gonna cock that bitch back from Yazabit Heist and break that bitch into atoms, bro. Like, look at these niggas' faces, bro. That's the face of a nigga that's never gonna work one of these bitches again after today, bro. He done seen too much freaky shit in the last 5 minutes, bro. My nigga is done. I'm glad they actually showed us the bits and pieces of Ghost in the Trunks on the junior side of the tournament. That nigga Adosa look like Dolph Ziggler. Who cut this little nigga hair, bro? This little nigga 14 years old with a mullet lined up with a front bob, bro. That make folks look old as hell. Nah, instead of forcing his ass look 40-teen with that shit on his head, bro. He look like his shower head don't even spit out no water. That bitch just spit out straight moonshine and cigarette filters. You can tell that folks' parents does not like blacks. You could just tell, bro. Why he built like that, bro? This nigga built like Mojo Jojo, bro. Nigga built like a suitless Buzz Lightyear, folk.
Hair what?
Hey, Half-Pint! You're gonna be my first victim!
That nigga talk like he want a lifetime supply of stuffed nose. Like, god damn. Nigga sound like he been ready to sneeze his whole life, but that shit never came out, bro. This nigga Trunks such a G, bro. Fo Nemu threw that little bitch ass punch and folks ass didn't budge a millimeter, fo. He thought he was from the flinch and shit. That nigga actually had a staring contest with his fist because he knew that nigga wasn't on shit. For absolutely bitch this nigga, bro. Hey, Krillin, folk, you got some mad explaining to do, my nigga, because who the fuck is this, folk? That's Dylan. That nigga don't got no Destructo disc. He got a key attack called the Reparo Plate, for 18 about to beat the shit out of you, bro. I genuinely hope both of y'all parents beat y'all ass, no bap. Like, I'm not gonna lie to y'all ass. That shit ass, bro. What y'all doing? Get up out this tournament, G. Kid Trunks was shitting on that white supremacist and training ass nigga too. That shit was pretty fire. I ain't gonna lie. Bro, I forgot how arrogant this nigga Trunks is, bro. This nigga is so cold. Wait, it's another one of these niggas, bro? It's literally the same nigga. Actually, he might be a little bit more racist, bro. This nigga Goten got a little bit of swag to him too, for I like how he has that same seemingly naive and gentle nature like Goku does, but folks like lock in and get to disrespecting niggas. He's just like his father, you know, daddy's son type shit. Damn, for I ain't never seen a punch that made a nigga start malfunctioning like that, nigga. He punched that nigga one time, his body started moving like a used BMW, folks. Like, nigga got an error code in his liver after that punch, folks. I didn't remember the Trunks versus Goten fight like that on my previous watches, but it's been a while, so that's understandable. It's crazy how similar, like, they both are to their fathers at this point. It's like spitting image type shit. And it makes it even crazier on Goten's side, because, like, technically Goku wasn't even there to influence him like that in his earlier years, folks. I remember this fight being this decent, gang. They was throwing them bitches. They even had, like, a Sparking Zero, like, vintage battle, for like, hold on, gang. Hey, somebody get this nigga up out of here before he die, folk. Like, what? This nigga tweaking, folk. Nigga standing there like Mitch McConnell, bro. Somebody help this nigga, bro. This fight got some decent little choreography to it, though. Like, there's some after images here and there. Like, we see Goten do the headbutt move that he get in all the Dragon Ball games and shit. They even do, like, the Goku versus Vegeta punch, which was crazy cool for it. Bro, what'd I just say, man? Wait, is this Einstein? Wait, they funny as hell if this is Einstein, bro. I just realized that shit. I thought we was having a cool hand to hand until Trunks pulled out that Ki Blast, bro. And you know Goten had to match his freak, bro.
Nice, huh? What did you think? That was really cool. Gohan taught me a little bit of that stuff too. Oh, did he teach you how to control it? Hey, not bad.
Like, damn, Goten, that was a fat ass Kamehameha. Like, nigga couldn't even get the question out, bro. Like, I'm glad he was facing that way. Folks would have smoked like 200 niggas. Like, I like how like Vegeta got into it, but only when Trunks started winning. Nigga been on the sideline like Aura farming with Piccolo this entire match until he seen that, bro. That Super Saiyan transformation was Toriyama way to say some light type shit. Folks ass just did it.
Kakarot, that's not fair.
Well, hey, don't look at me. He did it.
Bro, this nigga Vegeta is such a kid, bro. Like, what's wrong with this nigga, bro? The end of the fight was cool, though. Goten is actually pretty battle smart. That last attack was pretty creative. He even made Trunks, like, break his own rule. Nigga went Super Saiyan and used his left arm at the same time, bro.
Cheer up, Kakarot. There's always next year.
This nigga is such a kid, bro. Like, what is this nigga Vegeta on, bro? Hey, why they get the Fry and Mr. Satan ass in front of Videl like that, bro?
Man, he's just too pitiful to watch. Does anyone else want to get something to eat?
Hey, wait, you guys. Don't you want to see the fight between Trunks and my dad? He is the reigning world champion, you know.
Thanks, but I think we'll pass. See ya.
Like, damn, folks, what they on with that nigga? And folks, this nigga Piccolo been standing there posing, looking cool for the last 4 episodes, nigga. Like, nigga ain't said shit. Like, bro, we get it. We get it, bro. You're Flea, bro. You got that shit on, bro. Now we get into the adult division, and we immediately get introduced to the biggest fraud in Dragon Ball Z history, bro. Look at this nigga Supreme Kai floating there raw as hell, but if you cut that mohawk off, I promise that nigga hair gonna look like a big ass Yogo bit. I promise it is. This nigga had us all fooled because folks said he entered the tournament too, and he had us thinking that he was gonna be a problem after that first interaction. Nigga even had Goku fooled, folks.
No, they don't seem all that strong to me, guys. To tell the truth, I don't think they know what they're getting themselves into.
Like, bro, Krillin had to read the entire time, bro.
Mr. Killer?
Yeah. To the mind, flesh out 40.
Hey, I'm not gonna bap. This shit's so racist, game. Toriyama my dog, for don't get me wrong, for but I got this character design made me side folks a little bit. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I didn't even pick up on this shit as a shorty game. Like naming a nigga Killer and then you know designing him with a hot top fade and big lips is so wild. And why does he talk like that? Why, bro? Like why does he talk like that, bro? The whole scene where they were drawn was pretty cool. In hindsight, this shit still blows me because they were still hyping Supreme Kai weak ass up, bro. This nigga Vegeta is so damn funny. As soon as he smiled, I already knew what was up. Nigga turned around and showed Goku for look at this nigga face, fuck. And this is a small detail, but I've always said this. Like, I've loved rivalry dynamics in DBZ. Look how hard both of them niggas were smiling like, when they found out. Like, them niggas could not wait to throw them bitches, bro. Hey, low-key, I never realized how much niggas were frying Videl's dad right in front of her. Like, bro, none of these niggas held back, folks. When 18 drew her number, bro, Krillin ass was celebrating because he knew shorty ass had a first round bye, bro.
Yes! Look, 18, you get to fight Mr. Satan!
I wouldn't take it so lightly. My dad's a dangerous man.
Bro, look, bro, 18 is just looking at her ass, bro. Like, that silence speaks volumes, my nigga. My fault for yapping, bro. I just really enjoy going back to the smaller moments that I ain't really noticed before. Let's pick it up and start with the adult division. Man, when Piccolo bitched out against that Supreme Kai nigga, bro, I'm not gonna lie, bro. Shit really just sent us back into slavery as fellow niggas, man. I'm not really fucking with him like that. Now, in his defense, his intuition was right about being a Supreme Kai all along, and he's an important being. But folks wasn't on a Doug Dimmadome damn, bro. Like that nigga's a bitch, and that shit just falsely fed this nigga ego too, folks. Cause that nigga had an ego to start this bitch off. After this, niggas earned the right to say what Fodenham said in my comment section. Everybody has the right to call folks Namek with a hard K. Cause why, bro? Why did you bitch out, bro? Why do you do that? Next, we have Videl versus Popovich, and man, we all know what happened here, man.
We back on my boy Vaughn channel. Another Dragon Ball Z video. You know how we rocking. Let's get into it, man. We talking about the motherfucking Buu saga today. Now this saga right here, when I tell you this is my favorite one out of all of them, I undoubtedly like this the most. And it's kind of like a, you know, unpopular opinion. I know a lot of people prefer the Cell saga over the Buu saga, and that's like the most notable favorite saga of the Dragon Ball Z series. But to me, I don't know, the Buu saga takes the cake for me. It was a whole lot going on, a whole lot of action. So let's start from the top, man. So, you know, big thing is Goku been dead for 7 years since, you know, Cell killed him and stuff like that at the end of the Cell arc. But now he's granted 24 hours back on Earth. So, you know, it's on and popping. They getting to another Budokai martial arts tournament. Alright. Goku come back, he fighting that motherfucker, but Vegeta hit wind of that. She like, what? I'm trying to fight too. What you mean? I get to fight Kakarot? What? Oh yeah, I'm definitely running that fade. You know, it's gonna be over busting. Everybody in that motherfucker. Piccolo, you know, Trunks and Goten finna be in that motherfucker. Like it's finna be over busting. Videl, Gohan, like everybody's in that bitch. So it's a real good time. First and foremost, start talking about the Videl versus Popovich match. Oh my god. I know we talk about Vegeta getting his ass cooked a lot, but this fight, Videl versus Popovich, was probably one of the most brutal one-handed fights that we've ever seen in the show, like without a doubt. And it's part of it probably plays because it was a, you know, big swole ass man kind of beating up on a girl. That's kind of part of it, but still, he was really dog walking her ass for real. Like he was stomping her ass out, like was not letting her escape the ring. Like she literally was finna fall out. This nigga Popovich called her like, "Where the fuck you going?" Dragged her ass back to the middle of the ring and kept beating her ass some more, like just straight up tormenting this girl. That was crazy to watch as a kid. Now looking back at it, it's like, damn, he really beat the fuck out of her, you know. And we can, you know, laugh at it because, of course, it's a fictional show, so that shit funny. But damn, like, good lord.
Bro, I should have knew what was about to happen when Killer walked up to folks and he was just sitting there breathing hard and shit. Tell me this ain't prime perked out Viagra'd out Kurt Angle, bro.
Gohan. Yeah? I want to see you in the second round, okay?
Little did she know, she damn near seen him in the second round of the other world tournament. Little did she know. At first, it looked like Videl was really doing her shit, for even the announcers hyping Shorty up. She even hit a little slide cancel through the legs, hit this nigga with a cool little like kick and shit, but folks just kept on getting back up. Videl did every rush super she's had in any Dragon Ball game, but Perk Angle was not letting that shit go, nigga. He got up again, and Shorty got the breathing like a freshly cranked lawnmower, my nigga. But the last time, Shorty got the laughing. Twin them walked up and backhanded the fuck out of her, like, oh my god. The nigga walked up to her breathing like a PS3 running Elden Ring. Like, Videl literally kicked this nigga and broke this nigga neck. And I'm like, all right, that gotta be it, right? Hell no. Shorty got up, twisted that bitch right back to the original formation, folks. Videl really thought her ass was safe in that air too, folks. And that nigga went up there and shot a super key energy wave and swatted her ass right back down to the ring. I'm damn. He could fly and shoot key blast? Damn. Videl got the nerve to really be sitting there smiling and shit. That nigga said, okay, headbutt, crunch counter, standing heavy target combo, Zangief whip punish type shit, folks. Kicked her shit in the air, folks. And people's elbow her ass right in the stomach. I'm glad Pan wasn't in that motherfucker, folks. Shorty ass would have came out with a headset didn't. Nah, this nigga Popovich so motherfucking funny, gang. This nigga Popovich seen Videl flying out the ring, folks, and saved her ass just so he could beat her ass even more, folks. Like, gang, you gotta think about this. This is some real sick ass shit, bro. And the crowd in the world tournament announcer ain't make this shit no better because they was cheering for her ass to get up and shit. Like, now look at her. She sprawled out on this nigga knee, taking Harambe level hits to the face and shit. Like, this is y'all fault, nigga. I ain't gonna back. Videl's voice actor really sold this shit though, because it really sounds like she's in excruciating pain. And it's a little uncomfortable until she gets up again. I'm like, okay, she's doing that to herself. Nah, licking the lips is crazy, yo. Licking the lips is crazy, bro. Folks freaky as hell. Get the fuck on somewhere, folks. This nigga Popovich sick as hell, bro. He really enjoying this shit. I'm glad this finally ended. This is a very uncomfortable watch, folks, but it was a little funny, no bap. I ain't gonna lie. Low key, if you really think about this shit though, this nigga Supreme Kai got some other shit going on. Cause what do you mean your plan was to let Gohan get sucked up in the middle of the tournament?
You's a freaky ass nigga.
Like, hey, yo, pause, my nigga. Chat. I think we have a freaky ass nigga here, bro. Is it just me? This off-ass plan, bro. I know this nigga wasn't all the way there when that nigga said Gohan was the strongest here, because I really didn't believe that shit. Like, hell no. I'm not gonna cap. I definitely do not remember this next part in the ship, so it was nice to kind of refresh myself on this part. And it almost felt like new Dragon Ball, like no back, because it's been so long since I watched this shit.
Now, of course, we know that this is now due to the fact that Spopovich was receiving powers from Babidi. Babidi, of course, he's in the show. He's the evil mastermind behind this entire arc, pretty much. Babidi comes to Earth and he wants to revive Majin Buu. He also has the Demon King Dabura with him, which everybody's like, what the fuck? How did he get this nigga Dabura? That's crazy. Like, this nigga's the fucking Demon King of the demon world. Yeah, they got Dabura. They got a whole bunch of other motherfuckers. Yakan, Pui Pui, a bunch of other people in there. Martial arts tournament gets cut short. Spopovich is beating the fuck out of Adele because he's gotten that power. Yamu and Spopovich end up taking Gohan's power while he's about to fight Kibito, and then they're going to use that to try to help revive Majin Buu because they need energy. You know, they go back to the ship, they steal that shit from Gohan, they kind of let him, the Supreme Kai kind of helps them because they need to find where this nigga Babidi's ship is. So they use Gohan as bait and say, yeah, Gohan, you know, get your shit took, whatever, cool. Follow them to Babidi's ship. Cool. Now they come confront them niggas. That's when they run into Dabura. Dabura turns Piccolo and Krillin into fucking bird statues. Lead their ass up on a mountain. They go into Babidi's ship. They go fight Pui Pui. That nigga gets dog walk by Vegeta. It's not even close. And nigga gets cocky. He's like, oh yeah, I'm finna go to my home world where gravity is much heavier. And Vegeta like, nigga, I do this shit every day. What you mean? Minked his shit up, straight up, beat his fucking ass. So that shit was funny as hell, just the overconfidence from that nigga. Then we get Goku's fight, because Goku's there with Vegeta, Supreme Kai, and Gohan. You get Goku's fight. Goku fights Yakan, which is this monster that thrives from the dark because he's from a planet that's very far away from the sun. So, you know, he's just going to his home world because Babidi has the power to transport people to wherever they want to because he's a magician. So they transport Yakan and everybody else to this dark ass place. No sunlight. Yakan can see better in the dark. So he's like, oh yeah, I'm finna beat your Goku fast. Goku like, nigga, I got my own light source. Super Saiyan. Fuck you talking about? Turn Super Saiyan. Y'all kind of like, man, give me that goofy ass light. Absorbs all that shit, eats the energy, and, you know, fight goes on. But Goku like, alright, bet, say less. Powers up even more and gives him as much light as he absolutely positively can, and literally just blows Yakan up because he has too much energy for that nigga to absorb. So, simple, basic ass fight, easy as fuck. Then we got Dabura versus Gohan. Now this fight, pretty pitiful on Gohan because he's of course been sitting at home not doing anything for the 7 years, not really training, not really doing shit for real. Just being a fucking bum. So, you know, he don't do shit. Fights Dabura. He's like fighting evenly with Dabura. Dabura's not really taking him like super serious though. Like he could have really beat Gohan if that fight kept going. Because Gohan lost a lot of his battle instincts and all that stuff. He kind of doesn't really fight as well as he did back when he fought Cell. Dabura's like, yeah, you kind of weak ass nigga, but on the side, I peep some shit, so I'm finna go back to my motherfucking homie Babidi, alright? So you go tell Babidi like, oh yeah, we got no recruit. This nigga Vegeta, mad ass nigga. He an evil ass nigga at heart. We finna take advantage of that shit, bring him over to our side.
Hey, this nigga Babidi ugly as fuck. Like, oh my god, this nigga look like a boiled reindeer testicle, brother. Ugh. Like, this nigga's hideous, bro.
And he is the most dangerous of them all. Remember, it is not his size you must concern yourself with.
Yo, pause. This nigga Babidi done activated one of them rhino pill effects and had that nigga Spopovich tweaking, folks. Side note. Now that Daima is a thing, I would like to reiterate how cool its existence is to the story. Because, like, before, I think this whole idea of the demon realm could have just been something that niggas just pulled out their ass and just explained where a stronger nigga came from, like Dabura. Because obviously, you just can't have no strong nigga like him just like up here, you feel me? But now that we've had a whole adventure in the demon realm and Daima and shit, it feels like it actually strengthens the story a little bit. Considering, like, in the Buu Saga, a lot of niggas just kind of like show up, Supreme Kai included. So it makes this introduction to all these new figures in the Buu Saga make significantly more sense. And the characters are more fleshed out now, which makes the story feel better, in my opinion, after going back to rewatch this.
Good. But spare the Supreme Kai for now.
At your request, Master. I will leave him for your pleasure.
I will leave him for your pleasure. Paul, I ain't gonna bap. I ain't remember Deborah feeling this menacing, bro. Like, this nigga Kibito got his huff ass air fried. Like, gang, that shit was crazy. And the funny thing is, the nigga sat there in that nigga face with his hand in his face for a smooth, like, minute straight. He definitely could have moved out the way. Like, no bap. Like, absolutely crazy. This nigga Supreme Kai pissed me clean off. Cause folks talking about, I should have warned them when that nigga Deborah started hogging loogies at these niggas. Like, yo, you dead ass? Big-headed bitch and left out one of the most vital pieces of info available. Ain't no way that nigga got that big ass head and he ain't think about, hey, he ain't think just a shout out real quick like, hey, phone them. His spit turned niggas to stone. That's crazy ass detail to leave out, folks. Bro, I understand the first nigga getting spat on, I understand. But he hogged up a whole nother loogie for, and this nigga Nahare goof ass just sitting there watching this happen. Like, yo, the ship sequence escapes my memory, like I said. But if there's one thing I remember from it, is that Supreme Kai was just being annoying as fuck, because folks did not do his homework on these niggas. He was over there stressing over Pui Pui, nigga. Pui Pui, nigga? Come on, bro. This nigga Vegeta beat the shit out of this nigga. That nigga Vegeta beat one of the Puis out that nigga name. Yeah, Bobby ugly ass and gave Pui home field advantage and shit. Nigga, Pui Pui was like, oh, the gravity's 10 times stronger than Earth. It's over for you niggas, twin. Like, bro, 10? You saying that shit just gave this nigga hella confidence, bro. You basically playing Mello in a 1v1. You just gave that nigga a hoodie mid-game. Nigga Pui Pui got eviscerated pretty effortlessly. I ain't gonna lie. That nigga Yakon intro was funny as hell. Them two little ugly niggas went to go get folks, and I guess Yakon needs something to snack on, because these two little niggas got ate up. Pause. Nothing really interesting happened in the next fight. It was more of Supreme Kai just saying, this guy's strong, you guys can't beat him. And I was like, yo, shut your fat forehead ass up, nigga. Yakon's ability is pretty interesting though. Folks went Super Saiyan and that nigga Yakon just said, just give me the light. Like, that shit was pretty cool, I ain't gonna lie. I love this next part, bro. This nigga Vegeta was frying Gohan ass, bro.
Gohan's been far too busy going to school and going out on dates to do any serious training. Of course, I could be wrong. Maybe he's been training in between classes or during PE or something. Maybe he's the strongest one here.
Like, this nigga a fool, bro. That little shot at Supreme Kai was so slick, bro. This shit is hilarious, bro. I love this shit though, cause this is like a real slick way of displaying like brotherhood though. Vegeta, even though he did it in like a sarcastic kind of dickish way, he was holding Gohan accountable. And he's being real. Like, there's no way the nigga hasn't progressed since he fought Cell and the nigga regressed. Like, come on, folks. Low-key Vegeta respected the fuck out of him, but not no more at this point, cause look at this nigga. So before we talk about Gohan versus Deborah, I really want to talk about one of my issues with Goten and Trunks. So this is a scene where the two link up with Videl, and Videl explains what's happening to Goten and Trunks and the whole Boo situation, right? So they look at these niggas' reaction to receiving the information.
They're gonna have to fight. Huh? Wow! Magic?
Yes, that's what the man said.
A wizard?
These two little niggas are shaking. That's how excited they are, bro. Like, I'm really frustrated with how they handle these two in Dragon Ball and the Dragon Ball continuity, because these two niggas are supposed to be some of the strongest niggas in the show. And the major thing that supports that is the fact that these two niggas actually like fighting too, and they're half Saiyans, which means they're stronger than whole Saiyans. I feel like Gohan's fight in the Universe 7 strongest list should be given to Goten and Trunks. That's just me though. It would be cool to have them be around like Piccolo's level. I think that would be cool. I don't really get why you would kind of shoe in Power Ups for the nigga that don't like fighting and want to pursue school, and then like not do anything for these two, knowing that they do like fighting, if that makes sense. Like, that's kind of my frustration with it. And I don't quite understand the people saying like, oh well, Gohan doesn't want to fight, but he deserves everything he's getting because of his potential. No, nigga, potential in a nigga is only seen through his hard work. A lot of things in this world could potentially happen, but if you don't put work towards it, then shit is gonna stay exactly that, potential. I would even give like Gohan slack if he at least like maintained his cell strength, but nah, this nigga got weaker. Like, huh? Like, come on, bro. If anybody knows that there's potential threats out there, it's Gohan. And that's why his dad didn't want to be wished back, because he felt like he was attracting more bullshit, which he was. And Goku basically left Earth in Gohan's hands. And him failing to continue his training mean that this nigga low-key failed him. And I feel like this is kind of where this whole feeling of they're wasting these two kind of originated for me. But good yap, Setcha. I appreciate you for listening, gang. I just don't like what they doing Goten and Trunks. And I know Deborah big ass ain't fitting that pie. I just know he didn't. Gohan versus Deborah is the real fight in this whole sequence, and the show was pretty good. I ain't gonna lie, that little Bruce Falcon, the soundtrack was gassing Shorty up to start this bitch off for. I ain't gonna bap. Gohan started off beating Deborah ass, bro. Then we all know what happens with Gohan fight. Classic show me your true power. you won't win type beat. Like, you always saying this bullshit. Every time Shorty get cocky like this, I need folks to envision himself in his pre-Namek Chi-Chi fit so he can humble himself. Then the nigga started struggling and him and Deborah started looking more and more even, bro.
Gohan's gotten soft. He was a lot stronger when he was a little kid. It's absurd.
That's what I'm saying, bro. This was like a pathetic showing at best, because Gohan act like he really playing with this nigga. In reality, these niggas are actually pretty evenly matched. And I think that as the fight went on, Gohan realized like, oh shit, I'm a bitch. And like, not only did he let Deborah last too long, pause, he gave him enough time to realize that, hey, we can recruit this nigga Vegeta. Like, he gave him and Babidi enough time to even realize that shit.
Now this is the birth of my favorite character in the Buu saga. Majin Vegeta is undoubtedly my favorite character in this whole saga. From the transformation from Vegeta to Majin Vegeta when he gets turned by Babidi, that was a good ass moment. I love that shit. Like, a very chilling moment to me. So I really like that. Just the evilness, the evil laugh after he got done transforming, the music. It was literally just chef's kiss. Perfect. Turns into Majin. He's like, oh yeah. Now Goku. Oh, he don't call him Goku because he don't do that shit. But Kakarot, I want all smoke, nigga. Come on. Bring that ass. We finna fight. Fuck you talking about. Goku like, what? No, we not. Like, we kind of got to stop this nigga from being revived. Shit, I don't give no fuck about that shit, boy. Supreme Kai like, come on, man. We can't do this shit for real. We got to not fight and not get this nigga no more energy. But Vegeta wasn't trying to hate that shit. He said, what, nigga? I'll beat your ass and I'll blow all these people up. Points his hand to the side of the stage, blows everybody the fuck up on that side. Points his hand straight at Goku, shoots a beam at him, knows he can't handle it because he's not Super Saiyan, blows all those people up just on his demon shit. The speeches that he gave during this time, like the speech he gave to Goku in front of Supreme Kai and all those people on the martial arts stage, just chilling badass moments that I just really fuck with Vegeta. I don't even really use this word because it's like a super new gen, you know, young ass nigga ass word, but like his aura was very, you know, satisfying. I feel like it was just like, damn, bro, this nigga really finna fuck some shit up. Really fuck with that shit. He gave like maybe 3-4 different speeches during this time, and they was all cold as hell. A speech before he fought Goku, a speech during his fight with Goku. He was, you know, talking down on this nigga, bodying him. That fight, I feel like I wish they expanded that fight a little bit more. Like, it was a pretty good fight, the Goku versus Vegeta fight, Super Saiyan 2. It was a pretty good fight. I wish they kind of expanded it a little bit more. Like, I kind of wish it went a little bit longer, because that was like the first time that we've seen since the Saiyan saga that these two niggas like really duked it out for real. It was actually on somewhat even grounds. So I really, you know, really wanted more of that fight. But the fight, what we did get to see from it was pretty intense, was pretty good. The music, the choreography was pretty good. Everything about that fight was good. I like that. Really no other complaints besides the length of it, and wanted to see more of it, of course. And then, of course, we later find out that, you know, Goku wasn't even fighting his ass for real. He wasn't being serious. He was really just, oh yeah, Super Saiyan 2? That's it? That ain't shit, bro. Like, that's some slight work. And then got Super Saiyan 3 in his back pocket whenever the fuck he ready. Vegeta betrays Goku, knocks his ass out, goes to fight Buu because Buu was being revived since all of the energy from their fight is being sent to Majin Buu, and they're Super Saiyan 2 right now. 2 Super Saiyan 2s fighting each other, so it's a whole lot of energy to give off. Vegeta like, alright, I'm finna go deal with this Pillsbury Doughboy ass nigga, and I'll be back to finish this motherfucker fight. So he knocks him out, takes a sense of being cool, goes to fight Buu, and little do he know, Buu get to putting the paws on that boy. He putting the motherfucking paws on him. But the beginning of the fight was pretty good on Vegeta's side. Like, Vegeta, very intense, very, you know, I love Vegeta's theme music, like everything, him powering up, him like, you know, fucking Buu up for like a good minute or so. And then Buu was like, yeah, you strong, I'm finna power up. And then, yeah, after that, put the pause on that nigga. Like I said, put the absolute pause on Vegeta. beat his ass. Trunks decides to interfere. Piccolo's there, Goten is there. They knock him, you know, far away. And Boo's walking back, Vegeta's like, hey, take everybody far away, bro. I got this shit, don't even worry about it. He said, cause he knows he's finna die, he's finna sacrifice himself right now. He asked Piccolo, he said, am I gonna see Goku when I die? Am I gonna see him in the afterlife? And Piccolo like, nah. Not everybody get their body after they die. Only good people like Goku, who are, you know, have earned that, can get to keep their body in the afterlife. So no, you probably won't see him. Vegeta's like, damn, oh well, fuck it, bro. Take my son, take Goten the fuck away from me. I'm finna, you know, handle this shit. Like, I bet. So then we get, of course, Vegeta's noble sacrifice. Him powering up, smoking Majin Buu. Or so we thought. This was such a good moment though, just like Vegeta sacrificing his character development and building in this arc. Well, in the whole show really, Dragon Ball Z, Vegeta has undoubtedly the best character development out of any character at all. But even here, it's been a big step up because he was trying to convince himself that he wanted to be like his old self. That was the entire reason for him letting Babidi take over his body and like give him that power up. Not really take him over because he still resisted him afterwards, but that was his entire purpose, because he wanted Babidi to return him to how he used to be. He used to be, you know, in his words, a ruthless warrior. He used to be worried about his strength alone type thing, you know, that's it. He didn't really have attachments and stuff like family, like Bulma and Trunks and his whole family and everybody who he's attached to on Earth. He didn't have none of that. So him getting this Majin power is kind of him being released from the shackles that he felt like he was under. But in all reality, he really realized that, nah, I'm not who I used to be. Like, I'm really a changed person. I'm really a better person. I really do care about these people, so much so to the fact that I'm about to sacrifice my entire life just to try to save this planet and the people that I care about. So that's why Vegeta's sacrifice was so emotional and so, you know, just such a good thing for Vegeta's character development and for the story. It's very, very good. Unfortunately, that it didn't end up killing Majin Buu. It did a hell of a lot of damage, but it didn't actually take his life. He still, you know, has insane regenerative abilities, so he was able to bring himself back. But still, it was a very huge moment, and that's kind of just why I fuck with Vegeta in this whole fucking saga, because he just has like some really good character development moments. He has some really badass moments, some really nerve-wracking speeches and chilling moments, like badass moments that he really just gives. Like, I'm that nigga type of energy. I really, you know, just fuck with that nigga for real.
Next, we have arguably the best written sequence in all of Dragon Ball, in my opinion. This nigga Majin Vegeta is so motherfucking goated, gang. Like, I like how niggas line it up too. They still ain't had that match at the World Tournament. And you know Vegeta ain't forget about that shit. And Babidi already knew and threw them niggas right in the ring of that bitch. Vegeta seemingly succumbing to Babidi makes so much sense, because you could tell Vegeta was like fighting something internally ever since like Namek happened, and he wasn't all the way in the clear for being a quote-unquote good guy. That nigga Babidi did not tell Vegeta to smoke all them niggas either, folks. That was Vegeta getting back at his old bag for the one time. He killed them niggas himself. This standoff between Goku and Vegeta was so legendary too, folks. Like, I felt tension and hype all throughout Dragon Ball Z, but nothing like this. I love how niggas were just ignoring the Supreme Kai this whole time too. Vegeta got a pretty good speech in right here too, folks. No bap. He had me in the first half. I thought this was gonna be something like sad or prolific and like sensible, but then this nigga just got the hating, bro. but like, I'm not gonna lie, Vegeta make hatred and pride sound really good. Like, that shit funny as hell. That nigga Supreme Kai talking about, you guys are gonna have to go through me. Like, nigga, please. Like, who the fuck are you? Crystal ball head ass nigga, baby bottle pop head ass nigga. Like, this is a small detail, but Toriyama snapped for having Goku up key blicky on that nigga. Like, he's smart as shit, because I wasn't expecting that at all, nigga. Even Vegeta was surprised. Like, that was the most savage shit I done seen this nigga Goku do in a long ass time. That nigga Supreme Kai ducked that hot shit immediately, bitch ass nigga. I'm not gonna bap. I would've did the same shit, but bitch ass nigga.
And besides, I'd like to get my hands on that boy as soon as I can.
Bro, pause! Goku versus Vegeta in the Buu Saga is another iconic entry in this iconic rivalry. And these niggas throwing them bitches. Like, you ain't never seen niggas collide knees and start creating lightning, bro.
Like, I don't even know how that shit work, but that shit raw, for I don't even need to explain. Don't even explain that shit to me. Low key, niggas was in this bitch doing straight Muay Thai, bro. Niggas was caught each other punches and started to exchange the most vicious high knees I've ever seen, bro. It's really everything you like about Dragon Ball fights in one, really. Like, there's good choreography all through this, hand to hand, with the iconic, you know, the iconic give each other CTE punch. And on the lowest of keys, that nigga Vegeta was low-key beating folks' ass. We all know this wasn't a real dub. I like Vegeta's little monologue here, because there's always been like a hint of this since the Namek Saga, but Vegeta literally explains how he felt since he wasn't like the hero. He's always like followed behind Goku or following behind someone related to Goku. And this nigga was like working his ass off. He was just envious that there's always someone else. I'm not gonna lie. Them punches with those boulders, what Goku did when Vegeta had him stuck in that little wall, them shits was crazy, for I know them shits hurt. CTE immediately, bro. That's a hard ass punch, folks. That little cave sequence was cool too. I wish you got to see that beam clash. I'm not gonna lie. This is not a short fight, by the way. Like, this shit is a decent little minute, but it's super fresh, gang. Like, they rarely repeat any choreography. And Dragon Ball loves doing this shit. But if you see these niggas' faces, these niggas are actually enjoying the fuck out of this, like old times type shit. And the environment around these niggas is just getting cooked. I know every toilet around that hole just turned into a bidet, because that water that was below them was tweaking. You can't undermine how good Vegeta's writing is here, because it's not like this was just some random shit. His explanation made hella sense. It definitely wasn't a natural transition to this nice Vegeta that we thought he was. And you could tell how immature this nigga was, that he still had a little bit of resentment towards Goku. You could see it in how eager he was to fight that nigga. Of course, niggas ain't really think Vegeta would go to this length to be Goku, because he doesn't really like receiving help. It still kind of fits his character, and it makes sense. The finale of this fight was good too. I like how during this last little exchange, you can kind of tell this nigga's capping. Like, this nigga character is so goated, bro. Vegeta's character really resonates with a lot of niggas, because as men, we all have pride to a certain extent. Some of us, me included, even have it to the point where you even try to like numb your feelings to the thing you love, just to soften or avoid the pain of losing them, if that makes sense. That's why pride is a devil, like Cole said in certain cases. Think about this shit, nigga. Vegeta done linked up with Bulma, developed a romantic relationship with her, stayed with her by her side, had a kid, and was there every step of the way to help raise that nigga. Pride is so strong that the nigga was trying to convince himself that all that shit meant nothing. All of it. All that shit meant absolutely nothing. That's some scary shit, folks. Like, luckily Vegeta has some will and a little bit of self-control, because he could have ended up actually believing that shit. Do I think it's necessary and okay to have pride as a man sometimes? Of course. Obviously. Of course. In some cases. I think your pride should damn near come first, but don't be afraid and be so prideful to fuck up some good relationships around you. You feel me? Like, you kind of have to have a balance with pride. We gotta have a balance with everything, but you definitely need a balance of pride. The intro to Majin Buu is really good. I think this is the first time we've been introduced to like a villainous figure, but that nigga wasn't always like there up there, you feel me? For like Majin Buu's clearly a kid in the brain, and his favorite color is clearly 85. It makes sense that this nigga is extremely unpredictable. Frieza and Cell had tempers, but they knew how to control themselves at least a little bit. A temper tantrum from this dumbass nigga could wipe a verse like it ain't shit. Like, that fear of the unknown shit really hit with these niggas, because now this nigga is like unpredictable. Like, this nigga got the critical thinking skills of a Jordan 5 low nigga. Like, we were on the thinnest of ice watching this shit as kids. Low key, there was hella tension with both of these plots going on at the same time too. We was really eating around this time we was watching this shit. I'm not gonna lie, that nigga Supreme Kai was getting his ass smoked, folks. When that nigga Buu clapped his hands with that nigga head in between them bitches. Nigga put his brain into that fat ass mohawk, fuck. Get that nigga Mr. Poopy Butthole head shape, bro. Straighten that nigga head out, bro. Shit crazy. He doing all this while this nigga Buu just out here spitting straight bullshit. I'd be so mad, nigga. If you gonna beat my ass, bro, at least shut up, bro. That nigga Gohan seen a terrifying sight, nigga. That nigga Gohan kicked that nigga Buu, and that nigga Buu big ass and cartwheel all the way back to the original spot where that nigga kicked him from. Like, all right, nigga, you could have walked. You doing too damn much, bitch.
Boo! I'm ordering!
Ooh, ordering.
oh, big ass. And it's funny, that nigga Dabura had to deal with the same annoying ass shit, bro. Like, imagine doing your strongest attack and that nigga pop out the smoke of your shit hitting this shit, fuck. Like, y'all be safe out here, bro. I'm about to keep blasting myself, bro. And low key, damn, I forgot this nigga Trunks damn near killed Piccolo, folk. I ain't gonna lie, Piccolo came back cool as fuck. Like, tell me that shit wasn't clean though. Tell me it wasn't clean. I think I rarely remember the actual fight between Buu and Vegeta because like the finale of it is so iconic. So it's actually nice to sit down and like watch this fight again. And I gotta hit this bitch for the one time, folks. Vegeta fans, stand the fuck up, nigga. Fucking y'all talk about, nigga. I don't know. This was a little confusing because like we were getting money, we're getting beat up at the same time. This is arguably, but at the same time, this is arguably like one of the best moments in Dragon Ball right here. So yeah, Vegeta fans, stand up, folks. Low-key, I really forgot like how brutal this nigga fights in his Majin form. That nigga Vegeta was throwing straight thunkers. From uppercut from the 7th circle of hell. Yeah. And you know a nigga that uppercut at the fuck out of you when an ounce of sweat rises before your chin does, nigga. Nigga that knocked all the moisture out that nigga face, bro. That final shine attack was low-key swaggy. I love that move. I'm not gonna lie. Why does nigga Piccolo react like this, bro?
Yeah!
Like, what's wrong with this nigga, bro? Angry Explosion was raw too. It's so fun pointing out all the techniques because I play all the games as a kid. That nigga Buu got one hell of an emo package. I won't back because this nigga was beating the dog shit out of Vegeta. Took a quick little intermission to hit a light little jig on that nigga. For look at this nigga, bro. The little moment between Trunks and Goten when they tried to help fight Vegeta was pretty beautiful. I'm not gonna lie. You can really hear the pain in Trunks' voice. And I like how him talking to Vegeta and calling Vegeta a prince actually made this nigga wake up. I think that was pretty rough. And the exchange he had with Trunks was very beautiful as well. And this moment right here that's coming up, that's right now, is the main reason why I have a Majin Vegeta canvas print. You can actually see it. It's right there. A Majin Vegeta canvas print of him holding Trunks on my wall in this room. Vegeta actually showed compassion for the first time in his life for real. Like, he hugged his son, told him he was proud of him because he knew that he wasn't coming out this shit alive. It's really hard not to laugh at his next exchange with Piccolo, folks. That nigga Vegeta asked Piccolo if he was gonna link with Goku in Other World, and that nigga was like, hell nah, bro, you going to hell, bro. It's like, hell nah, you going to hell, twin. Y'all be safe out here, though, gang. I mean, at least he honest, folks. The actual final explosion moment was so raw. His last words were so powerful, gang. This is a crazy moment that will forever hold up. Right now, it's a good time to actually talk about one of my issues with the Buu saga. So one of my main issues is that this shit could have ended so many times. So I was talking to Josh about this very topic, and it came up because I said that the war arc in Naruto and the Buu saga both are like very messy with the writing, and that's why they weren't the easiest arcs to digest in my opinion. Don't get me wrong, I still love them both, but I'm just calling a spade here. This is one of those times where I think the Buu saga could have ended beautifully. This to this day is still one of my best moments in Dragon Ball, in my opinion. And this is the best writing that you got from Vegeta, confirming he's a good guy, showing that he has a heart, and him acknowledging Goku in the final explosion little speech. And this like this grand technique would have been a really cool place to end it. I don't dislike it not ending here, but like I said, this is one of the times that like they could have ended it in my opinion. But Josh's counter argument to it was, but Vine, think about all the shit that happened after this. And shit, he was right. There's literally so much more iconic shit that happened after this that I can't even argue against that. It's not like the ending that we got was hot ass too. It was actually really good. I think this and a couple other places would have been better, but I'd rather not change it and sacrifice the moments we got after type shit.
So yeah, moving on after that, Goku wakes up, Majin Buu's alive. He like, all right, bro, we finna teach Goten and Trunks how to, transform, or how to fuse and all that. Goten needs to go get the Dragon Radar from the city before Buu blows it up, because Buu is literally just making entire cities into candy and eat them. So he's like, yeah, before he does that to the whole city and fucks that bitch up, go get that Dragon Radar, because we need that bitch, because Babidi finds out that Bulma is from Capsule Corp, and he's like, oh yeah, we're gonna smoke that whole city. Cool. Trunks finna go get that bitch. In the meantime, Goku is in front of Buu and Babidi, and he has to spare some time. He has to, make them sit there for a while. So he like, fuck it, bro, I'm finna go Super Saiyan 3 on your goof ass. Gives a whole demonstration and a lesson to Babidi and Buu about the Super Saiyan progression of transformations. This was the first time that we've ever seen Goku go Super Saiyan 3, so this was a really, really good moment. Despite the fact that he was transforming for literally like 5 minutes. Besides that, like it was cool. It was a different form. We was like, oh shit, we didn't think we was getting nothing past, Super Saiyan 2. Like, we didn't think we was getting nothing after that. Super Saiyan 3, all this, big long ass hair, and him being even fucking better than anybody thought he would ever be was just crazy. He was like, all right, let's do it, Boo. he got to cooking his ass. Cooking folks, boy. Like, man. So much so that Goku said after the fact, he was like, I could have beat Buu if I wanted to, but I wanted to like kind of leave the earth in the hands of the people who are still living on it currently. I don't want to take that away and like, you know, always be the hero, because ultimately he's only here for 24 hours. So if he defeats Buu right then and there and another opponent comes later while he's dead, what the fuck are they gonna do? Because Goku's always been the one to save the day, but if he's actually dead, it's no purpose if there are not other people there that are strong enough to save the day. So that was his kind of thing for why he didn't beat Fat Buu after the fight with Buu and Babidi and all that. You know, he left, he got the fuck on, Trunks got the radar, he was like, cool, we're gonna teach these niggas how to fuse. Teaching them how to fuse, cool. You don't really have that much time left, because the Super Saiyan 3 transformation took a lot of his time and energy away from him. But yeah, teaches them how to fuse, leaves beforehand, teaches it to Piccolo so that Piccolo can, you know, keep training them to do it. Even takes them to the hyperbolic time chamber to use that as a, you know, extended time period to master the form and truly get that shit down. Because they did it before, but they, you know, wanted to train to get Super Saiyan 3 level. Like Goku did a whole Super Saiyan 3 transformation explanation type of thing in front of Goten and Trunks, just so that they seen it before and they can try to achieve it once they actually fuse. So this is when we get into like the Super Buu phase, where, you know, Buu fights the evil Buu and they evil Buu wins, it turns to Super Buu, absorbs him and shit like that.
The aftermath of the Vegeta fight was cool too. Buu's big ass was out there tweaking, folks, turning whole cities into candy and shit. I think this is where we got introduced to the fusion technique, and Trunks and Goten started training to do it. And this is where Supreme Kai and Kabuto took Gohan to their planet and shit. I actually like the scene where Goku breaks the news of Trunks and Goten, because you ain't really seen folks like be stern before like that, especially with like niggas like Goten and Trunks. They're pretty like young, and I think that was really interesting to see. But we all know what the important thing here is, bro. We all know what the important thing here is, bro. Super Saiyan 3 was one of those moments that we wouldn't have gotten. We wouldn't have gotten if it ended at Vegeta. So I'm glad. I'm not gonna bat. This shit was so raw. And the craziest shit is the fact that all this nigga was planning on doing is stalling Majin Buu, folks, so Trunks could find that radar. Nah, no bap, think about this shit. All this nigga was doing was transforming, and that's how raw this shit was. I know that nigga Sean Shammo needed a lifetime supply of throat coat after this motherfucker, bro. Shout out to Sean though, real shit, because it takes some real crazy ass talent to do this shit. The breath control, no voice crack to keep like a constant scream going. This is nowhere near easy at all. I heard this nigga actually like passed out a couple times during the recording process of this shit. I mean, it makes sense. The nigga was shouting for literally like 8 minutes or some crazy shit. I would say it was worth it. And it requires a legendary nigga to make a legendary moment like this. So good shit. As far as the transformation itself, I actually like the design too. I might be the minority on this. I know niggas be getting on it because of no eyebrow shit, but he don't need it, folks. Folks just converted a little extra forehead meat into the eyebrows and just said, fuck it. And I love how niggas fight in Super Saiyan 3. Niggas are at peak swagginess when they fight at Super Saiyan 3. And that's not an argument, bro. It's just fact. Look at what this nigga Goku first order of business was. That nigga grabbed that lunk of Hubba Bubba on top of his shit and started using that nigga as a speed bag, bro. I didn't really remember too much from the fight, but on the rewatch, this shit was actually raw, because this fight was super even. And it was cool to see how they incorporated like Majin Buu's goofiness into the fight choreography. Him copying the Kamehameha was a big surprise too, for it showed like he had a little bit of intelligence. Overall, I genuinely love this fight way more now. Also, side note, W gaslighting by Goku to get Buu to kill that piece of foreskin with legs. Goku played that perfectly, for W gaslighting. I like it. I like it. The wind down of this show was cool too. Don't let no nigga ever tell you that DBZ ain't got no story, because a lot of the story is in the downtimes in between the major moments and the major fights. Niggas just don't be watching this shit. Seeing all the characters interact with each other at Kami's Lookout was so cool. I think it's cool to just just sit back and just kind of take a look at the cast. Like, damn, it's a lot of you niggas now. Like, Goten and Trunks are here now. Videl, Android 18, and Marin and shit. And it's like cool to see like how Goku done brought all these niggas together like this. Like, I think that's really cool. Just seeing Goku try to teach Trunks and Goten the fusion dance while like genuinely showing them that he has full faith in their strength and shit, it's just cool, folks. Like, it's just really cool. It's cool to see like these two were actually important in such a dire situation. There's also a really cool conversation between Goku and Piccolo here. The scene where Goku leaves is low-key sad as shit too, mainly because of Chi-Chi. She has every right to feel the way she feels. I'm no mother, but over the years, I've been trying to like get better at understanding how things like look from my mom's point of view and perspective, since she's like one of my best friends in the world. Like Moji, like my nigga, for like that's my dog. But anyway, I can only imagine like the pain of losing a son and then your husband just going away. Like all that shit happened in close proximity, especially when she's like a very family oriented person. Chi-Chi's situation is really shitty. And I'm not gonna lie, I'm genuinely glad that everything worked out for her in the end because she deserves it. Her life is stressful as fuck. And it was also sad as shit when Goten wanted one last hug from his dad. Like that shit was sad as hell. I ain't gonna lie. Majin Buu's side adventure was low-key funny as hell. Nigga done built the crib, bro. Nigga smoking the Doinky Oinky in the tub. Nigga shitting and shit. Nigga done found him a Dave Bluntsfield. Like that nigga Majin Buu was chilling for those 2 days he was waiting for. During this sequence, we could just tell like this nigga Buu ain't even like a super evil nigga like that. He was just like a really immature, strong nigga with a significantly underdeveloped brain. That little interaction between him and that blind kid was actually pretty heartwarming, and it adds a little depth to his character. Just don't drink that nigga milk, twin. That's all I asked, twin. That's all I asked. Them niggas breaking that Z sword was funny as shit. Only cause what this nigga Gohan said, bro.
Huh? Oh no! Now it's the Z dagger.
Like folks just dicking around and saying this goofy ass shit, bro. We also meet the second ugliest nigga in Dragon Ball here, folks. This nigga Elder Kai so ugly, nigga. Why the long face looking ass nigga? Vertical Jelly Bean looking ass. Like this nigga's hideous, bro. Good lord. Low-key, this nigga Mr. Satan is a hero in his own right too. Cause it take a real ass nigga to even pull up on a nigga Buu after he found out like that them Cell game niggas wasn't even fucking with folks. Like Mr. Satan brave as shit when it matters. And I'm not gonna bap. He made sure that Buu wasn't irritable at all. And he actually like formed the actual genuine friendship with the nigga. Then after all the training, we finally got to meet my nigga Goten. And this some real you your daddy's son type shit, cause this nigga is just like Gogeta. Same fit, same cocky ass attitude and swag. I love this nigga, I ain't gonna lie. I didn't even remember that nigga charging that Buu that first time getting his ass beat like that, bro. That nigga Buu beat the brakes off that nigga. Like that nigga beat Fo so bad that he gave that nigga a double D titty over that nigga eye, bro. I kinda almost forgot what made Majin Buu turn into Super Buu. This nigga Mr. Satan damn near did some goated shit. Buu literally just said that he was gonna stop killing people. If that Australian nigga ain't sniped that butter dog in RPG Buu's house, the arc would have probably ended right here. Then after this dingo ass nigga to see Buu was literally tweaking out, this nigga shot Mr. Satan, folk. And that's when we finally got to meet Ozempic Buu. Why the long face looking at us? That nigga Toriyama had a crazy infatuation with his head shape for, I don't know what it was. Majin Buu versus Evil Buu was actually a pretty decent fight too. This wasn't like this isn't a fight that get talked about a lot. It was actually pretty enjoyable though.
So yeah, Super Buu was a fucking menace. Super Buu didn't give a fuck. Super Buu was beating Gotenks ass. He decided to wait an hour for them to actually, you know, be ready. Only because of Adele and the attachments that Fat Buu had to Mr. Satan. He was like, fuck it, I'll wait. That's cool, whatever. Ends up not waiting. Actually ends up turning Chi-Chi into a fucking egg and stomping on her goof ass. And that shit was funny as hell too, because Chi-Chi, being the dumbass that she is, she thinks that she's just like a very entitled parent who can do whatever the fuck she wants to when it comes to her children and protecting them. So she walks up to Buu, smacks that nigga in the back of the head like, what the fuck you think you doing? Like, you know, you can't do all this evil shit, not on this planet, not on my watch type of thing. And Buu look at her ass, turn her into an egg, stomp her goof ass out. Now you just got this egg yolk and shit on the floor, just Chi-Chi ass, dead ass body. So that shit was fucked up. Also funny as hell at the same time. Buu also performed the human extinction attack, where to spare some more time for Goten and Trunks to master the Super Saiyan 3 and really be ready to fight Super Buu, Piccolo reluctantly said that there's plenty of more Earthlings that you can entertain yourself with to kill while you're, you know, waiting for them to be stronger. So Buu like, I bet, nigga. Puts his hand up in the sky, sends off hella ki blasts all over the world, and literally kills every single human that is left alive. Every single one. And I was just insane, because like, what do you mean? At the wave of your hand, you just eradicated the human race and what was left of it. That's kind of crazy, man. That boy, yeah. Super rude, sick ass nigga. But yeah, they go on to the hyperbolic time chamber to meet Goten and Trunks. They transform, or they fuse, and then they turn Super Saiyan 3. They're fighting Super Buu, and then Piccolo, stupid ass, he gonna destroy the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber because he's like, oh yeah, these niggas not gonna win, even though they weren't really trying right then and there, and Piccolo didn't really know that. Boo ends up getting super mad, and then he ends up screaming so loud that he rips a hole in the dimension and opens up a hole to go back to the regular world. Like, what? At this time, I ain't even know. I'm like, bro, he just opened a dimension to go back to the real world. Whatever, fuck it. We strong as hell now. We can do whatever the fuck we want to do. Fuck it. This is what our power can do. So he goes back there. Goten and Trunks and Piccolo are still there. He leaves them to hold close before they can go into it. He kills the rest of the Z Fighters, turns them into chocolate, and eats them all. They're all gone. They're fucked. Yeah. That's over with, but then they finally end up coming out. Goten, Trunks, Gotenks. They turn Super Saiyan 3 and end up screaming a hole in the motherfucking dimension as well and coming out. Right. So then he fighting Super Buu. Cool. It's a pretty good fight. Super Saiyan 3 versus Super Buu. Cool. Not really making too much headway. No, nothing deciding the fight at all. But in the middle of this, we get Ultimate fucking Gohan. Ultimate Gohan is, you know, he was training on the Supreme Kai's planet with the Z Sword and ends up breaking the Z Sword, and the old Kai comes out, the old Supreme Kai. Old Supreme Kai has this technique where he can bring out somebody's latent power. He does it for Gohan. It takes literally like a whole day to do that shit. Takes long as hell. But the results were worth it because Gohan came out fucking strong as fuck. So yeah, Gohan comes up, goes and fights Super Buu, and is absolutely dismantling, bro. Like, he is fucking dude up. It ain't even close. Like, he is fucking that nigga up. Yeah, it wasn't even a fucking fight. That was a really good fight. I really fucked with just Gohan actually being more badass and like coming back and like, okay, I'm actually that nigga for real. Don't y'all forget that shit. So I really enjoyed that fight, but of course he ends up letting Goten, Trunks, and Piccolo all get absorbed, of course, and then he ends up getting absorbed himself, and it's just a whole, you know, Gohan selling a bag per usual. Same thing he did against Cell, selling a fucking bag, boy. Like, being just Gohan to a fucking T, overconfident, all of that, not finishing his opponent. Everything that makes Gohan when he's strong, okay? Going on to the next part, now we got Goku and Vegeta coming back. The old Kai takes his life to give Goku a life, and then Vegeta is able to come back as well, but he's still dead. But he's just granted permission by Enma to actually come back and fight. So we got these two niggas, and now they have the Potara earrings by the Kais. They end up fighting for a little bit, then they end up fusing, and boy, Vegito was a whole different beast. Vegito, even with like Ultimate Gohan and Gotenks and Trunks and Piccolo and everybody in there, it didn't matter because Vegito is just a whole different beast. It doesn't matter. Yeah, like, you're not beating Goku and Vegeta fused together. It's just not gonna fucking happen. That was a really good fight. Of course, that ends up, you know, not being the best either because they end up getting turned into a fucking piece of candy, still beating Boo's ass while they're a piece of candy, mind you. But then they decide, oh yeah, we're just gonna get eaten. Cool, so we have to go save our sons and Piccolo and everything. Cool, so they inside of the Boo's body, fucking shit up. They end up saving their sons, coming out, they end up bringing out Fabu too at the same time. So they take out everybody from inside of Super Buu. Pause.
After we lose Majin Buu, though, we start getting introduced to one of the two Man Boos. Bro, look at this nigga Super Boo's first order of business when this nigga touches down, bro. Like, bro, what the fuck is wrong with you, bro? Shut your ass up, bro. Like, this nigga tweaking, bro. That Ozempic to turn this nigga brain into a jelly donut, bro. Bro, look at him. What is he doing? Nigga homeschooling himself on what fingers are, bro. Nah, this nigga Super Buu might low-key rival Kid Buu in the funny shit he be doing. Cause look at the emo package real quick, bro. Why did he scream and stretch his body like that? Like, they say Ozempic deteriorates the brain over time, bro. And this low-key proving it, bro. But all just aside though, y'all realize how much scarier Super Buu is than Majin Buu? At least with Majin Buu, like, The nigga actually talked. This nigga Super Buu don't do shit but yell, scream, laugh, and breathe hard. And Majin Buu had like a really goofy aura to him. It was still scary because that nigga barely graduated kindergarten with all C's and shit. But like now this nigga Super Buu is literally strapped into a 1-seat bus, bro. Like, gang, we're cooked. Like, it's over, bro. And you mean to sit here and tell me that this nigga ain't waste no time, bro? That nigga went immediately to Kami's lookout, bro. I ain't gonna lie. If I was Piccolo, that special beam cannon would have got really acquainted with my brain the second he pulled up, folks. I would have had the whole lookout looking out for who smelled like shit, because Duke would have been flying out if I was face to face with my nigga, folks. I'm just gonna keep it a beansky with y'all. Nigga just standing there, lean to the side menacingly, bad posture with these big ass Jabot jeans with the strap and shit. Like, he's even more unstable now. Like, folk, if that nigga offered you a hit of Elmer's glue, you better hit that bitch, gang. I'm just give you good advice here, bro. Like, if he offers you a brick to eat for, you better delish that motherfucker. Treat that bitch like it's a Gordon Ramsay meal. Otherwise, you getting fast tracked to Otherworld, my nigga. Piccolo funny as hell for trying to reason with this nigga too, because he was like, hold on. Before you try to fight folks, you can just kill these niggas on Earth low key. Like, I ain't gonna lie, this shit was so devious, folk. But like, this was probably the best course of action, bro. It made it 10 times funnier when that nigga Buu started scoping out like how he was gonna kill the niggas on Earth. And this nigga Piccolo literally said the worst thing he possibly could have said. He said something along the lines of like, there's no way he can kill everyone on Earth that fast. Both of them probably should have just shut the fuck up, but because that nigga Buu put that hand up and laid down some Sodom and Gomorrah type shit, bro. Like, this nigga killed everyone on Earth within 5 minutes. My nigga, why are we fighting this? Like, that nigga set Earth back faster than that Don Julio and Popeye's collection set my people back, my nigga. I do like the detail that he specifically did not aim for Mr. Satan and the dog, and how he tried to like genuinely listen to Videl. That's just showing like that Majin Buu, the original Buu, is somewhere alive in there, fighting in there, which is pretty cool and effective as a plot device, in my opinion. This nigga slimed out Chi-Chi something filthy though. But she was asking for it though, folks. Shout out to her being brave, but sometimes you just gotta stay in your place, gang. I'm not gonna lie, bro. I fuck with Chi-Chi, but when he turned Shorty into an egg and stepped on her, nigga, literal tears, bro. Cause folks ain't even care to turn Shorty ass into candy, bro. He just wanted to smoke her shit, folks. This shit really not funny. Cause Gotenks reaction to this shit was sad as hell, but man, you can't help it at that cartoonish ass death, bro. And then after he stepped on the egg, fuck, that nigga went back to watching the hourglass like this nigga ain't just killed this nigga mom, bro. Oh my god, folks. Side note, I really love the scene Piccolo and Videl talk about Mr. Satan. Like I said, if niggas ever tell you that Dragon Ball Z has no story, niggas are just watching the fights, because this is genuinely cool. The whole time, Mr. Satan has been like a joke character, some niggas they can laugh at. He was getting his ass fried all in the world tournament. And you can get like entertainment from the nigga because he's just a human being. And these other niggas got like powers to destroy planets and universes and shit. But Akira Toriyama that made it so this nigga has been able to do quite a couple of like really heroic things without being the strongest nigga in the show. Because he the one that brought Android 16 head over to Gohan in the Cell games. And now he's befriended Buu. And like that goes directly against the argument that DBZ is just like this big power fantasy show. It's way more to it than that. Piccolo genuinely admires Mr. Satan in this moment. And Videl, who's probably lost hope in her father since all these niggas was frying his ass, found a new reason to admire him. I don't care what niggas say, bro. This shit like this is phenomenal. It's very prevalent in Dragon Ball Z. It happens a lot. This nigga Buu low-key funny as hell because he low-key rock trunk shits before he got that fusion dance off, folks. The scene was pretty cool too, because it showed like Goten and Trunks ain't scared of shit. Like literally everyone is in Kami's lookout damn near scared shitless. As they should, by the way. You know, this is Majin Buu we talk about here. But like, this nigga Trunks over there like eating a punch from the nigga and then scolding folks like this is little brother or some shit. Like, I love how fearless these niggas is. Gotenks versus Super Buu started off goofy as shit. I'm not gonna lie. This nigga Gotenks started off doing a bunch of bullshit. But I guess that makes sense because these are two little kids fused together, folks. So I guess that's like cool within its own right. But the fight don't really start until he goes Super Saiyan. This is where we actually see like a very familiar attack.
The Cosmic Halo!
Cosmic Halo? Look at that garbage ass name. I'm glad they renamed this shit to Galactic Donut, folks. Nah, real shit. If Gotenks is really freestyling that whole time, I think they were actually doing pretty well. I thought this was going to be belt to ass from frame one. That Super Ghost Kamikaze attack is actually a really cool technique in the show too. That's the one thing I really fuck with about Gotenks, because even though he ain't just like super serious all the time, his techniques are really reflective of Goten and Trunks being like straight up kids. And you don't really see like that many niggas' personalities really reflect in their techniques like that. And from the looks of it, it actually looked like it did a pretty decent amount of damage. Hey, low-key, this nigga Piccolo is making a lot of dire decisions during this arc, my nigga. Like, bro, I low-key respect him for breaking the entrance to the hyperbolic time chamber. Even though, you know, this nigga Boo just screamed and just made a door for himself and ripped through the dimension type shit. Like, my nigga, what are we doing here, gang? Why are we fighting this? Once again, why are we fighting this game? I never realized how much Dragon Ball Z just be flexing how strong niggas are, but this is one of the crazy ones. Like, this is some different level shit right here, bro. This nigga Boo ripped open a hole in the dimension by screaming. Nigga, are you hearing this? Screaming, nigga. Hey, this nigga Boo went on the kill streak, bro, turning all them niggas into chocolate. But low-key, this is like terrifying if it's the first time you ever watched it. This scene is terrifying as shit, because everybody sound like genuinely scared. Shout out to all the VAs here. Cause y'all sound genuinely terrified trying to run away from this nigga. Y'all did a really good job at selling that. I definitely did not expect Gotenks to go Super Saiyan 3, but it makes sense because before Goku time ran out, he gave them a demonstration right in front of them. So I guess that was like Toriyama's way of like dropping a little hint for the future. It makes it make more sense now, which is cool. I always like when shows do a little like foreshadowing, but I didn't realize that DBZ did it this much. But fuck all that. Gotenks went Super Saiyan 3. And he just took this shit right out of Boo's bag, bro, and yelled a hole into the dimension too, bro. Like, I'm convinced if one of these niggas accidentally let a fart out, they might destroy our continent type shit. Because what's going on here? Like, low-key, if these niggas need to go fight, they need to go fight in a desolate area that nobody cares about. And I think I know just the place. My fault, bro. My fault. The fight really ramps up here too, because now this nigga Gotenks is dead ass, bro. Like, this nigga found out like they didn't turn everybody to candy. Chi-Chi's dead, like Bulma's dead and all them shits now. Well, not dead, but like they've been eating and shit. This fight is great. I really love the little volleyball attack, and getting Piccolo involved was cool too. It's so much like personality in this fight. But even though Gotenks was actually doing really well, that shit had to end eventually. This is when Boo started to deliver that good old belt to ass. But thankfully, Gohan's here. Brace yourselves, nigga. This is the last time we're gonna see Gohan be cool for damn near 30 years, bro. So let's lock in for this one. So Gohan pull up on some nonchalant shit. No holes in sight, bro. Everyone's dead. No holes in sight. Matter of fact, I'm gonna apologize in advance for how many times I'm gonna say this, but I just wanna really emphasize how this nigga Gohan was moving and what type of timing he was on for like strictly love of the game, bro. So Gohan walked this nigga down, they face off, and this nigga Gohan just smirking like hard as hell. You could just tell this nigga was just feeling himself more than he ever felt himself before. Pause. And when a nigga Boo asked him if he wanted to fight him, and I heard this response.
Fight you? No, I want to kill you.
I ain't gonna lie, that brung a tear to Lil Von Eye, folk. Ain't this what you been waiting for? You ready? I used to pray for times like this, like type shit. Like, I thought this was gonna be Cell Part 2, for some raw shit. This nigga is in his bag, bro. I love when niggas get confident like this. I really love it. That nigga Gohan was just standing there commencing the aura off. And I ain't gonna lie, folk. He chose a hell of a way to start the fight, folk. The nigga swept the nigga in leg, and then the cleanest spinning back for CTE and Nator I've ever seen in my life, nigga. Oh my God. Nigga Boo was already kind of slow, folk, but that punch and turn this nigga Boo into Boo Radley, nigga. Boo couldn't even pretend like that shit didn't hurt, folk. Like, look at this nigga face. Like, he could have been in that SpongeBob face freeze episode, no bap. Like, he made a funny ass face after he got hit with that bitch. That nigga Boo said, you making a real bad mistake. Spin kick. Shut your bitch ass up, fool ass nigga. Majin Fu. Landed behind the nigga, didn't even look at him. Plus 20 aura points. I ain't gonna lie, no orometer. Boo tried to hit that nigga when he had his back turned. Gohan waits to the absolute last frame to turn and perfect parry that bitch. Plus 5 aura points. I ain't gonna lie, no holes in sight, by the way. No holes in sight. For the love of the game. Smirk into a devious chin kick that made that nigga top row and his bottom row do the fusion dance. Now that nigga got one singular row of big ass veneers across his shit. Nigga teeth don't even separate no more, folks. Cook this shit. That nigga brain little as hell in there, but I know after this kick, it looked like a game of Sonic Spinball in that bitch. Sonic Casino stage, 3D pinball in that bitch. Gut punched so hard that all the Z fighters should have escaped from that motherfucker. Matter of fact, scratch that. He should have damn near killed all them niggas after he punched him in the gut like that. Boo tummy hurt now and shit. And I know that shit sound like the Black Skinhead instrumental, nigga. Boo started crashing out, rushing at that nigga. Ain't land a damn. Wasn't landing shit. And it was very clear that early on, This nigga Boo is completely outmatched here. That nigga Gohan started walking him down. That nigga Boo was shaking in his boots for plus 10 aura points. No holes around. I'm telling you, no, hey, bro. No holes around. His energy was on some, hey, bro, you still need my hotspot? Like, straight embarrassing that nigga type shit. Grabbed that little bingaling on that nigga head and started hitting that nigga with the classic Goku Budokai Tekaichi throw, bro. He say, Pops, it's for you, folks. That nigga Gohan called that nigga Boo Boo, and that nigga got mad as shit. It's like, yo, he tried to rush him down with a mouth key blast and covered that nigga mouth and made that bitch blow up inside him. Bars. Side note, I like Super Boo's voice actor a lot. He's perfect, bro. Boo still sounds stupid, but he's like sophisticated stupid. He sounds like stupid with a suit on, you feel me? It fits so well. And also, shout out to Mr. Popo for saving Dende too, fool. It's crazy. Everyone really played a role in this shit, fool. There was a lot of unlikely heroes in this arc. But Boo popped back up, and this nigga like re-challenged his Gotenks of all niggas. And as a jit watching this, I'm like, okay, don't know exactly what the plan is here, but if you need a confidence boost or some shit like that, it's like shooting at like a 2 out of 10 and make sure you still got it. Little something to make you feel like you ain't in G League type shit. And then they showed this nigga back giblets to start doing some peculiar movement. I was like, yeah, I don't like this. And then the giblets started separating from the nigga and hit a little search and destroy route. That motherfucker Push started to sneak up on them niggas like, oh, now Randy Orton, folk. And the only nigga that could sense this out of all these niggas is that goddamn butter dog. Dog with the butter on it. Hercule could have been like, hey, folk, what's that pink shit behind you, twin? Like, I'm not gonna lie, bro. He probably could have prevented at least one of them niggas from being absorbed. This nigga Boo gobbled them niggas up. Pause. And no bap, I ain't gonna lie. Absorption is yet another really cool technique and a unique technique in this show. And it's dangerous as hell, bro, because Piccolo just gave this nigga exponential IQ boost, folks. This nigga went from man to chief executive officer man. I'm not gonna bap. This is all Gohan's fault. And it's funny how this nigga said he was smarter than Piccolo, but this nigga was playing with his fool the entire time. That nigga Bootinks was no slouch either. They look like they was pretty even during that fight, nigga. And he was on Gohan heels like Ash at a barbecue, nigga. And we've seen BTA numerous times in DBZ, but this nigga Boo was getting mighty disrespectful with his belted ass, bro. Telling this nigga slick shit like, Piccolo taught you better than that, and like the nigga even used a special beam cannon and a Super Ghost Kamikaze attack just to be a dickhead, bro. Like, nigga grabbed his face and sent him through every destructible environment on the Wasteland level in the Budokai games. Look at how he grabbing this nigga neck, bro. Oh, kinky ass nigga, freaky ass nigga. I'm not gonna bap. That nigga Yama funny as hell, because that nigga snatched Vegeta clean out of hell. Like, nah, get your ass back up to Earth, bitch. It was funny. That nigga was like, it's a shame. That nigga Vegeta was like, it's a shame Goku ain't gonna be there to greet me. That shit was funny. That nigga ain't have a clue in the fucking world, bro. This nigga Boo was on demon time beating Gohan ass, bro. Galactic Donut and the Super Kamehameha is wild out here. Nigga out here playing Xenoverse, bro. Nah, but there's a funny ass moment coming up here, nigga. When that nigga Mr. Satan pulled out that pole, nigga, side started hurting, nigga. Where did you get that, bro? And how long have you had that just sitting in there, bro? Nigga was in a world tournament ready to spark some shit in case he lost, bro. Whoever beat Mr. Satan probably gonna get their ass shot, bro. That's just what I'm seeing, bro. Back in the Boo fight, bro, this nigga Gohan, this whole plan, Dead by Daylight, bro, getting the shit beat out of him, hiding from the nigga and shit. Nigga, when Boo sent that key blast and Mr. Satan started firing at that bitch, like, bro, chill, nigga. He almost killed me the first time he up that bitch, bro. That shit was so funny, bro. And, bro, another unlikely hero. Shout out to TN, bro. Nigga popped out for the first time in 5 years and just saved all the Z-Fighters on some nonchalant shit. But I ain't gonna lie, Boo low-key bogus as hell for having his bottom half kick the shit out of that nigga, though. I ain't gonna lie. That was bogus, but as if this nigga Gohan ain't already lost all his aura points at this point. When that nigga missed that Potara earring, nigga, or immediately dropped -1,000, bro. And I ain't gonna bap. Goku tweaked as well for telling Gohan that he don't even need to fuse no more. He was tweaking hard, but ultimately, I blame Gohan, because how the fuck did you miss that earring, nigga? I've seen you catch bullets. Like, fuck out of here, bro. This is officially where Gohan becomes a Goofy, and he doesn't ungoofy himself for decades. So Gohan fans, sit your ass down. Sit your ass down right now. Low-key, everyone was selling no. Like, Boo must have absorbed that nigga cockiness when he absorbed Gohan, because why the fuck did he get Goku time to fuse with niggas? And thank God that nigga Goku ain't throw that earring, because guess who's back, nigga? Demon home, pussy! The Prince of Saiyans is back on you bitch-ass niggas, folks. He was on some bitch shit, low-key. I ain't gonna let start off, but it don't matter. Demon home, pussy! They free the demon! Free the real, nigga! That nigga Vegeta was getting his ass fried to start off, folks. And he was still telling Goku not to help him, bro. Like, see what I mean, bro? This pride shit dangerous, bro. This shit dangerous as hell. I look, he fuck with Vegeta little temper tantrum he threw here, when he tells Goku why he mad at folks, it's not really like niggas to communicate exactly how they feel and why they feel a certain way. So that exchange was like pretty cool. I always remember, bro, real niggas talk about their feelings, bro. And I low-key love a little speech Goku gave to that nigga talking about like, we gotta let this Saiyan race shit go. Our people has been lost for years, so why are we keeping up the same tradition and mindset? But we're still saying that we can create a new Saiyan race type shit. Like, I think that was a little raw little sentiment he told to Vegeta. Side note, low-key Toriyama resourceful as hell, because design-wise, Gogeta and Gotenks don't have that much of a difference. I just noticed that shit. It is right here we got to meet my nigga Vegito and see my nigga Vegito in action, and my nigga swaggy as hell too, bro. I wouldn't expect anything less though. That nigga started off on straight business. This nigga waved his hand and like made the air just start going towards this nigga Boo, and the nigga dodged it. Nigga, like, what you got going on to make a nigga dodge air, bro? Ref, do something. Like, no bullshit. And that nigga dodged that bitch. At least he thought he did. And then they zoom in on folks. And this nigga Vegito gave that nigga a Majin Coochie on his face, gang. Like, and if you thought that nigga Gotenks was a shit talker, man, this nigga Vegito, he took that shit to a whole nother level, folks. Nigga made Boo mad as hell, folks. So he rushed a nigga front flip weave into a Kung Lao dive kick, folks. But then that nigga Boo started packing this nigga up. I'm like, yo, fight back, nigga. What's going on here? Then they showed that nigga after that little flurry Boo did, Vegito did not have a single scratch on the nigga. Like, yo, you landed all of this and that nigga was unharmed? That nigga Boo just landed a Dragon Ball Fighters Touch of Death combo. That nigga Vegito just laughed at that bitch. Like, yo. Then that nigga Buhan got thrown into a quick little Xenoverse combo. And look how that nigga ended up looking. Like, god damn. This is not an even fight. Vegito starts slaughtering this nigga, and then this nigga Boo tries the classic, like, you know, blow up the planet strat. I'm a bitch, blow up the planet. And that nigga Vegito just sitting there smiling. I'm not gonna lie, it was funny as hell the way he caught that bitch and started sprinting with that whole full speed. This is the type of shit them old line coaches expect you to do with a 400-pound D lineman, bro. Like, no bullshit. And I'm just gonna say this, Super Saiyan was so damn unnecessary for this fight, bro. That nigga Boo said, oh, we have great titles. I'm Super Boo and you're Super Vegito. Like, bro thinks he's part of the team. And that nigga Vegito low-key has he snatched this nigga right here, folks. Boo say, let's not forget though, you have 2 Saiyans, I have 3. That nigga Vegito said, it's quality, not quantity, my friend. I was like, yeah, that's a tough line. It's a tough line. Even though he dissed his sons, that's a tough line, folks. Then proceeded to dodge this nigga without looking at him, bro. +5 aura points. Matter of fact, give him all Gohan's aura points that he had before, bro. One of them dodges was low-key disrespectful as shit, because he waited till that nigga Boo missed the fuck out that punch and instant transmission in place to make that nigga look goofy, bro. +5 aura points, bro. They scrap for a little bit longer, and this nigga Buhan just like faces a key blast from this nigga, almost like he was like gaslit into seeing how strong that nigga actually was. And that nigga found out really fast. He found out really fast. Oh my god, because that nigga was turning into a big assortment of Hubba Bubba pieces, nigga. All different shapes and sizes. And then once that nigga put himself back together again, we got to see another fire ass technique. Spirit Sword is such a clean attack, cause it's like that nigga just on some nonchalant shit. Like, he just cool with that bitch. This nigga Boo next plan was so odd, nigga. Like, he just said, fuck it, I'm just gonna go inside this nigga. Pause. Like, man, you cool for you ain't got no better attacks, bro. And that shit didn't even work, bro. Like, how you get your ass beat in another nigga body, bro? Pause. This nigga Boo got pissed off again and then casually just started cooking the universe, my nigga. Hello? But thankfully, one uppercut and got that nigga up out that shit, folks. But you already know by now, Boo Saga 101 means that you have to play with your food, and you have to play with your food long enough for you to become food. And now, this nigga Vegito is a jawbreaker, and all of a sudden, that's what these niggas get. But the funny thing is, these niggas was still talking shit as a piece of candy. Like, that's some ego niggas got right there, folks. And, like, he was landing hits, folks. Low-key, that bitch was beating his ass. This nigga was getting his ass beat by a jawbreaker, my nigga. And even when that nigga turned back into Vegito, folks, that nigga proceeded to play with his food even more until the nigga got absorbed, bro. I'm not gonna lie, Vegeta is low-key a dickhead for crushing that earring. I'm not gonna lie. But the next few episodes take us through Goku and Vegeta going all through the niggas Boo's guts, pause. And eventually get Gohan, Piccolo, Trunks, and Goten out. Just like Goku told Vegeta, he didn't really know if Boo was just gonna go back to what he was, like the same nigga as he was before type shit. Boy did he not, cause these niggas done created the commander of man, folk. Badass little boy Boo, kid Boo, folk.
But yeah, this is where we give birth to the absolute menace, Kid Boo. The worst of the Boos. This nigga don't give a fuck about shit. He don't care about nobody life. He don't care about no planets. He don't care about shit. This nigga literally is born. He screams, causes destructions and natural disasters across the entire planet. And once he's done screaming and causing more fucking chaos, he points his hand at the ground and tries to blow up the planet. Like bro, he just tries to blow that bitch up. He don't get no fuck. Who want it? Goku and Vegeta sitting right there in front of him. He like, the fuck? No fuck. I ain't trying to fight nobody. I'm literally here for smoke. I'm here for Black Air Force energy. That's it. Screams, cause havoc, points hand at ground, tries to destroy the Earth. Goku, Vegeta, save it, stop him from doing so. Then he like, I bet, nigga. He charges up an even larger one. He throws that bitch too, because they can't stop that motherfucker. That's too strong for him. So he ends up blowing up the planet. One of the only villains to actually fucking do so, especially in Z. Like, don't nobody else do that shit. Now Goku, Vegeta escape with Supreme Kai. Everybody else is dead. Piccolo, Gohan, Goten, Trunks, they're all dead. But Goku and Vegeta survive. So they're on the Supreme Kai planet. This nigga Kid Buu goes to the afterlife looking for these two niggas. Running planet to planet, sensing strong energy. This nigga knows instant transmission now. Goes planet to planet, blowing them bitches up, blowing every single one of them up that he finds somebody strong, blows it up. Finds somebody strong, blows it up. Then he goes to the afterlife, finds the Grand Kai planet that everybody's training on, all the dead warriors and shit that Goku was training with since the end of the Cell Saga to the beginning of the Buu Saga. He starts running A-Fei. He just killed Krillin and Yamcha. Literally just killed them niggas. He beating their ass in the afterlife. Like, come on, bro. All these warriors, Paikon, Olibu, everybody in that motherfucker's getting cooked. Absolutely cooked. Like, he's about to kill them niggas again. And if they die again, then they will cease to exist. If they die in the afterlife while they're dead, they will cease to exist. But Goku and Vegeta decide to save the day, power up, and, show Buu that they're there. So Buu comes to them. Cool. Niggas in the afterlife are saved. Now we got the Goku and Vegeta versus Kid Buu fight. Now, of course, Super Saiyan 3 Goku comes out. He's doing most of the heavy lifting. Goku's kind of not, or Vegeta's not really doing anything. He's just sitting there in amazement like, oh my God, Kakarot, you really that nigga. Like, really glazing that nigga for real, for real. Glazes the absolute fuck out of bro. He then goes and, Vegeta or Goku isn't really taking it super serious. Of course, I really don't know why the fuck he didn't take it serious. But he said he wanted to give Vegeta a chance to fight. Which is like, come on, bro. Let's be for real. You're gonna beat that nigga. You're the main character. Come on, bro. Like, realize you're the main character, my boy. So yeah, he ends up selling the bag. He's trying to power up. Can't really power up. Vegeta's fighting him in the meantime, getting washed. This is another one of the worst fights that we've seen Vegeta. Frieza, Android 18, and now Kid Buu are the top 3 worst ass whoopings that Vegeta has ever gotten in the history of Dragon Ball. Like, he got fucking destroyed by Kid Buu. But he was persistent. I will give him that. He kept getting up like, where you going, nigga? I'm not done. You can, let's keep our fighting going. I'm gonna beat your ass. Cool. Kept talking his shit. No matter how much Vegeta gets beat, he gonna still talk his shit. So, like, respect to him. Respect to him. They end up being in a very dire situation because Goku's kind of out of energy now. Vegeta can't really do nothing, but Fat Buu is a very viable option now. Fat Buu comes and he ends up fighting Kid Buu. During this time, Mr. Satan's there, Dende's there, and they're using this time to charge up a Spirit Bomb because that's the only hope they have at this point. Like, it's no other hope. So Fat Buu is distracting Kid Buu. Kid Buu is beating the absolute shit out of Fat Buu because he just doesn't stand a chance. They're charging up a Spirit Bomb. Vegeta, of course, is talking to the Earthlings, and he can't get them to cooperate because he's Vegeta. He's rude as fuck. Don't nobody want to listen to that nigga. Once Mr. Satan get on the mic, they like, oh yeah, go ahead. Here's our energy. You can have it, sir. This Froster. Here, take it. We don't need our energy. Take it, defeat Majin Buu. Cool. So, they finally end up beating him. Goku gets his power restored by the power of the Dragon Balls on planet Namek. And then, finally, they beat Kid Buu. Finally. That shit is over with. So, that kind of wraps up the arc. Like I say, favorite character easily Majin Vegeta out of this whole thing. That's one of my favorite characters in the whole show. So I really fuck with this arc. There's a lot of high moments, a lot of hype moments, a lot of intense moments. was a lot of story and character and development, everything that was going on during this arc. It was very good. Like, I feel like the other arcs were kind of focused more on one person, whereas the Boost Saga overall was focused on a variety of different people. We got moments from Gohan, we got high moments from Goku, we got high moments from Vegeta, we got the Kid Buu story, we got to learn about Babidi and Majin Buu and Fat Buu and Super Buu and the progression of their character development and how they changed over time. Like, there's a whole lot of character development and things that are happening during this arc that I just really fuck with. A lot of very intense moments, a lot of just badass moments, a lot of great moments. That's all I could really say. I'm kind of biased, of course, because I'm a Dragon Ball fan. That's my #1 anime for sure. But this arc, without a doubt, is my favorite, and I think that this will always go down as my most memorable arc with the best moments from all of the characters overall. And that's my opinion on it.
You ever been out and about and you see a little kid that's acting really wild and saying some shit to like they mom that you would get your ass beat in public if you did the same shit to yours in that situation? Well, imagine if this mom actually hit the kid, but the kid started beating the shit out of her and then spit on her and then starts beating the shit out of her again, bro. That's Kid Buu in a nutshell, bro. When this nigga first got introduced, I could just tell by how he looked that I wouldn't even want to make eye contact with this nigga. Nigga spawned in with an instant mean mug. Look at this nigga, dog. This is how niggas be looking at parties when they get a little bit of Hennessy in their system, bro. Look at his stance, bro. This is what the D lineman must have seen when they sing Ashton Genty in the backfield, bro. This is what a DB sees when he turns around after making the play to swat the ball away on a George Pickens target. I think Joe Burrow did this shit one time. No bullshit. I genuinely think he did. That nigga standing there like he just hit a game-winning 3 in a game 7, bro. Instant aura farm was already a bad sign off jump. We ain't even know shit about shit yet because this nigga was just getting started. Goku and Vegeta sitting there relieved and shit, but these niggas were not seeing this nigga like we were seeing this nigga, bro. Bro was standing like this for 5 minutes, by the way, straight motionless, bro. Shit's insane. And after standing there for like 13 minutes of the episode, you know what this little nigga's first order of business was, bro? This little nigga let out a goddamn accelerated learning demented scream that started shaking the earth on some crazy shit like, bro, Yo, shut the fuck up, please. Nigga hopped in this bitch like, and not only was that scream not enough, after the nigga finished screaming, nigga put his hand towards the ground and tried to destroy the entire planet. Like, my nigga, you couldn't even say like what's good or nothing, like just instant destruction, my nigga. That's horrible, bro. It's a sick ass nigga we dealing with, bro. Then my nigga got mad when Vegeta like deflected the blast with his own ki blast, and he like, okay, and charged up the biggest ki attack I didn't see in a while, my nigga. It's like, that nigga Goku just straight up asked, like, why are you doing this? Cause nah, dead ass though. Why are you doing this, bro? Like, no bullshit. That shit is so funny, bro. Oh man, that shit was so treacherous that they literally had to leave Gohan and the others, and the earth was eviscerated. And that nigga blew himself up too, by the way. That was part of his plan, was to blow himself up. And that nigga knows instant transmission now, bro. So basically, get that kid from the analogy earlier, get that nigga an RPG with unlimited ammo and a switch on it. This little nigga so evil, bro. He just started going around literally just blowing up random planets with any strong niggas on it, bro. And then once my nigga got bored of that, this nigga did the craziest shit I done damn near ever seen in this show. Usually when you die, you go to Otherworld, folk. Usually like chilling, folk. Like, you already dead. There ain't really shit to worry about. But this nigga done pulled up to Otherworld to go kill dead niggas. I'm gonna say it again. This nigga went to Otherworld to go kill dead niggas. Like, yo, like, what kind of shit is this, bro? Like, imagine if your ops killed you and they pulled up to heaven or hell to try to shoot you again. Like, what in the King Von is going on here, nigga? That's some bullshit, gang. And you know what make this worse? Niggas done already died. So if they die in Otherworld, that means they don't exist anymore. It takes a different kind of evil nigga to go kill dead niggas, bro. If you ever in your life hate any nigga so much that you would go to the afterlife to make sure they didn't even exist anymore, you need therapy, nigga. But y'all be safe out here. I need to go book my therapy. I'm just playing. I don't hate nobody that much. I don't hate nobody that much. Thank God they saved them niggas, but now they got Buu on the Kai's planet, bro, and we gearing up for the final fight. That nigga Goku started to charge up, and this nigga Buu just started beating his chest, bro, making monkey noises. Yeah, bro. I don't even want to fight this. I don't even want to watch you fight this nigga, bro. This nigga tweaking, bro. Nigga must have been calling that gorilla for help, fuck. The funny thing is, when this nigga Goku started punching this nigga, he kept on beating his chest like, yo, what's wrong with this little nigga, bro? Like, somebody go get this nigga a dino nugget, bro. Fuck wrong with this guy? The first Goku versus Buu exchange, it was tough because them niggas started like really ramping up the choreography in this fight. Like the little key blast, little leapfrog shit was hard. And like the shit where he started sending his foot into the ground, that was hard too. Like it's just new choreography all together. I love the little sequence where the planet was breaking apart and this nigga Buu was just sitting there laughing like a psychopath. Like I love this little favorite color 9 little nigga. I love this nigga. Once that nigga Goku hit Super Saiyan 3 though, the fight started to go stupid. Why that nigga Goku get the knee in that nigga like that, bro? You know what this remind me of? This remind me of when that nigga Sim got mad at his car in Transformers 4. This is literally the exact same movement, bro. I shit you not. And this was a motherfucking battle for everybody in the universe. Even the niggas in hell was watching. Frieza and Cell was down there hating something crazy, but I understand though, you know, Goku to sent them niggas to hell. Bro, what made this nigga lock in like that, bro? This nigga is a fucking tweak, bro. Then Vegeta tagged in and started getting his ass cooked. Thankfully, Goku caught a second breath and saved that nigga. This whole little monologue Vegeta had while Goku was fighting Kid Buu is probably one of my favorite moments in the whole series. Cause it's literally like Vegeta's character coming full circle. Him reminiscing on all the battles over the years and how he felt watching this nigga get so strong. He talks about how his pursuit of power and his pursuit of trying to get stronger than Goku has helped him achieve his life goal of becoming a Super Saiyan and shit, and how he still keeps on trying because it's like motivating type shit. This is the first time I think we've seen a Vegeta actually challenge himself on his line of thinking, and this shit is nothing short of beautiful. Like actually seeing this nigga find the error of his purposes and realize like why Goku is stronger and actually admitting that he's stronger was really something unheard of for this nigga Vegeta before. So this just goes to show how much he's matured after all this time. This is why I always think Vegeta's one of the best characters like written in fiction, like ever. Because this shit wasn't no straight improvement like other characters. Like this nigga Vegeta, like he's shown signs of still holding on to that pride and everything. He never was really like clear and cut a good guy until he faced himself and actually was honest with himself. Keep in mind, we're damn near like 300 episodes into the series, by the way. And when we met Vegeta, your shit was pretty early. So it took a long time for him to even like actually do this shit. And now his secret admiration for Goku isn't so secret anymore. And it was even more beautiful when that nigga Vegeta actually admitted it to that nigga and told that nigga Goku to fight at full potential. Cause he already knew that he was trying to save Majin Buu for Vegeta to win. Then Goku fucked it all up, bro. He needed that minute and y'all know what time it is, bro. Vegeta fans, sit the fuck down, bro. Oh shit. That nigga Buu embarrassed Vegeta, nigga. I forgot which game it was. I think it was Budokai Tenkaichi 1 or 2. But they had this exact mission in it where you had to survive for 60 seconds against Buu with Vegeta. And nigga, the way that he was beating my ass and I was failing that mission, that's the way that Vegeta was getting his ass beat. It took me quite a few tries to beat that shit too, folks. Like, that was a hard ass mission. You know, if Vegeta started to fire off those ki blasts, a very brutal ass whooping is about to follow. This is the longest minute ever, my nigga. As a Vegeta fan, this felt like watching a funeral. But I think this is the top 2 ass whoopings he's ever received. They make it even worse by letting him get a couple licks in just for him to get his ass beat even more. But at the same time, he a real ass nigga because he literally put his life on the line, like to give his dog that minute he needed. So I'm watching this like torn in between like, damn, this is a real ass nigga and damn, he getting fucked up. Like, you feel me? Like, and he keep getting back up before, like, folks had to, but he keep getting back, he getting fucked up. You feel me? Like, he getting fucked up. Like, oh my God, folks. And we all know like a Dragon Ball Z minute is like 26 minutes in real life, folks. And then Goku got the nerve to say, I need more time. Like, nigga, no. Now my nigga Vegeta getting the sand pride choked out the nigga, bro. And Buu just sitting there laughing at his ass. I didn't even know Buu could create electricity, bro. Now this nigga shocking him and choking him. Like, what in the diddy is going on here, bro? And I never thought I'd say this, but thank God Mr. Satan is here, bro. They almost killed my nigga twin. And thank God for Fat Buu coming back out too, bro. While Kid Buu and Fat Buu were fighting, the scene where they was like making the wishes, that was great. Mainly because Vegeta actually took accountability for his actions at the World Tournament, because I thought they was going to just brush that shit under the rug. And it was also cool, side note, it was kind of cool to just see the Namekians just sitting there just chilling and shit, just cooling. I also like how they wrote it where Vegeta got his Halo back, and it kind of confirms that he's a good guy now. Vegeta was clutch too, folks, because he was the one that thought of the Spirit Bomb too. Like, Goku wasn't even thinking about that shit. He took another ass whooping after getting ignored by the people of Earth while Goku was doing that Spirit Bomb, bro. Bro, the Spirit Bomb scene was phenomenal too, bro. All the Dragon Ball callbacks, seeing Android 17 pop out and up the gun, them two niggas to make them put their hands up to give energy for, like, oh my god. And once again, shout out to Mr. Satan for yet another save, nigga. This arc was full of so many unlikely heroes. It's wild. We got Tien, Mr. Satan, and Mr. Popo making some of the biggest saves in this shit, bro. Like, think about that shit. And bro, the finale of this shit was so godlike, nigga. I always associate this scene with Budokai 3, because it's one of my favorite Dragon Ball games besides Sparking Zero right now. Like, Budokai 3 before Sparking Zero was my favorite one. And they played the theme of the game with this scene, because I'm pretty sure they played it with this exact sequence when it was happening. But it was cool to see everybody like back, but that music was just so beautiful. I damn near played it when I watched this the first time, I'm not gonna lie. It was also cool to see everybody back at the Lookout when they got wished back, everybody being reunited. It was really some emotional shit seeing like Chi-Chi see her boys again. Same thing with Bulma seeing Trunks again, folks. And the Super Saiyan into the little monologue telling him that he hopes he comes back as a good guy. This shit is really beautiful, bro. Like, and I know I said the Buu Saga could have ended in so many places, but I can't sit here and bap like this wasn't the best that it could have ended, bro. Like, this is the type of shit that bring real niggas to tears, bro. And then after the Buu gets defeated, seeing Goku and Vegeta like give each other thumbs up and watching them laugh at all, like, this shit is beautiful, bro. And them everybody relinking that Kami's Lookout, like, even with Fat Buu and shit, and like creating this ultimate happy ending. Oh shit, fire, bro. How can you not say this shit is fire? That shit is crazy. And I like all the fan service we got like at the end of the show, like the party. The niggas had that shit on for the party for Goku and Gohan sweet. I don't know about Goten. Goten feel was kind of, yeah, you know, look, I don't know, fuck. Got a little Sherlock Holmes fit or some shit. I ain't know about that one. The more grounded-esque like approach to Goku at the end when he was helping like when he was like trying to get the egg back in the nest and shit like that. The time skip part with Trunks and Goten, the future and shit, and you see them slacking off in their training, but you know, I ain't going, you know how I feel about that. But just seeing them grow older and shit, like them all linking up, and then Vegeta, that nigga put that shit on to see Goku for. That nigga had a fit on to see Goku for. He said, Kakarot go see me, flea bitch ass nigga. Meeting Pan and Bulla and shit, and seeing everyone like aging in the time of peace and shit, like meeting Oob and having Goku like leave to go train, like it's just some real Goku ass shit, and you love to see it. Like, I love the conclusion and the epilogue of this show, bro. Like, Dragon Ball Z did this shit so right. Seeing the ending of this shit did something to my heart, bro. Like, this shit remind me of being a kid again. Nigga, I am 25 years old, and this shit brought me back to a time and a place that I haven't been to in like 17 or 18 years. Since I'm so connected with the games, I'm so attached with these moments in that form that I rarely remember the source material to the T like I do the games. When I first decided to do this series, I did it because an icon in all of our lives passed away. And I wanted to make sure that I showed love to his work, mainly because I wouldn't even have a platform without him. Hell, I don't even know what type of person I'd be or what type of nigga I'd be if it weren't for Dragon Ball Z. Because this and Yu-Gi-Oh! Were the two things that opened the whole world of anime for me. Because if I didn't watch these two, I probably wouldn't have watched the anime like that. These characters in this story genuinely changed my life, nigga. Like, it's so much real shit in Dragon Ball Z that applies to real life. And it's wild because my OG would just look at it as like a little cartoon that I enjoyed. Shit, I did too until now. Right now, I'm a grown ass man having a whole ass emotional reaction to a show that I watched when I was like 5, 6, 7 years old. And that's why this nigga Toriyama is one of my heroes. Because it takes some really special work to get this kind of reaction out of millions of people. Because I know I'm not the only one that think like this, and the only one that felt this way. That's why the entire world went like dark when this nigga died, because niggas was around the world were touched by his work. I know like Dragon Ball Z is in no threat of being forgotten, and I ain't even got that big of a platform, but I wanted to contribute to immortalizing it. Dragon Ball Z is what made me me. So I feel like it's my responsibility to use my platform and say that I love Dragon Ball Z as loud as ultimately possible. I hope and pray that anyone that's been with me on this long ass journey, because these are some long ass videos and it's been a while since the Cell Saga video, and I've been putting this bitch off for a little while, folks, because all this shit is editing, all this editing shit is hell. Just I'm saying. But everybody that's been on this journey, I hope that's what you got out of it. And I hope that I did this series justice and made you laugh. It made you give you like a little bit more appreciation for this show, because that's all I wanted to do with this. These are some long ass videos, but in hindsight, I don't even care, because this shit is bigger than that. I did all this to really thank Toriyama for making me what I am today. And I really wanted to use my platform to remind you niggas that DBZ is the GOAT. And they'll forever be in that spot and no one's gonna threaten it. To every pen that touched the manga, to every VA, every instrumentalist, the animators, shit, even the interns that went to go get coffee for the animators and shit. Any staff in the building, the fucking janitors that keep the building clean while the niggas was creating this. Thank you, nigga. Like, no bullshit. I genuinely thank all you niggas from the bottom of my heart, and to the GOAT himself, thank you, Toriyama. Rest in peace, and I'll see you in another world, folks. Peace.